It's been multiple days of this tournament, now on to the final one. We started with so many teams, now down to just 8. We're going into the quarterfinals. And today, at the end of it, we will crown a champion. Welcome to the Iliad Invitational, Day 3. My name is K-Wing, and I'm here with Ashen. Ashen, we're going to be taking on these first 2 matches and seeing who's going to be the first to book their tickets to the semifinals.
Hey, K-Wing, thanks so much. Super excited to be casting today's matches with you today. So this is the first of 4 quarterfinals, and it is going to be a packed day ahead. We have 4 quarterfinal matches, then semifinals and finals, and it's all single elim. So a little bit of a preview of what happened, what action you guys missed in the last 2 days. On Friday night, we had pool play, where 16 teams were split into 4 groups, and they played round robin style. And then that fed the seeding into yesterday's matches, where we had 8 single elim matches. And so 8 teams went home, and 8 teams made it today to the top 8.
Yeah, and we already saw one team punch their way in. We saw Shikigami in these highlights. We also have Starburst taking out Divinity Leviathan on these highlights. And it's off of some incredible team play and individual play that we saw throughout these entire games. Timeless Obsidian as well, a scary team in their own right. We've also got Gilbert's family, just names that you recognize so incredibly well, names that you might remember if you're an old-time OWL fan, names such as Muma, Apply, so many others, and as well, going into this first game, this first quarterfinal, you've got them going up against Starburst, an incredible team in their own right with names that you also might recognize. I'm talking Infected, I'm talking Neutral, I'm talking Deco, Haven. So many incredible players clashing, and only one can move on to the semifinals.
That's the tough part about single elim. When you have a tough matchup early, it's almost a shame that only one team can move on. But no matter that, throughout this entire bracket, there's so much talent. And of course, with the end of OWL, we now see a lot of OWL and Contenders players playing in all of these open tournaments. So that's what's really cool about Iliad Invitational, seeing these top tier talent. And I think it's also a great opportunity for a lot of players to actually see how they measure up against these well-known Overwatch names.
Yeah, and when we're talking about the name that's been on everyone's mouths the entire time since it's been announced, the Overwatch Championship Series, OWCS, you have to know that these people, these players, these teams are vying for early position, are vying to see who's going to be an early favorite. And anyone who's going to be looking at teams pushing their way through the open tournament, the OWCS, that starting open sector, are going to be looking at the teams here. Teams and players like Infected, like Muma, and so many others. They're going to be those big name talents heading in to OWCS, heading to that first major at Dallas, and all that's going to come in between.
And OWCS, just announced recently, is kicking off quite soon with the first tournament coming out next month. So a lot of these teams, they've been playing in open tournaments, keeping their skills sharp, also scrimming a lot. So tournaments like the Iliad Invitational are great practice for these teams to get under their belts, because they're going to see a lot of familiar faces, a lot of the same teams at OWCS. And so this is, it's the great beginning of a 2024.
It really is, and the prize pool cannot be any amount. Couldn't hurt either, Definitely a place to hone your skills to fight against some of the best of the best while we wait for Overwatch Esports to kick off in its fullest extent next March. But there's a lot of competition to be had and some exciting stuff we have one team and we've got everything going for them right now. We've got these two teams going at it, and we've got our first map selection coming in. We're going to be going to the sunny sands and the beaches of Samoa.
The Samoa is one of the most recent maps that came out in Overwatch, and I know in the beginning everyone was trying to figure out how to play it, everyone was running it in scrims, but it's truly, I think, one of the most beautiful maps in Overwatch, and it's quickly become a preferred map. We've seen a lot of teams picking this map in tournaments. And so Samoa, the teams are gonna go over to the sunny beaches of Samoa, and it looks calm, peaceful island life. But that's definitely not true, as we see Starburst and Gilbert's family take it out to the first battles of this match.
Yeah, and like you were saying, with the rosters of both these teams, with the heavy hitters that we have here bouncing around, you've got incredible players like Apply, like Muma, like Gorilla and Garkmeister as well, looking at that Gilbert's family roster. And I mean, honestly, as an early OWL viewer myself, I love remembering the glory days of the Houston Outlaws in that 2017 with Muma leading the charge on the Reinhardt. So I'm excited to see that return from Overwatch that I watched when I was around 14, 15 years old, just to make everyone out there feel really old.
Definitely a lot of nostalgic moments. Now, yesterday we saw top 16 matches. We did see a lot of these top teams kind of, give the competition have a little bit of fun. We saw mixes of different comps, probably some heroes that we haven't seen played a lot. But with today being top 8, and these are some really top competitive teams, I think we're going to see more meta-style picks. And now we're going to get a preview of Starburst lineup, and we have yet again some familiar teams. Haven, Taejong, Infected, Neutral, and Deco definitely have made their names known throughout contenders. And so I'm super excited to see this matchup, lots of familiar faces. But as I was just mentioning, I was talking about the meta. What's interesting, Ben, about Season 8 is the meta has really opened up. It's no longer like past seasons of that Sigma-style brawl or that monkey dive. We've seen teams run the Junker Queen, run the Ram, among a variety of other things. Also a little bit of dive on those dive maps. So this is going to be a best of 5 series. So if there's anything I can promise you, I think it's going to be a close match. I think it's going to be a really exciting series.
Yeah, I think specifically you have to be so excited to see this tank duel, to see sort of the venerated veteran of Muma go against the new blood of Infected, a lot younger of a tank. I'm feeling like the commentators in Card 3 right now, seeing Lightning Wave going up against Jackson Storm, seeing if the new blood can take out a bit of the old guard. Infected showing the Orisa with Muma showing the ball. Now, I think that in other times this might seem like a troll pick, but I think that the ball can play really, really well. We actually saw it in round 1.
Well, if there's one thing we know about Overwatch, we know that teams love to troll casters and throw out picks like Lifeweaver, but it looks like Gilbert's family is actually going to roll out on the ball, as well as a Moira, Kiriko, a Junkrat, and Tracer. Whereas Starburst is starting with the Orisa. We've seen Infected really enjoy playing that Orisa. And there, teammate gets the first pick.
TM8 getting an immediate headshot onto the Tracer. That's why this Kiriko is such a scary, scary pick. And Gilbert's family is free to push forward, take all of these angles, and make it impossible for Starburst to really focus one angle and march it down mid. Deco gonna get taken out, and now it's just the rest of Starburst getting burst down, and Gilbert's family to take point.
Wow, with Gilbert's, I would say a little bit of an unorthodox composition. I wonder if that caught Starburst off guard, and so Gilbert was able to win out that first fight. Starburst has made some swaps. Infected has given up the Orisa and has swapped over to the Hog. Definitely looking for hooks on the squishy and even the ball.
Definitely looking for those hooks, trying to play a bit more of a self-sustaining character and not try and play this deathball composition. that they were rolling out on, taking a lot of sway on point and gonna push through with just aggression only. Neutral, though, gonna be the first to fall. Muma with a great dive and escapes with their life and a bit of HP to spare as there's a pulse bomb onto Infected, and it's just all the damage. Though Infected does take out Apply, still low, gonna get taken out, but it's gonna be Gilbert's family to retake the point.
That's the thing with this kind of composition. It's chaos is the name of the game. And Starburst, they're trying to incorporate all the big macro that they know, but sometimes you just have to lean into the chaos. And so in that last fight, we saw picks go both ways. Even though it seemed like Starburst had gotten the first picks, Gilbert's was able to trade it out. And that's the nature of this comp. And so they're looking to push back. However, they lose Taejong immediately. And so they do have to stabilize a little bit before they look to engage once again.
They're going to engage with that minefield thrown in. Riptire thrown way into the back. This is an interesting play, but there's already so many picks coming through. The Riptire is just going to finish off Haven in the background, and that's all she wrote.
Oh, that's the tough thing about Tyre. It's definitely a feels bad moment when you die to that. Gilbert's family expends 3 ults, is able to maintain presence on that fight. However, Starburst does have 4 ults coming up, and this is going to be last fight territory.
Yeah, it's a question of how many ults do they need to win this point. They really only want to use the one, but if they have to use more than that, that's going to be disastrous since they've already lost Haven, TM8, and Muma in the backline just taken out multiple. They don't even get the chance to use their ult because the beat is just there to keep Deco and Infected up, and Infected is going to be shredded. Deco, the last member standing, 4 ults could get them nothing, and Gilbert's family roars to life.
That was pretty tough. It was, I would say, strongly favored Gilbert's family there, and that's tough for Starburst to walk in with 4 ults and not be able to use them. They lost 2 people early, and so Infected was trying to use Full Hog, but really wasn't able to get much of a pick. Now, Gilbert's family, strong showing there, huge shout out to Teammate getting a lot of those first picks, showing that DPS power of the Kiriko, and why a lot of people do like to complain about Kiriko basically being a DPS character, but we will see. We have Season 9 coming up. It'll be really interesting to see all the massively rumored changes and see how it affects the game. Now we move over to the indoor map, Volcano. Now Gilbert's family is going to continue running this team composition, while Starburst knows what they're up against, has made some swaps over to the Junker Queen, Sombra, and Echo.
Yeah, and this Junker Queen composition is looking to really speed up the pace of the fight. It's just, I'm not sure who they're going to be running on. You're going to use the commanding shout, and who are you going to be pressing W towards? TM8 is going to teleport away. Same with Gorilla. And if you're going to try and walk into Gurkmeister, good luck, my friend, as we're into a bit of a poke war. Starburst taking early sway on the point, but Gilbert's family just looking for those positioning mistakes, but Gurkmeister is going to be the first to fall. Deco going to get evened up. 1 DPS gone, 4v4 on the point. Gorilla looking to deal with his Echo in the backline, keeping their supports alive. And again, just more pressure added, putting in the DPS onto this Kiriko. Is that a bit too aggressive? No, Neutral's going to go down. Muma, though, getting focused down, and Deco with the boop onto Gorilla might just get Starburst control of this point, and it will eventually, as they continue with that fight.
Watching that POV from Gorilla, it's tough. Your entire team is low, but you're only a Moira trying your best to press left click. But that's also the nature. When you are playing the chaos, sometimes it's a little chaotic for your team. I know as a support player, it's so tough and a little bit stressful trying to keep your team up, trying to keep that balance between keeping your team up, also, DPSing on the enemy team. And so Starburst is able to win that out. However, Apply gets that first pick onto Haven. And so Gilbert in a 5v4 advantage, as well as Apply looking for a pulse here.
Yeah, but already Neutral's going to go down. There's just so much damage getting put in. That early pick has been going the way of Gilbert's family so many times, and it's gotten them the point.
Yeah, that's the tough thing for Starburst. It's so important not to get picked off first, because when they get picked off first, it's a massive advantage for family, because Gilbert's family, they're going to be attacking from all different angles, and Starburst is going to have a little bit of a hard time stabilizing. Now, I think they went for the queen pick because Volcano is more of a brawl map. It's more close quarters, not as open as what we just saw, and so probably thinking that the queen has stronger brawl potential. Now, Starburst coming into this already investing a copy and both support ults.
Yeah, that's a lot of ults thrown in. There's a pulse bomb, but it's TM8 the first to fall. Deco getting that pick. Taejong just blinking around on that copied tracer. Apply does land one pulse bomb, so Gilbert family might not be out of this yet, but with Muma going low, they need the healing. They get the pick onto Haven. Is going to be enough. They're ready and willing to stall out, but two picks, Apply and Gorilla both winning their fights. Gorilla taking another, and the Moira coming up big for Gilbert.
Oh, it was looking like Starburst really had that advantage and really was going to win out that fight, but they lost their supports, and so Infected, all you can do is face tank of Gorilla right-clicking you, which is just such a Files bad moment. So Infected has moved over to the Orisa, and now we are in a Orisa mirror. Muma feeling with the close quarter maps, liking that from Brawl of just pressing W into the enemy team. And so we have, peak Overwatch, the horse v horse.
Yeah, that was a great jump onto Gorilla. Riptire comes out, doesn't find any picks, gets the damage onto Infected, but Muma's going to be the first to fall. Both the Rinsers traded out. So good on Apply to keep this within Gilbert's family's reach. They just want to try and stall up to 99. Gurkmeister going down. Apply gonna probably hold on to this pulse bomb for now, but almost to 99 is Gilbert's family. It's one fight territory.
Right, Taejong cleaning up a few of those last picks. And that's the thing, when you have this kind of composition where, people get low, Tracer gets a lot of value, just being able to finish off those kills. Now, Muma has moved back over to the ball. Perhaps Muma was going for the bait, trying to get Infected to swap over to the Orisa, and then finding that he can play ball better into their comp now that he's against an Orisa. And so it's ticking up to 72%. This is close to last fight territory. A few ults coming up for both teams.
Yeah, a lot of ults for Starburst, the beat, and the Kitsune Rush. I think that Kitsune Rush just got canceled out by Gurkmeister, but two picks coming the way of Starburst might just be enough. There's this Terra Surge to take out Apply, and Gilbert's family wrecked on the rocks. There's nothing. Muma is just caught out. Needs to try and stall out for long enough to get the overtime take, but I don't think anyone can land on it. It's going to have to be Gurkmeister. Now onto the Sombra, gets on it, has to decloak, and now it's just the staggers. They do have two support ults coming up, so they're trying to just wait for those to fully charge, and maybe they'll have a chance. They've got all grouped up. Kitsune Rush thrown in onto point. Muma going very low, but stays alive, has to retreat away. Deco and Haven first to fall. So now you're looking at a bad situation for Starburst. They need something big. Infected finds that first pick for Starburst coming through, but Infected goes down. It's just not enough. Taejong and Neutral, the only ones left on the point, and Taejong has already recalled. The Coalescence pushing through, putting in the damage. The hack onto the Lucio, and the EMP can only serve as a touch of damage onto everyone before Gilbert's family take map 1.
Wow, that was really looking like Starburst was going to get the upper hand and be able to cap this second control point, but with Gilbert's family, they had the clutch touches from, I think it was the Tracer. They were able to stall it out, and especially a ball, you can just live forever, especially when you're into rolling into an enemy team, using shields, getting a few hundred health. So great touches by Gilbert's family. Great job staying calm, cool, and collected. Even as it's 99-99, teammate is able to throw out the Kiriko ult, and they're able to take down members of Starburst and flip the point at the last second.
And that's what's important there. They were able to stall so effectively well, and they knew what they were stalling for. It wasn't just, let's see if we can get a fight together. They had those ults, and they knew exactly what they needed to do. Wait until TM8 charge that last few percentage to the Kitsune Rush, and then push in with that Kitsune Rush, and it's exactly what they did. It allowed them to take that space as a full 5 and get that full fight together. And Starburst there, like you said, kind of had some trouble to stay alive. That was a really good play as well from TM8, keeping Gurkmeister alive through the Rip Tire channel time. So a really smart play from Gilbert's family, and it's going to set them up 1-0. Now we've got Starburst taking their map pick on the second map. What do we think we're going to see?
Now we are going to be moving over to Escort. And so there are a few different options. We have maps like Shambali, like Dorado, Gibraltar, as well as Junkertown. And so all of those offer really different play styles. I think the question is, are they going to want to keep Gilbert's family on this comp that we've been seeing with that ball? Or are they going to try and, play into maps that don't favor that composition? So it's definitely going to be a really interesting pick. But there's one thing that I think really separates top tier players, such as Contenders and Owl players, from tier 3 players, is their problem solving skills and their ability to adapt to these kind of situations where they're facing compositions that they haven't really seen.
Completely agree. And as we look at this Wrecking Ball composition, we've seen a bit of resurgence from Wrecking Ball. I think it's the most I've seen of Wrecking Ball since Overwatch 2's release has been this weekend, even just with a few maps. You never really see Wrecking Ball played, much less played successfully the way Muma is playing him. And an interesting pick comes through from Starburst. It is going to be Junkertown. And that's an interesting pick, especially when you're considering the Wrecking Ball. And I think how maybe the ball would favor that high ground spot of point B.
I wonder if Starburst went with this map because it's more of a sniper map. There's lots of long open sight lines. I know everyone has had PTSD from playing ranked, getting sniped by Widow. And so maybe they're opting for this map because they think it doesn't favor Wrecking Ball. They'll see the Wrecking Ball, they'll see the dive coming. And, it's tough because I've seen Wrecking Ball work on this map too. And to your point about Wrecking Ball, you're right. Wrecking Ball hasn't seen a lot of play, is probably one of the less favored tanks in the last few seasons. And I know, and really it's only played by Wrecking Ball mains. And so we see Muma showing off his prowess on the Wrecking Ball and getting a lot of success with that. Now we are jumping into the map and seeing a bit of a preview. Starburst opting for a standard poke comp, which we often see on Junkertown, going for that Sig as well as Zen BAP setup. Taejong opting for the Tracer instead of another sniper, probably predicting that there is going to be a Wrecking Ball. So they're really going to be looking to leverage that Discord, really poke down members of Gilbert's family. Now, Gilbert's family, Muma is still giving us a preview of the ball. And while we see DPS going for snipers, so I'm curious to see if they continue on this composition.
I'm curious too. Infected and the rest of Starburst should have the advantage playing the Sigma composition, but they need to not be caught off guard. Apply going for that early Widowmaker is not going to find any heads to click on. They're all going to be behind that shield. So switching on to the Tracer to directly duel Taejong is an interesting play. Is going to be probably the best there is now, poking out that Zen Team 8 on the high ground, but Apply's already gone. So Gilbert's family having to hold steady in this choke.
Starburst able to get that first pick, and I think what I have just mentioned about Junkertown, there's a lot of long open sightlines, so they're able to see members of Gilbert's family before they're able to dive. And Gurkmeister, no more Junkrat on this map. Junkrats, although it is the hometown of Junkrat, not necessarily the best Junkrat map. And so here we're jumping into the next fight. A little bit of payload progress, and Apply is able to get that pick onto Haven.
Getting that early pick, Muma going low but stays alive. Just rolling through, able to pop those adaptive shields to get some extra health. Deco getting pressured out, but Muma's going to get shredded by the backline of Starburst. And now Apply just having to rush away. 26 HP and is going to get shredded down by Taejong, who's going to keep on pushing, putting the pressure into that Kiriko. And Gurkmeister taken down by Haven. It's Starburst holding strong.
Strong defense from Starburst so far. The fights have really gone in their way. They've been able to get those picks, and that really shows the strength of this comp, all of that pick potential. And so Gilbert, I know Gurkmeister says, you're wrong, Ashen. I'm pulling out the Junkrat. And so I think really opting for that spam damage and actually going for, a bit of that constant spam, and especially when you have Muma and Apply rolling around in the backline, that can create a lot of damage. However, Muma there takes too much and just goes down first.
Muma just goes down first, like you said. It's good to get the damage through, but the accretion of the Sigma is just too strong, and that Sigma's just going to keep on pushing through.
We're ticking down, only 138 remaining on the clock, and it's been a super strong defense from Starburst. They just haven't been able to dive neutral, who's getting, really great pocket, really great peel from his team. Gilbert's family is...
Ooh, Haven gets taken down into 4v4, but a lot of ult there for Starburst to try and bail them out. Galira's gonna get taken down, or Gorilla's gonna get taken down. Eco as well. It's back and forth there. Kitsune Rush thrown out from Gilbert's family. Neutral finally going to be dived on and taken out. TM8 going down. That's the big support gone for Gilbert's family. Starburst could see a return. Pulse Bomb thrown out by Taejong, having such low HP. Muma taken down by Haven with the Sonic Arrow. And I think that Starburst could definitely recontest here and get something going.
Ooh, it's looking close. They're going for the recontest. Gurkmeister gets that pick onto neutral, and this has been such a scrappy fight. Infected trying his best to stay on the map. Unfortunately, with all of the mines, all of the members of Gilbert's family coming back, just isn't able to hold on to that. Now, that was so unlucky earlier, that last fight we watched. Neutral going for that trance to try and save his BAP, but unfortunately wasn't able to. And so gets picked off as well without the peel from his Baptiste. Now, we see a lot of composition swaps. Haven is going for the Torb. All right, maybe this is a troll pick. He's sitting in spot. Nope, you know what? I'm wrong. No. He may be looking for that consistent damage on that turret, just to kind of ward off members of Gilbert's family. And now Starburst has swapped over to the Torb swap. Neutral has gone over to the BAP, and Deco on the Brig, really looking to peel for his team, as long as he can stay alive against this Junkrat. Meanwhile, Gilbert's family has swapped over to the Orisa and Ashe, and Gorilla has moved over to the Mercy.
Gurkmeister throwing out the Rip Tower, gonna bang it onto Infected. And it's really rough there that swapped to the Torb, because I think that was a response to the Wrecking Ball that's no longer coming out from Muna. Haven just has to kind of play this a little bit. Gonna get hit by it and take a headshot right to Apply. Take them down, but the damage is gonna be there, and Apply is going to get resurrected. Gorilla back onto the Mercy. Starburst is looking to keep holding here as Apply goes down again. Just Haven has Apply's number, it seems, as those headshots are automatic, and now they're trapped over in that left side room, waiting for Starburst to aggress in on them and just fire in from that high ground that they already have. And the long sight lines that Neutral's able to take means that they're incredibly safe.
Haven there showing the strength of the Torb, looking so relaxed, just chilling next to his turret. But, with that left click, that long distance left click, taking a headshot from a Torb really hurts. But Apply showing the power of the Ashe, takes down both DPS of Starburst, and they're looking to engage here in a 5v3 advantage.
Yeah, and has the Bob still on the line to start pressuring out the point if need be. But I guess that need will not, as Kitsune Rush and Window come out from both, but Infected's ult just won't have the follow-up it needs, even with the Window over top. Rally, Starburst are really trying to hold it here. They need to get some picks, and they need to get them soon. TM8 is low, but stays up, stays alive. Muma going to get shredded down with a headshot, but it's just not enough. The picks aren't there. Taejong, though, pretty deadly on this trace, has already gotten multiple. Forced to recall, blinks onto the point. It's a 1v2 situation, and Gurkmeister's aim is true.
Wow, Gilbert's family is really able to squeak it out in all of these close to overtime fights on both point A and point B. Taejong there doing God's work, getting a 3K, taking down so many members of Gilbert's family, but unfortunately his teammates just aren't able to survive, and Gurkmeister shows the power of the Junkrat, just able to kill members off with some spam damage. So really tough loss there for Starburst. They're unable to hold onto point B, but they have really whittled down the clock. And so we've seen a lot of holds on point C. It's definitely very possible. And they also first have to live out this tire as the payload slowly gets moving.
Yeah, Tire's not going to find much of anything. Muma really putting pressure on this high ground and is going to win it for Gilbert's family. In fact, the rest of Starburst pushing onto the cart, but it's a really tough high ground to retake. Starburst is going to be really struggling against Muma as Haven trying to scale up. Is going to get up there, but he needs so much pressure as Muma jumping into the backline with the Terror Surge. Going to get the kill onto neutral. Haven going to get shredded by the Gurkmeister. The power of the J Silly flowing through them, landing that kill and pushing Gilbert's family further and further as they've got some people over on the side. Taejong stalling out the point, forced to recall immediately, throws up the pulse bomb. Kitsune Rush thrown out. It's infected with the ult over top, not stunned, and that was a really aggressive play by Muma. It doesn't land the javelin, and Starburst is able to put a stop to the cart. Junkrat gonna land on the point, but it won't be much of a stall. It'll just be the overtime wick burning down to the bottom. 82 meters, nothing to sneeze at for Gilbert's family.
All right, Haven there says, I'm done having fun. It's time to be serious. Pulls out the Widow, immediately gets the first pick. And that's the nature of Junkertown at the end of point C. It is so hard to cap, especially with Defender's respawn advantage. So Starburst is able to hold off members of Gilbert's family. However, Gilbert's family, that's a very successful push on Junkertown. We've seen plenty of holds on point A, point B, and point C. We're now going to make some swaps over. Gilbert is going to go on the defense, and Starburst is going to try their best to try and push the payload throughout the entire map. Honestly, huge shout out. We talked about how much of an amazing job Muma was doing in that first map, creating a lot of disruption, getting a lot of picks. But huge shout out to Gurkmeister on the jump, proving me wrong and showing how strong it is, able to just have such strong upfront brawl potential, especially contesting that point and also just yeeting yourself into backlines and getting picks. Now, Gilbert's family is going to keep Muma on the ball for a defense. So it can be a little bit hard to defend with this kind of comp because you're looking to engage, you're looking to cause disruption. But they've shown that they're really great. They know exactly what they're doing, and especially Apply, getting that pocket with Gorilla on the Mercy is definitely nothing to sneeze at. Now, Starburst Haven's on the Widow, probably looking for an opening pick as they look to first get control of this card and get this payload moving.
Yeah, Haven on the Widowmaker, starting off early on the attack, as there goes Muma slamming right on top of Taejong and rolling away. That's, like you said, it's a lot tougher to defend with this composition. It doesn't have the normal choke point presence you'd expect, as already Haven putting some pressure onto Apply. Haven very low, but Apply can't find the final shot. Does damage again, and Haven getting out-dueled by Apply on the longer range hero. Just how skilled Apply is on this Ashe, out-dueling a Widowmaker, landing the headshot, because why not? Never underestimate Apply, Haven. You might just find yourselves in his crosshairs. Gurkmeister gonna go down though, so it's an even 4v4 for these teams. Cart still pushing, Deco gone, Apply showing off at this point, and just looking for more, looking for Infected, gonna find Infected, gonna find Taejong, and gonna get 5 for an incredible play from the Ashe.
Apply reminds people that he is not just a streamer, he was in the Overwatch League and shows why. Just so dominant on that Ashe, getting picks again and again and again. Now, Starburst has made some swaps. They've gone over to a Somber Tracer comp. They're probably looking for a bit of a hybrid dive poke composition as Infected is still on the SIG. Neutral gets that first pick onto Apply. Oh, trying to make sure they don't get the res off, but no. A teammate with the Suzu, they are able to get the res off. However, trades are going both ways as this is a 4v4.
Neutral going down, and Taejong getting taken out. That's a big trap onto Infected. And Gilbert's family repel that attack pretty effectively.
All right, Starburst definitely having some trouble breaking through this defense, and Apply with that bomb in the field, that's like another player. So even they've lost players, they're still able to stabilize. Now Starburst, they do have support ults as well as Flux coming up online. But Gilbert, they're walking into a tire as well as a Kiriko ult, and Teammate has found a lot of success and a lot of value in all of their Kiri ults this series.
And there's it again. Deco getting taken down, tire thrown in. Where's it gonna land? It's gonna be shot down by Haven, who switched on to the Widowmaker, or is actually still on the Widowmaker, pardon. Hasn't found a lot of headshots, not like Apply though, who has been automatic on this. Now it's just Haven in the backline getting taken out by Apply, who has just been all over the kill feed this entire time. Gilbert's family clean up, and with one fight left, Apply is just devastating.
That's true, and I think maybe might be time to question this Widowmaker pick from Haven. Haven's been really struggling to, losing the duel to Apply, but also it's hard because Muma was on the ball earlier and Haven was just constantly getting dove. And he also had both supports trying the best appeal for him, but makes it hard because this backline isn't able to support the rest of the team and output as much damage. And
Apply.
Just as I curse it, Apply gets the headshot once again on Haven.
Yeah, Apply is going to get taken down, but Gorilla's going to be looking for that resurrection. The Tracer's just bogarting this body, but it's still not going to work. TM8 going to give their life for the resurrection, but it's just enough to stop it there. And Gilbert's family stunned with the full hold. And they are now up 2-0. And it is not looking good for Starburst on elimination point.
This map really did not go the way I think any of us, any of the audience, or anyone in the lobby expected. This was truly a very dominant performance by Gilbert's family, showing even though Starburst had the map pick, Gilbert's family is totally unfazed, knows exactly what they're doing, is able to show their flexibility and make plenty of swaps to really have that upper hand. At first, it looked like Starburst had such a strong defense, but they were really unable to break through this defense of Gilbert's family. Now, we do have one more opportunity for Starburst to begin their comeback. We're going to be moving over to Flashpoint. And so we'll see if they're able to make the adaptations. But, Gilbert's family really putting on a show. However, I don't know if this is something, in terms of learning, I don't know if other teams can really say like, oh, let's run Gilbert's family's comp in our scrims and in ranked, because in some ways it does feel like a little bit of a ranked game, really throwing it all chaos and running kind of whatever you're feeling.
It sure does, and I think as well, we're shouting out Apply a lot, and to be honest, Apply is doing incredible. Apply has been getting headshot after headshot after headshot, but I think you have to give a shout out to the backline of Gilbert's family. Just in that Junkertown push, the Kiriko of TM8 saved Apply more than twice. Once at that pulse bomb with an incredibly timed Suzu, and once with the resurrection, again with an incredibly timed Suzu. The amount of resurrection from Gorilla that had been keeping Apply in the fight time and again, it's incredible skill from Apply, but this support line has been, well, for lack of a better term, supporting him and enabling him to make those incredible plays that we have seen so much and that we are going to see in the highlight reel when we go and to our quick break. So when we get back, we're going to see if Starburst can start to turn this around or if Gilbert's family are going to send it to a quick 3-0 and punch their ticket to the semifinals. So don't go anywhere, don't change the Twitch channel. We'll be right back. Starburst on the verge of elimination. One map stands between them and the end of their tournament run, and Gilbert's family lies in wait. Welcome back to the Iliad Invitational. My name is K-Wing here, still with Ashen. And before we went to the break, we had Gilbert's family go up 2-0. And in pretty convincing fashion with some incredible wrecking ball play from the one and only Muma. So, what can Infected and the rest of Starburst do to turn it around?
We're going to be moving over to Flashpoint, which is another Starburst pick. They have picked Suravasa. And so we'll see what kind of compositions they want to run on this map. And hopefully they've utilized this break to really problem solve and figure out how they're going to break through this unorthodox composition from Gilbert's family. You know, we were just talking about it before the break, K-Wing. We were talking about Apply, we're talking about the backline. Honestly, it feels like we've talked about every single member of Gilbert's family at some point during this match. Everyone has shown off their individual skill potential as well as their team play. And so really strong performance from all members of Gilbert's family. But, you know, Starburst really doing a great job of hanging on, making adaptations. We saw Haven pull out the Torb, Taejong getting a lot of picks on the Tracer, as well as from Infected Neutral and Deco. So they may be down, but they're certainly not out. And they're going to try and turn it around over here on Flashpoint.
They have to turn it around right here, right now. As like we were talking about, single elimination tournament. Lose and you're done. Starburst have one chance to avoid that here. As Infected leading the team, almost looking like giving that last little inspirational speech before the gates open. And Starburst has their last chance, getting ready. Squaring off on the Orisa against the Wrecking Ball, what we've seen this entire game as the doors open for Starburst.
You're right. That was a moment where Infected on the Orisa was standing tall, looking out at his team, trying to really raise them up and say, you know, we can do this. And now these teams are looking to engage onto the first point. Starburst gets that first point control.
Oh, no!
Oh, but unfortunately, they've lost Haven already.
They've lost Haven, and they lose so much pressure without that Sojourn, without that long-range potential. And now it's just going to be TM8 throwing the kunai in. Gorilla's going to find that one. Going to find Taejong. It's just not looking good. Apply. The only one to fall inside of Gilbert's family as point A goes the way of Gilbert's family.
Muma even rolls into their Starburst spawn, just causing a lot of havoc and distracting the team while Starburst tries to regroup. However, Muma's not going to make it easy, looking to roll around as soon as Starburst looks to take this engage.
Yeah, and that's what's been so chaotic from Muma. Gurkmeister going to get knocked off high ground, but the Suzu's there to save them and keep them alive. The Kiriko Swift stepping out, and there it is, that Javelin into the primary fire. Gurkmeister goes down. That's the advantage, the chance for Starburst, but they need to stay alive through it. TM8 going down, and finally Starburst come back, but it is last fight territory on this point.
That's the thing about Flashpoint. The control percentages just tick up so fast, so Gilbert is able to get 70% there, and they only need to win one more fight. There's a lot of ults coming up online on both sides, and so, you know, I think this is going to be a close fight with a lot of ults thrown in, probably pretty scrappy, picks going both ways.
Yeah, especially with the Pulse Bomb and the Riptire, such hit or miss ultimates from the side of Gilbert's family. They're gonna need something big. There's the Riptire in from Gurkmeister going over on the right side, looking to find this grouped up big thing of supports. It's gonna find a pick onto Deco. That's all they need, as that's no beat drop for them there, as Starburst holding on to the point, but for how long? Apply and Muma both going to fall, but it's just not going to be enough to hold them there. Two left on the side of Starburst, still going to try and fight, but they can't die.
Yeah, Starburst will be able to get another touch as they have a couple members alive. Neutral TP's out, knows that their team is playing patient, waiting. Oh, but unfortunately they've lost Taejong. They're gonna have to try and take this fight. No, they're not gonna take the 4v5. They're just going to give it up.
Yeah, Taejong was the one that was going to touch point for them, and that's a really unlucky spawn there for Starburst. It's going to be an incredibly good point for Gilbert.
Yeah, strong performance there by Gilbert. Starburst kept it close, but unfortunately weren't able to win it out. Now, Apply has moved over to the Soldier. Might be a little bit easier just to stay alive, run around, kind of do whatever he wants, and just flank with that self-sustain, that healing station. Now, Starburst does have a few ults coming up, and Taejong is actually going to take the Soldier duel as well. So they're now in, but running that double hit scan, while Starburst uses 2 ults to get point control first.
Yeah, they get Taejong gone, though, and Apply there with a solid pick. A lot of pressure onto the rest of Gilbert's family. They have the Terra Surge, going to get a lot of damage onto Apply, and they'll eventually take him down. But since then, Gilbert's family have moved in onto point. Not long enough for Squatters' Rights, though. Infected looking to kick them out. Taejong finding that opening pick out of TM8. Gerkmeister goes down, and the point maintained by Starburst, now already at 50%.
Ooh, that was close. It was looking like Gilbert's family might have been able to turn it around, but well done there by Starburst, especially Taejong coming back with the respawn, coming back on the flank, catches Gerkmeister off guard. So they're able to breathe a sigh of relief. This is last fight territory, and they do have a Kiriko ult to work with. However, they are going to be walking into a Moira Cole as well as a Tyrant. If the fight lasts long enough, mines as well.
Mines from Muma could be deadly, just forcing that position neutral. Forced to Swiss step away early, uses the Kitsune Rush thrown in neutral so low. It stays alive. Gerkmeister gone, traded out by Haven. The 4v4 neutral, and Deco goes down. That's all the supports for Starburst and Gilbert's family, not letting this point go.
Ooh, neutral there was trying to hold on to the Kiriko ult as long as possible, but unfortunately it's tough against a Cole. Cole just does so much damage. It's so frustrating to play against, and Gorilla gets a few picks there. However, Starburst was able to get up to 99%. They have several arts coming online, and they're looking to try and take this point away from Gilbert's family.
Looking to take it away, and again, we've talked about it before, how many ults do they have to use to get this point, but Starburst coming onto multiple ults of their own. Early minefield from Muma. Gerkmeister with the tire over the top. They're using everything, Gilbert's family, to keep this point in their clutches. Nico just using the ult, but I think it might have gotten Ajaxed in the end. Doesn't matter. Gilbert's family going to take the point, and I don't think anyone can even come for the touch.
Yeah, it wasn't an Ajax. The beat did go off, but that's the tough thing about tire, right? It's 10 seconds. The tire could detonate the tire at any time. And so the beat comes off a little early. Gerkmeister waits it out and is able to get that pick. And unfortunately, Taejong there, as soon as he visored, I think he got booped off the point from Muma. And so Gilbert's family, both teams invest a lot of ults, and Gilbert's family is rewarded with that second point on Flashpoint as well.
Starburst is going to be able to take their position on the point. It'll be their first big advantage of the fight, so they'll have the ability to set up position on the point. It's a good advantage, but they need something big here. They can't let another point down, otherwise it's going to be all over. Infected does have that Terra Surge ready and waiting. Teammate forced to use the Suzu to keep themselves alive through that Javelin. On the left high ground, they're really seeding a lot of work here as Infected pushing to take this point. Muma going to be the first to fall over towards Starburst. Infected looking to reposition onto this high ground. Gonna spot out Apply, take them down just on the rotation. Neutral, though, taken out by Gerkmeister over on the side, and Gerkmeister gets out with their life intact. That's incredible.
Oh, you never want to be stuck in a small room with a Junkrat, as shown there by Gerkmeister. And Gerkmeister is, clearly a junk player, has shown a lot of prowess on that character. And here we see a soldier duel, and then we see both players, knowing better, and they both run away not wanting to take that duel. Now Starburst here still with the point control, invests a few ults and they're rewarded with that pick onto Gorilla.
Yeah, Gorilla getting taken out early is really bad for Gilbert's family. Mooma is going to fall next. It's not enough support to sustain them. Apply can only stay alive for so long. It's just a cleanup for Starburst. Finally able to take a point of their own, and they really need it.
That is true. Starburst is finally going to get a point on the board. Honestly, it's their first point all match of all 3 maps. And so the work is cut out for them, but progress is progress. And so it's 1-2 on Flashpoint. They have 3 ults coming up, walking into 4 from Gilbert's family as we move over to the 4th point on Flashpoint.
Walking into 4, but there's a lot that you can do. A big javelin from Infected gonna stop Mooma from diving in, and Starburst is gonna start to rotate onto this point. They have a lot more point presence, so they can push through. Dirkmeister, though, really looking for a spot to use this Rip Tower. Gonna be on the off angle. Used to outlast this Kitsune Rush. Apply firing right through it with the Soldier 76 volt with the Tactical Visor, putting the pressure onto Taejong. There's the Rip Tire over the top. I didn't even know you could send the tire over there. Gonna find the pick onto neutral. Apply gonna go down there. So it's a 4v4. Trap thrown in. Infected navigates around it. Finds the pick off onto Apply. Teammate next to fall. And Infected just standing strong to take the point.
Great kites there by Starburst from all of the ults from Gilbert's family. They are able to flip that point and not give up too much percentage. They have a Kiriko ult to work with, but once again, it's going to be against Gorilla's Moira.
Oh no.
Oh, Mooma here locked in the small room.
Mooma.
Oh, they are able to get
him.
the big.
They locked him in the shed. That's so nasty. From Starburst just completely trapping the Wrecking Ball and forcing Mooma to switch onto the Orisa. Now the rest of Gilbert's family trying to escape. They're going to get picked off in the end.
Great body blocking there by all members of Starburst. And that's the thing about this comp. Starburst is really has to play for a team. They have to keep their gameplay really clean. They may have to make sure to focus on the same targets. Whereas Gilbert's family can be a little bit messier. Their comp can be a little bit more forgiving. And Gorilla there with the Coalescence gets the pick onto Haven, who was on high ground.
A massive pick. Apply is going to be followed up on Overtime Wick. Burning down. Can anyone even get a touch? Just barely. Gilbert's family gets their foot on the point, but it'll be the last foot they get on the point as the Terra Surge from Infected is gonna cleave through the entirety of Gilbert's family. We're on to one last point.
Knowing how important it is to win out that point, Infected throws out the Orisa ult there just to guarantee that Gilbert's family is not able to touch. Now, Mooma had swapped over to the Orisa, but now moves back over to the Wrecking Ball. So now we have a map on our hands. We are tied 2-2. We're over to the last point on Flashpoint, and this is everything on the line. Starburst is playing with the playoffs on the line, and they're able to get the first 2 picks on the enemy DPS.
Getting those first 2 picks is massive. Taejong and Infected combining for all of them, and they get early sway on the point. Mooma just has to run away. Might actually get themselves killed late, and they will absurd.
Wow, maybe Starburst has really finally found their footing. They're showing a much stronger performance, able to focus down the targets, able to get the picks onto Gilbert's family while not getting picked off themselves. So really kudos to them. They've still held on to their 2 DPS ults. That shows great ultimate discipline. And so really great job. They're ticking up to 30%. However, they are walking into a Kiriko.
Oh my god.
Are walking into a tire, but Infected, so dominant on this horse, says, not today, Gertmeister.
Yeah, just running in, seeing the Junkrat alone, and collapses on top of him. Now just pushing through, gonna run right through the steel trap, take out Apply with the stall. 1 fight left, and Starburst are coming up to all 5 ults.
Wow, Infected we've seen so much POV of Infected, showing a dominant performance on the horse, literally just chasing it down, running it down, chasing members of Gilbert's family, and having a horse chasing after you can be pretty terrifying. However, they do lose Taejong early, and so Starburst is trying their best.
Down.
Oh no, lost the overclock, but dies immediately.
Yeah, and they lose the overclock. The beat comes out to keep them alive. They do find 2 picks. They need something bigger. Gurkmeister able to escape the Terror Surge. Point will flip over. There's the Riptire. Gonna get burst down. And Gurkmeister soon to follow. Infected on the Orisa. Now trying to duel this, duel the Wrecking Ball. M8 gonna get taken down. Now it's just Starburst trying to hold strong over the point against Muma, rolling through the Soldier. Next to come back. But there's just not a lot of point present for these overtime moments like this. Gilbert family needs something bigger, but Apply is going to get shredded down. Infected finds the moment, takes out Muma, and the Tracer recalls. Not going to be enough. Starburst are not out of this just yet.
Wow, what an amazing map. Starburst, reverse sweeping Flashpoint. Is this beginning of a reverse sweep of the series? Well, we will see with our next map, but honestly, incredible job by Infected, especially there on that last point. They lost both of their DPS, but Starburst was able to do such a great job, especially with an Orisa who can just live as long as Infected can, getting all of those picks. And so there was only a Kiriko from Gilbert's family able to flip the point over, but they only had 2 people left alive, and Starburst with 3 was able to clean up those members, and this time they did not let the point go at the last minute, which is something that we saw in the first 2 points. So incredible job, really well done by Starburst. I'm very excited about this series.
Yeah, and I think Infected has really warmed up, has really started to show their true colors, to show why they are such an incredible tank in NA. And I mean, there's nothing else to say. Infected really got their timing down, found the weaknesses of when each of these players weren't going to be able to react to them and jump on top of them and hit the javelin, hit the javelin spin, and just take them down. Almost playing Orisa like a bit of a dive character of just, I see a target that is isolated, we press the W key on them, they die, we go on to the next one. And Infected has been playing it perfectly.
That's true. Infected was honestly just running around the map, taking those 1v1 duels because he knows he has the health pool, he has the javelin, and he can win out those fights. He's not scared of Junkrat in a small room. And so really well done there. I think the double sniper setup, the double hit scan setup was really working out for Starburst there on Flashpoint. So well done there. We are going to be moving over to Hybrid next. And this is going to be Gilbert's family's first map pick.
That it is, and they have chosen Hollywood. That makes, to be honest, perfect sense. Hollywood is your dive map. It's the map with such an intense high ground on Point Bravo that, of course, you're going to go and you're going to play the ball here, so it's going to be such a liability to try and play the Orisa on this map.
Hollywood is a dive map, and you're right, running Orisa on it can be hard, but it'll be interesting to see if Starburst keeps the comp that they did find a lot of success with. But honestly, the thing with Overwatch, the thing with maps are, if you are good enough, you can run anything you want. And so Starburst know that to be true. They are giving us a preview of the Orisa that they've found a lot of success with. If I were Infected, I would keep locking Orisa until it doesn't work. However, on the side of Gilbert's family, we see Apply running, giving us a preview of the Ashe. And as we saw in Junkertown, Apply was just so dominant on that Ashe, especially with a Mercy pocket. So Starburst is going to have to be careful, making sure that they LOS the Ashe, making sure that they don't get picked off.
Yeah, and playing this double hit scan composition with the Cassidy coming out from Taejong is an interesting one. Muma switching on to the Winston. That's an interesting play here. I don't know if that's will be as effective as that Wrecking Ball. But Muma, I mean, an incredible Winston. We'll have to see, already jumping on to this high ground. Playing smart, looking for the backline, but not a very diveable backline. Use Starburst, Neutral, and Deco both have those movement abilities, but the high ground control is firmly planted in Gilbert. but TM8 just gets taken out, infected, showing why this team is still alive. But Kirkmeister takes out Taejong with the Junkrat against a hit scan. That shouldn't be possible, and yet it is.
Oh, as soon as we were into Taejong's POV and as soon as he saw running into that choke, I knew something bad was going to happen. And so, well done there by Kirkmeister, getting those picks again and again. And now Neutral is in a small hallway with Girk, which is absolutely terrifying. This is a scrappy fight. Picks are going both ways. And Gilbert's family just trying to stabilize as long as they can. Unfortunately, they've lost Muma. They're going to have to reset.
Yeah, when you lose Muma, you just have to reset. Kirkmeister and the rest of Gilbert's family are a bit trapped here. They're gonna be struggling. Muma now switching on to the Wrecking Ball. I think that's the stronger choice, but it's still going to be victim to Infected and those devastating Javelin right clicks. As already there comes the aggression from Infected, putting so much pressure onto Kirkmeister. Letting loose the Riptire, looking for Infected, jumps out, jumps behind them, says, "Oh, hello, Lucio." Goodbye, Lucio.
Deco has been taking tires to the face again and again. Neutral pops the Kirka ult to try and stabilize, and Infected is able to get the pick onto the Junkrat. The Infected spears the Mercy away, stops that resurrection, and picks going both ways. It looks like it is going to go the way of Starburst as soon as they are able to get out of this room and try and contest the point.
Yeah, well, they need to contest the point quickly, and they're going to push in with some ultimates on their side. Kitsune Rush going to be the opener for TM8, going very low. There's Muma with a slam in the shields. Beat comes in to push Starburst through that tiny choke. Haven with the ult is going to put some pressure onto Gorilla. Gonna nearly get TM8, but can't find the final blow, but it'll be enough to chase Gilbert's family off the point.
That was close. They were able to only give up one tick. However, Gilbert's family is going to get up the second and apply. Oh, with the overclock. Lots of ults traded both ways. They might be able to just take down Larissa and get this cap.
They take down the Orisa, and the cap will go through. Barely a moment of time to spare for Gilbert's family, but a scrappy fight win is still a fight win.
That's true. A lot of ults were invested there, and it looked like Starburst was going to be able to stabilize, but unfortunately, members of Starburst had almost flipped the map. The support line was in Gilbert's spawn, the attacker's spawn, and they weren't able to keep up Infected, who was all by his lonesome on the point. So Gilbert's family is able to cap point A, and now Starburst has made some swaps. They're now on the Echo as well as the Soldier.
Yeah, just really trying to take out Kirkmeister and not let him play as scary as he's been playing this entire time. Kirkmeister really gonna struggle against a Soldier 76 and an Echo from Starburst. This Infected is just jumping in onto Gorilla, forcing the Valkyrie out just to run away. It's a scary thing, Infected trying to chase you down.
Yeah, as we've seen, Horse, and especially Infected on the Horse, is a very scary character. Luckily, Starburst is able to take down Muma. Gorilla is not going to be able to resurrect that, and so they are going to have to go for a reset here. And this is the defender's advantage on Hollywood, is there's so much high ground control. And so Gilbert's family is having a bit of a hard time trying to take this high ground away. They've actually all been playing low ground, perhaps just trying to dodge a lot of that poke. And then wait for Muma to cause disruption in the back before engaging, before taking that high ground.
Yeah, I mean, it does just poke a little bit, but Infected is also ready and raring to put the hurt on, takes out TM8, and is engaging even harder. Muma is going to go down. Haven taking those picks, going to end up with two. A great Javelin onto the mid-air Kirkmeister. I mean, Kirkmeister is very skilled, but just that one pick is not enough.
Yeah, normally you think a Pharah or an Echo can counter Junkrat, but Girk shows that you can't. It's not that easy. Concussion Mines flies into the air, takes down Taejong. But luckily Starburst was able to win out that team fight without investing a single ultimate. So really great discipline here, but we are going to be walking into a lot of ults.
Infected, so smart, takes out Muma with a Terror Surge, Apply next to fall. And Infected is so scary, nearly takes out TM8. Muma switching on to the Winston. Starburst gonna start taking position on the card. The mid-air javelin onto the Kiriko. There's the Suzu gone, the Swift Step not there, so it's just a stagger. The Swift Step has to come out. Taejong going to copy the Winston and just put in a lot of damage, but there's not enough to sustain this Winston. There is Apply using the ultimate. Can they find any picks against Starburst? They need something big here if they want to get more progress as the Kitsune rush, and the tactical bias is going to come in deadly. Gorilla goes down. Apply might just be next. Muma taking the damage. Apply down. Only Taejong down to the Riptire. Kiriko uses a Swift Step, goes away. It's just the Kiriko and the Winston, but Haven can't find it. TM8 trades out for Haven. We're still even here a bit for Gilbert's family. They have the opportunity to push forward. Overtime burning down Muma. Forced position on the cart. Infected just holding strong. It's so hard to play around this. Sarissa Deco going very low, but stays alive through Gorilla with that right click. Now the switch of Taejong onto the Pharah, really trying to take down Gurkmeister, but won't stay alive much longer than them. A scrappy fight on the point. We're looking like a bit of deathmatch right now. Deco goes down. Haven next. And what seemed like a done deal, Infected going to throw out the Terror Surge, going to take out TM8. Might be enough, but it's 3 on the cart. Gilbert stays alive.
Oh my god, what a fight. It was looking like it was truly going to the side of Starburst. They were going to be able to hold, but Gilbert's family makes a lot of swaps, and they're able to get the picks. Oh, Starburst trying their best to touch this point, trying to not give up point C, or not trying to not give up point B, but unfortunately Deco goes down first. However, Gorilla is traded. This is a 4v4.
Gorilla going down is a huge loss. It's a lot of healing just off the field, but the card starts moving 0.97 meters. Kitsune rush thrown in. This overtime wick so small now it's going to burn down even the slightest toe off the point. Going down there just a little bit. TM8 low, just barely staying alive. Kitsune rush not there. Nothing there for Gilbert's family. And the hold will come through 118 meters as Gurkmeister just not there in time with the Sombra.
Wow, that was so close, and I could feel my blood pressure spiking. I can't even imagine what it's like being one of those players in the lobby. But incredible touch by Starburst. Great job. Great discipline to not C9, because that can happen so easily in such a chaotic fight, especially when you're getting pushed off the point. And so everyone running around, incredibly clutch ult from neutral on the Kiriko, able to keep up members of his team alive, able to get off picks, and Starburst is rewarded with that point B hold. Here we see a lot of the highlights from Gilbert's attack. Oh my god, this was, what a fun map, especially this defense on point B by Starburst. They did such a great job. Now they just need to cap point A and basically get it to the end of point B and tie up the series.
Yeah, and I really loved the play from Infected that was shown there onto Muma. Muma escaped with just a little HP, and Infected dropped to the low ground using Terror Surge to get Muma on to their level to do that last little bit of damage. It's a smart play to not feed those support ultimates. Now Starburst showing that Reaper. I think that's a smart choice, but Taejong is going to stick on the Echo as the doors open. One attack. Looking for Starburst to even us up, take us to that map 5.
I'm really rooting for the Starburst win. I want a map 5. I love a close series. And now Starburst easily gets high ground control, which is so important on Hollywood, is able to clear the high. But unfortunately, they've lost Taejong first to Apply on the Tracer.
Yeah, Apply in the backline, just putting in the work, putting in the damage. And already found the next target in neutral. Haven gonna go down, and now Apply just going to dish through the rest of the team. Starburst not gonna get there first.
Okay, quick fight win there by Gilbert. They're able to take a minute off the map. Oh, and as long as they stabilize, but Starburst, you know, they have plenty of time to work with. Maybe folks, they're just really looking to build up their ultimates. Now, Haven has gone over to the Tracer, looking for a little bit more survivability, a little bit more to kind of harass the members of Gilbert's family.
Yeah, just harassing them. Haven out onto the Tracer, gonna have to duel, but finds the pickoff onto Gurkmeister. Gorilla going very low, but gets the fade away. It's stunned up, but stays up. Now on to Team 8. Can they find the pick, Haven? So close, but the Suzu is drawn out. Gorilla gonna get taken down. Team 8, the only support left, trying to keep this Tracer of Apply alive, has the Pulse Bomb, but I don't think that that Pulse Bomb is gonna be able to solve their problem. Gonna jump in, have the Pulse Bomb, sees neutral on the Kiriko, goes in the Pulse Bomb and lands onto it. Teammate gonna take out Haven as well. There's the opening Gilbert's family needed. Gorilla takes out Deco, and the copy from Taejong is not going to get them at this point. They lose it right in the end.
Massive stick there by Haven. You could just see him laser focused on that backline of Starburst, especially on the Kiriko, knowing that neutral had burned the Suzu, and a great stick there. Now, a couple stops coming over. Taejong is going to go over to the Sojourn. Starburst was able to get 2 ticks on the point. They have another minute 30 to work with. And so it is very possible. They just need to get another third of this point cap.
And just need that one tick. Taejong taking so much damage, so much poke. There's the pulse from Gorilla. So many thrown in. Muma throwing in the mines, and it's the ult from Infected zoning off the point. Muma gonna go down, and no one can walk onto the point with the mines and the Terra Surge, and Starburst taking the point.
All right, great fight win there by Starburst. Gorilla with the Moira Cola lessons can be very terrifying, and members of Starburst do go down low, but they invest both support ults. They are rewarded with the point cap, and now they have 320 to push this payload to the end of point B. Now, because they won that fight quickly, they are able to get this high ground control and make sure that Gilbert's family is not going to be able to take it.
Yeah, that was the big strength of Starburst defense, is that they took that high ground and they really never let go. Muma diving in, gonna take some damage. Pulse Bomb thrown wide by Apply. Apply nearly goes down. Gurkmeister throwing the tire in. Taejong eyes to the sky, trying to find it. Will they find it in time? It's gonna come in over the top and take them down. The Gilbert family is gonna take control of this high ground. That's a crucial loss for Starburst.
Luckily for Starburst, Gilbert's family did invest a few ults there to win out that team fight, and they were able to just play under the high ground and keep that payload moving the whole time. So they have 230 to work with, another half a point B to move it, and they do have the Kiriko ultimate as well as a pulse to work with, and as Sojourn Overclock coming up soon. And so very, very winnable map.
Very winnable indeed. Starburst pushing forward neutral. Has this Kitsune Rush, like you were talking about, the ult for Starburst are pretty big. Just a matter of when they use them, but they already have lost Taejong. Neutral getting fired upon from above, and Gurkmeister's gonna find that opening play. And that's all they need. Infected, struggling, doesn't have any support online. Gonna get the damage into the Moira, but won't stay alive to finish the fight.
Oh, that's tough. The thing about Kiriko is she has a lot of different escape options. She can survive forever. But when you TP away, you leave your teammate to die. So poor Taejong there, left by his lonesome, has a ball on him, unfortunately isn't able to survive. Now, lots of ults coming up on both sides. This is certainly going to be, I think, a lot of ults invested here. And we see the Kiriko v Tracer duel happening on point.
Kiriko v Tracer, there's the Tracer throwing the Pulse Bomb, not going to find anything in the kill feed for that. Kitsune Rush thrown in from neutral, Taejong as well with the ult over top. Neutral, the first pick through. Can Muma stay alive? Both Tracers gone, but Muma goes down in the end. This isn't looking good for Gilbert's family. They need to get that a pick. They need to get something to go through here. They have the Kitsune Rush, and it's gonna get thrown over top. A lot of damage thrown in from Gurkmeister. They're 11 HP and a Dream. They need to start pushing payload and contesting 2.16 meters. Starbursts are all out of gas, though no ultimates. Muma switching onto the Malga and really putting out the damage with those two twin guns. Staying alive, Gurkmeister, the next up to the ult. Taejong's gonna go down. Gurkmeister so low, but stays alive in the end. That crucially doesn't make it a trade, just makes it that pick. Gilbert's family still staying alive. It's the one last point. Gurkmeister has the tire, is gonna get it in onto Deco. Again, that big pick, and Deco's not gonna be there for the final fight. A few meters away is Starburst. Gilbert's family holding on. Overtime Wick will tick through. Gurkmeister hacked up and taken down by the virus. Can they keep it going? Starburst got one. They need more. Pulse Bomb waiting for apply. Infected's going to go down. The damage too much. TM8 landing 2. TM8 going to get taken out though. Losing that. The Pulse Bomb thrown out by apply. Nothing in the kill feed for it. Deco gone. And Muma and apply combining together, coming through and putting a stop to the run. There will be no reverse sweep. There will be no stars. Gilbert's family move on to the semifinals.
Oh, that last fight was so close. I think something probably no one saw coming. Muma goes over to the Mauga, which we haven't really seen since his release earlier this season. But Mauga, especially with his E, has so much strong brawl potential and can just live and as well as help his team with that healing capability. And so there, oh my god, and Gurkmeister with the tire is just so dangerous. Poor Deco taking tires to the face again and again throughout this series. It is just such a strong ultimate to clear off that point. Taejong there makes that over to the Sombra, does a great job of protecting that point last minute, even getting a hit. But unfortunately, it's just not enough. And Starburst really kept it an amazing series, kept it a close series. I was really hoping for the 5-mapper, but unfortunately they weren't able to close out Hollywood. And Gilbert's family is going to be moving on to the semifinals.
That they are, and it's a well-deserved play. Gilbert's family bringing out a bit of a non-traditional composition, but doing incredibly well and doing incredibly coordinated maneuvers with it. So quite a deserved push to the semifinals. They're going to get quite the break as well, as we've got a full docket of matches coming up between them and their next match. So they're going to have a few hours to take a breath and see if they can look at their potential next opponent. As Starburst, though, it's all over for them. They go out top 8 in that 5th to 8th position. So no more games for them, but a valiant effort from Infected and the rest of the squad. I think Infected especially came alive on those last 2 maps and showed us why he's such a household name when you're talking about young tanks.
Yeah, great job there by Starburst, really showing a lot of life, a lot of fight left in them. So they should be proud of themselves. You know, it's one of those things where these maps could have gone either way. It was so close. So it really was a great match in the end. Gilbert's family is able to move on, but you're right, it's not the end of the day just yet. Our next match is going to be Shikigami versus Crazy 88s. And, you know, I'm curious of all these teams. I'm sure a lot of these teams are warming up for their matches, but I wonder if any of them are doing some scouting in stream. Because for whoever is playing Gilbert's family, you know, I imagine and I hope someone watched this stream, because Gilbert's family is playing a lot of unorthodox comps. And it is going to catch teams off guard. It is going to be tough for teams to figure out. But Starburst, towards the end there, was starting to figure it out. And so maybe that gives teams an idea of how to deal with Muma on that ball, apply on that Tracer or that Ashe, that Junkrat in your backline, as well as that Moira. And so, no matter what, I think that next match that Gilbert's family is going to play is going to be a lot of fun. But next up, we do have Crazy 88 versus Shikigami. This is going to, I'll take a bet. I think we're going to see some more traditional comps. We're going to take a short break, but don't go anywhere just yet. The next match is coming up soon.
One team already has their ticket to the semifinals. Now, one more will send themselves to glory. Welcome back to the Iliad Invitational. Hello and welcome back. My name is K-Wing, here still with Ashen. And like you heard, we've got Shikigami versus the Crazy 88s. And we've got two teams also looking to get themselves to the semifinals, but on the other side of the bracket. So these teams are not going to go on to face Gilbert's family, but we've got to look at the bracket here. They're going to go on to face the winner of Inarizaki and Artemis. Both teams pushing through, and we've got quite an interesting look at that bracket. Timeless Obsidian and Strix already showing off and showing up. Gilbert's family, that first team to push themselves through, and I'm so sorry. I found myself muted in the Discord and forgot to unmute. So you couldn't hear me, Ashton. I'm sorry.
That's okay. I was just gonna absolutely wing it, and hopefully pray we didn't say the same thing.
I have made a mistake. I have made a thorough lapse in judgment.
That's all right. We're gotta keep me on my toes, right?
back on it. Shikigami and Crazy 88s. I mean, what can you say about Shikigami that hasn't been said before? A team that has been through the entirety of a lot of Overwatch competition, and they have done incredibly well.
Absolutely. So first we're going to see the lineup for Shikigami. It's going to be Walex, Talisman, Solo, Graveyard, and Len. And now both these teams, I don't know if you mentioned it, so, someone let me know if, because I wasn't able to hear it, but both these teams had some tough matches yesterday. Yesterday was the round of 16 single elim, and both these teams squeaked out a victory 3-2. So I'm sure, might have had to take the time to recover, had some tough matches. I'm sure they were really thankful to make it out with the win and make it to today. And so these two teams, I think it's going to be a close match. I'm super excited to see them play. And now soon we're going to get a preview of Crazy 88's lineup as well.
Yeah, for Crazy 88, you got the DPS line of Jutsu and Melophobia. You got Dust on the tank with Bolton Cake and Ryan Guy rounding out the support line. It's an interesting roster, and I do recognize that name of Bolton Cake, specifically recognizing him. I'm not sure where from, because to be honest, He didn't put in any additional information, but it's a name that I recognize, and I feel like a few people recognize as well.
When you've been around Overwatch long enough, you just start recognizing everyone's names, even in Tier 3, and especially at the top of Tier 3. We've seen these two teams a lot in different Open Division, different Tier 3 third-party tournaments. And so great to see them here today, and very excited for the match. I've definitely seen a lot of these names before, have scrimmed against them, so it's fun to take on this role to be casting them as well. And so we are going to be jumping into map very shortly. The first map is going to be Control, and the map pick is going to be Busan.
Busan is... I think Busan is always a great litmus test for any sort of match. Any team composition can kind of work there, but it really shows me how you see the game. It's, I think, the map equivalent of the Rorschach test, where they show you a blot of ink and say, what do you see? When you look at Busan downtown, what do you see? Do you see a brawl map? Do you see a dive map? What do you see, and what are you going to try and bring out? We're going to be starting off on Shrine, but I'm interested to see what these teams are going to be playing throughout the match.
That's the nature of Busan. There are 3 different control points, of course, but they're so different. This one, as we see on Shrine, oftentimes offers a lot of poke. You can also run dive on it as well as brawl. And so we're getting a preview of these 2 teams. It looks like both of them are opting for the Junker Queen, so it'll be interesting to see if it's a rear matchup and see how they play against each other. Now we see Dust typing in the team chat. You gotta see this. And you know, the Blizzard Overwatch team put in the emotes here for a reason.
It's an incredible start. And of course, you got Bolton Cake bringing out the anti-fragile dance as well, because why not? You just love these teams being a little silly at the start of this game. As already, we've got Shikigami taking position on the point and getting these long sight lines. Crazy 88s taking control. We got both Junker Queen compositions with a very different DPS line, with the Ashe versus the Sojourn. Bit of damage ramp up versus the burst damage. Can Dabialek find those shots, or is it going to be Jutsu with a bit more consistent damage? Finding that pressure, as there goes the axe swing from Dust, pushing in aggressively, just playing around that central pillar. Bolton Cake, the first to find the pick. Then Jutsu gonna follow up. Now Dust and the rest of the Crazy 88s are gonna push in and take out the rest of Shikigami.
Wow, that was interesting to see. A lot of interesting rotations there. Basically, a rotate around the entire map. And also with the Junker Queen comp, there's a lot of different duels taking place. So we see Genji Lucio trying to off angle. You have your hit scan also playing at a different off angle. You could also see a Kiriko kind of flanking. And so it's all about the different angles and trying to get the other team to use important cooldowns, such as a shout, such as a TP or a Suzu, such as a deflect or dash, because those are go buttons for the other team to look for engages. And here, with Crazy 88s in control, Bolton Cake is going to get that first Kiriko ult and stop Shikigami's push.
Yeah, and Dabialek going down early means that Shikigami are going to be caught behind enemy lines in a 4v5, and Crazy 88s can keep them there as long as they want. Bolton Cake, though, needs to be a safe graveyard, popping the Kitsune Rush, trying to equalize up for Shikigami as you have the return of this team. Talisman going low, finding the pick onto Jutsu. There's the Rampage from Dust, gonna land in onto 2, and it's the beat to keep everyone else up, and Talisman gonna find 2 with the blade.
Ooh, several ults invested in there. Shikigami, even though they lose one early, they use that Kiriko ult to try and stabilize and turn that fight around, and they are rewarded with that fight win. Talisman there uses the blade, trying his best to kill a Kiriko, but we know Kiriko has so much survivability, it can be so frustrating, but finally he is able to get that pick. And so Shikigami is able to flip over the map. However, Crazy 88s does have both DPS ults as well as a beat.
Yeah, Jutsu going to be the opening ultimate beat used against the Bob, which is an interesting one. It means that Solo's ult might be a bit free here. So Solo gonna rush right through, gonna land in onto 2. Dustin Ryan guy gonna suffer the consequences. Melophobia will only land onto 1.
Nice Bob there to counter Jutsu's overclock and Solo's Queen ult there to clean up that fight. So a bit of a heavy investment from Crazy 88s. They used 3 ults only to Shikigami's 2. However, there's Kiriko ults coming up online, and percentage there's still some cushion to work with for Crazy 88s. Probably 2 more fights.
Yeah, but they're going into this fight completely dry in terms of ultimates. They've gotten maybe the Kitsune Rush, but Graveyard is going to be way earlier than Bolting takes. So if they know this, if they tracked it, they can push right in, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Early Kitsune Rush, and the aggression unfettered from Shikigami. Bolting Cake going to go down at 99% to the Kitsune Rush. No ults on the board for the Crazy 88, and it's going to be Shikigami's game to win, and they are going to take advantage.
Nice patience there by Shikigami, waiting for Crazy 88s to engage before using that Kiriko ult. And that's the advantage of when you have the Kiriko ult on one side and you don't have it on the other side. Now, Crazy 88s was taking their time trying to set that up, trying to make sure their Genji and Lucio was on a different angle. But unfortunately, they lose out that fight. Percentage is ticking up to 90%. This is last fight territory. Luckily, they do have a Kitsune to work with.
And they're going to use it immediately. Try and do the exact same thing Shikigami did to them, but a good disengage from Shikigami. They know their game. They're at overtime now, and they have a beat and a blade combo and nothing defensive for the Crazy 88s to use against it. If Talisman can land onto Bolting Take, it might just be all over. There's the Rampage. Lennon gonna get Ajaxed! That's a devastating loss. Talisman needs something huge here from the blade, and there's nothing appearing in the kill feed. 17 HP and gonna get taken down. An incredible turnaround from the Crazy 88s from a great JQ ult. Gets them round 1.
Oh, that's such a tough Ajax by Len. I know, he had the beat. He was waiting for Dust Queen ult, and when you're planning out fight planning in advance, you're saying I'm gonna beat the JQ ult, so it's so tough to lose that while trying to ult. That's why as a Lucio, you have to play back, make sure you're not in a place where you can get Ajax. But that was so close, 99 to 100. Crazy 88s is able to get up that first hit. And this is a lot of fun. After last match, sometimes watching the mirror can be a lot of fun. So great job by both these teams. We are going to be moving over to the second point. Now, this is the indoor point of Busan. And so we usually see a lot of brawl because holding that choke, these long hallways and holding that choke is super strong. And both these teams know exactly what I'm talking about. They're going to opt for the Ram Brawl Mirror.
Yeah, the Ram Brawl Mirror gonna square off Dust, trapped behind the wall, has to pop Nemesis form and just hold, block, and hope. At this point, Immortality Field out for the Crazy 88. It's gonna let them push in a bit more aggressive. Shikigami knows that utility gone. They're in a bit of a lurch right now. Talisman goes low, has to pop the cryo. Staying alive and staying up. Devastating brawl. It's Talisman first to fall, and the rest of Shikigami is going to fall right after the wall, going to keep the rest of Shikigami out, and going to section off Solo with an incredible Ravenous Vortex.
All right, the thing about Ram Brawl is there's a lot going on in your screen. There's the Ram Shield, there's the Ram Slow, there's Ram punching you, there's the Mei Wall, there's Ice Block, there's tons of stuff going on. And so the key thing about this comp, especially as the Ramatra, is you're always trying to play second. You're trying to use your cooldown second. This comp is really about the cooldown phase. And so Shikigami there tries to, goes for the bait, and then re-engages in this long hallway. Crazy 88s doesn't fall for the bait though, and but Shikigami is able to get out of this hallway and get space.
Both Immortality Fields out and gone. Walls thrown out. A lot of cleave thrown through. Solo, so much HP gone in a moment. The beat has to come out. Solo gonna get frozen up, and I don't think that beat's gonna keep them up. There's dust rolling through. Takes out Graveyard and looking for more. Good LOS from Shikigami, but Solo out there alone. Jutsu gonna get taken down, traded out quickly. Dust just bringing the Fists of Fury.
Lots of ults used there. 4 from the side of Crazy 88s. They just have an overclock to work with, and they're walking into an overclock as well as a Mei ult. They are rewarded. They know how important it is to maintain control of the point and try and make it one fight territory. Talisman walking up, trying to get this Mei ult and trying to make it big.
It needs to be massive. Talisman in the middle of things, but W Alex finds the pick onto Rhine Guy with the ult. Solo and Talisman. That's incredible for Shikigami. They hold on to the Blizzard and win it out with just the overclock.
Yeah, great job there. Great discipline by Talisman to hold on to that Blizzard. As soon as Wellix overclocked, Dust saw that as a go button to go into Nemesis form and try to punch him down. But when you're 1v5ing, that can be pretty tough. And so Solo goes down, or Dust goes down there, unfortunately. And now they are trying to regain this hallway, but it's so tough walking into a Mei ult. And they look for the bait, looking to take a different angle and try and catch the team off guard.
They're gonna get split up, and the Ramatra's gonna get caught in the Blizzard. Immortality can't save you for long. Solo's just gonna be bringing the thunder, taking out 2 in the end.
Yeah, like I talked about, that Mei ult is just so strong. Even if you have a beat, even if you have a lamp, it can be tough to keep your team alive. So great fight win there by Shikigami. They're ticking up to 50% very shortly. Now, Crazy 88s, they have several ults of their own, as well as 2 DPS ults. And so let's see if they can try and invest their ults wisely and turn this fight around.
Jutsu over on the side. A great wall from Talisman won't keep them up for long. They're just going to get run over, and Jutsu's on the angle, getting to shutting down Shikigami. A great play from Crazy.
Well, great play indeed. That's the thing about the Sojourner, knowing you're always looking for that soft off angle in this comp and making sure you're in a place where you can't get punished. Because this is a brawl comp. Teams are looking to try and play together, but that off angle can really catch teams off guard.
Jutsu gonna take down Solo, 2 big picks. Jutsu again! An incredible play. Takes out the rest of Shikigami, and the Crazy 88s take first map fairly convincingly.
Well done by Crazy 88s, showing their flexibility running both the Junker Queen comp as well as the Ramatra comp. Both these teams are playing really well. I think Crazy 88's play is just a little bit cleaner, able to get a little bit more value out of their ultimates. So well done there. But this is just map 1. And if this map is any indication, this is going to be a very close match.
I completely see it. I think Shikigami has some really close stuff in them. I mean, we saw the end of that first round there, where Len's Ajax was just what Crazy 88s needed to push it over the edge. And it's that if that beat had gone off, I feel comfortable saying that we could have seen it be 1-1 at the end of that map. But with just that one ult lost, it meant Shikigami couldn't push in. They couldn't be as aggressive as they wanted, and they lost their Lucio, a valuable member of the team regardless. So Shikigami in a rough position. They do have next map pick, and I think they really do need to win this one, because not only have we seen so many times, actually every single time, every match that I've been on, anytime a team drops 2-0, it is darn near impossible for them to turn it around and bring it back with the reverse sweep. And if they win here, it means that the map pick that goes to the Crazy 88s is Flashpoint. And I think that's probably your least valuable map pick. Would you like to go to this Flashpoint map? No. Then you're going to the other Flashpoint map. You're either going New Junk City or Saravasa. So winning on the next map means everything for Shikigami. It's their map pick, trying to even it up 1-1, and they're taking us to the Shambali Monastery.
That's so funny. Your point about Flashpoint, picking Flashpoint not being that exciting. That is true. As so, Overwatch team, if you're listening, we're all hoping and praying for another Flashpoint map and hopefully something that gives us a little bit more variety. Although I have to say, when Flashpoint first came out, I think a lot of people had a lot of frustration, especially when playing it in ranked. But over time, people have gotten better at knowing how to play the map. So I think it's become more liked over time. Now, that first map, it was so close. I agree. It could have been the difference of a beat. It could have been like, that's the thing when these teams are so evenly matched. It's all about those tiny micro mistakes that can be the difference. It's just being a little bit cleaner, playing a little bit better as a team. And that's why we saw Crazy 8 rewarded with that win on that first map. Now, Shikigami has picked Bali Monastery. This is more of a poke map, more of a brawl map. And so, as expected, I'm seeing Shikigami run the Ram Comp. The Ram Comp has seen a lot of play on this map. It is quite strong. Crazy 80s, I will bet you they are trolling us. Melophobia on the junk. They watched that last match with Gilbert's family, but I'm sure there will be some swaps. I think we might end up in a bit of a mirror. But in the meantime, make sure to follow Iliad on Iliad Esports on Twitch as well as Twitter. We're streaming all of the matches this weekend, and really a huge thank you to them for organizing this tournament for the community.
Very incredible stuff that they've been doing as Shikigami, looking for an incredible play. They are rolling out on the Ana, looking for a little bit of what we would call the old pulled pork back in Overwatch 1, but no hooks to be found. Swapping back onto a complete and total mirror like you expected. Now rolling out and rolling through the Crazy 88s, looking to wall off Dust. In a bit of trouble, but stays up and stays alive through it. Talisman forced to pop an early cryo freeze. Gonna get taken out. Melophobia landing onto 2. And that's gonna be Crazy 88s. Not phased at all by the close hold.
Yeah, a lot of teams like to go for a close cold here on Shambali, just trying to stop the payload and burn as much time off the clock as possible. But you have Dust punching everyone to death, and so they are able to break that close hold fairly quickly. I bet Shikigami wish they could have held it for longer. And so now we're in the mirror. We've gotten it past this corner, but this corner is a tough one, and we see Shikigami engaging quickly onto Jutsu, who's caught out of position.
Oh, Jutsu is in some trouble. Takes out Len, but is gonna get taken out themselves with Bolting Cake going down as well. There's nothing they can do. Oh, Dust. Dust is just in jail right now. There's nothing you can do. Talisman, though, gonna take a lot of damage. Graveyard goes down. It's some even trades. The cart is going to get stopped, but can Shikigami hold?
Great trade there onto Graveyard. That means Shikigami is going to have to hold back a little bit and make sure they taxi their back. So that's the thing about this comp. The Sojourn is looking for an off angle, looking to, farm that rail and provide a big threat. But Shikigami sees Jutsu out of position immediately. Great job to them for seeing that as the button to engage is able to get that punish.
Oh, Talisman with the Blizzard. It takes out Dust. Melophobia is just in trouble. Throws the Blizzard onto Solo. They're stuck in the corner. The Immortality Field's going to keep them alive. But their head's in the corner. You can't shoot the head if it's right next to a wall and their back's in the way. Incredibly smart for Solo. Keeps themselves alive and keeps Shikigami in the game.
Shikigami is happy for that trade. They were able to get the Mei ult out, and they only had to invest a back window, which is a quickly farming ult. And so ults invested in both sides. There's an overclock, there's a window, and Crazy 88 gets the first pick onto Talisman.
Dust just running into the back line. Lands onto W. Alex. Graveyard pushing in. Jutsu landing onto 2. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, great fight there by Crazy 88s, especially with that window and that Ram ult to clean it up. And they are rewarded with this first point cap. With Shambali, it is, I think it can be a pretty polarizing map. I think it's one of the most beautiful maps in the game, but a lot of people find it very frustrating because there are so many full holds on each of these points. Now, Shikigami going for a close point defense. They invest the overclock to try and stop progress on this point as quickly as possible.
The beat is an interesting play. Len throws out the beat as well, gonna get killed for it. Not looking good. Solo running through, takes out Ryan Guy and chasing down the rest of the Crazy 88. Going to go in way too deep and gonna lose their life. Melophobia going to go down. It's just one pick for the Crazy 88, but it might just be enough.
That's the tough thing about the Ramacha comp is you have to figure out what distance you can play. Because if you're too close, the Ramacha is going to just pop Nemesis form and get that 20% speed boost and run it down on your backline. I know, as a flex support player, especially playing the BAP, it is your worst nightmare having the enemy Ram just run at you. And so Solo runs it down, goes for the trade, gets 2 picks, is able to really help progress on this cart. And now we're in this narrow hallway, which can be so hard to break through. And it can be a bit of a stalemate, reminds us of Colosseo, that neutral point where teams are just waiting for picks to come out.
2 blizzards come through, Dust the only one frozen up. Melophobia goes down, Ryan Guy next to fall. The rest of the Crazy 88s go down, and Shikigami finally puts a stop. But this is a really tough part to get through. You get through the hardest part of point A, and you're in an even harder part of point B. It's a tough one.
It is. Shikigami is winning out all of these team fights, which is really important. But one thing I'm noticing is they are investing heavily. In that prior fight, they invested 3 ults, and this one they invested that Mei ult as well as that window. Walex needs to farm up this overclock as quickly as possible as Crazy 88s routes over to Coast on the right side, and they have 3 ults to work with. So this is going to be tough for Shikigami to try and win out.
Tough to say the least, especially losing Talisman that early. Alex goes down, you don't have that overclock in. Solo is not going to get up to their ult quick enough to really push through, though Ranga goes down. Graveyard gonna get traded out. It's not gonna be worth it for Solo to invest. Going to use the Nemesis form to stall out, but Jutsu is there.
Shikigami knows Crazy 88 has a lot of ults, so they're just trying to stall this cart as long as possible so they can take another fight before the end of point B. They are able to force out the window, but that's it, and Crazy 88 is coming into 3 ults. Shikigami, luckily, during that time, was able to build up their ults as well. So 30 seconds left. They are going to have another fight here right before the end of point B.
Oh, Jutsu's on the off angle. Doesn't get the headshot on Alex, but it'll finish them off with a second shot. And that's incredible. Alex doesn't pop the ult, but it's only 1 pick going through. It's Solo, and Solo is not enough on their own. Crazy 88 still have some time on the bank. They're playing with house money right now.
Jutsu, time and time again, showed it on Busan, is showing us on this, on Shambali as well. The flanking overclock. It seems like Walex, it seemed like Jutsu had peaked, but Walex just missed it, and unfortunately, Shikigami was just caught off guard. And so Crazy 88's just investing that overclock. They trust in their hit scan DPS to get the picks. They are able to cap point B.
Alex now with the overclock, lands it onto Ryan Guy immediately, and that's the pick they need as the Crazy 88s are up creek without a paddle. They're gonna get run over. Melophobia throws out the blizzard down too. It's not gonna land onto a single person, and that is a fight-winning ult thrown into the void.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that Mei ult. Sometimes there's fat fingers, sometimes we just eat one and throw a prayer out there. Unfortunately, Fully doesn't get much with that, but they do have 3 ults coming up. 30 seconds left. Shambali, there's a lot of ults at this point. It feels like time ticks up so quickly. And
oh, Talisman goes down. Solo landing too. Gonna take out that immortality field, and it is the Ram ult, and the damage is gonna be pumped through both, holding that right click, just putting out the damage with the purple. It's enough to get them to this overtime, but can they keep Alex alive? They'll stay up. Jutsu now onto the Widowmaker, throwing out a prayer. can't land onto Len, but W Alex goes down anyway. Just holding those long sight lines, pushing Shikigami back and back and back. There's Dust popping the Nemesis form onto Talisman. Can they land? Immortality Field keeps Talisman up, but Solo goes down. Bolting Cake finds that opening pick. Len next, and the card's still moving.
Massive picks by Crazy 88. This is a massive overtime push. It was looking so close. It was looking like Shikigami was able to hold, but Crazy 88's play patient, and they have a nail, which is going to zone all of Shikigami off the points.
That's devastating. There's just not enough time for Shikigami to touch. That's devastating.
That is tough. It was looking like they were going to be able to hold before the end of point C, but Crazy 88 just proves too clutch, and they are able to cap that payload. Shambali is so tough to try and cap, and so Shikigami certainly has their work cut out for them.
Indubitably, they have worked out so incredibly hard. There's no other word for it. It's going to be a mountain to climb here for Shikigami, literally and metaphorically. It's hard to get past point A of Shambali. It's harder to get past point B. It's dang near impossible to full cap. And Crazy 88s have done it. No time on the bank, but just doing it at all is incredible.
Crazy 88's showing how clutch they are, and especially in these stressful situations. So well done there, rewarded with the cap. The whole team crouch walking towards spawn, looking for that close hold that we often see. And it'll be interesting to see if Shikigami is going to be able to break out of it as quickly as Crazy 88's broke out of Shikigami's defensive close hold.
And already Melophobia goes down. That's a big start. Traded out for W Alex, but W Alex is going to be back in just a few moments. And that May is not going to be back for a while. Multiple people trapped in that small room, and Solo's just going to ram right through them, take them out quickly and efficiently, and just 30 seconds dispensed on that close hold. Same as Crazy 88.
I have to say, I spoke it into existence. Shikigami heard what I was saying, did a great job breaking through that close hold, especially getting that first pick immediately onto Crazy 88's. Now, slowly getting this payload moving, Shikigami leaves their Lucio on card, is trying to set up to try and have as much space as possible. Crazy 88 goes through that flip through the green room and actually flips the point into what is typically attacker's position.
This is an interesting play as Shikigami now holds a bit of an advantageous position. They're able to have a bit better coverage. Jutsu landing the headshot onto W Alex, but not getting that kill in the end. Melophobia forced to bring out the Cryo Freeze Talisman, putting a lot of damage into Bolting Cake. Melophobia gets taken down. Solo opens up the trade for W Alex. That has been the name of the game. Dust gonna get walled off and taken down. Graveyard, though, gonna pencil jump and get taken down. Not looking good. Bolting Cake, though, even up. It's scrappy fights so far, but scrappy fights have been going the way of Shikigami so far.
Yeah, Shikigami is unfazed by that swap, is able to win out that team fight and get those picks. And now, here, the ultimates are coming up online, so expecting a lot of ultimates invested, especially at the end of point A. Teams know how important it is and how valuable it is to try and hold this payload. So, Crazy 88 drops down, is trying to hold this at corner.
Early Blizzard's gonna get Dust shredded through, and not even Jutsu with the ult can save them. They'll get the pick onto W Alex, but it just won't do them a single thing. And they can even win this fight. It won't matter. Their spawns are just too close. It'll just be staggers now from Melophobia and the rest of the Crazy 88s.
Great fight win there by Shikigami. They can breathe a sigh of relief as they've capped point A and have nearly 4 minutes to work with. So a bit of a faster pace than Crazy 88s, but you know, Shambali is such a tough map. And so Dust trying to hold onto this corner. Oh my god, but Graveyard gets picked off first by Jutsu yet again.
And Dust is going to just push forward, chase down the rest of Shikigami. This is an aggressive chase. Good stuff from Len to get out, but WAlex is not going to have the same luck.
Easy fight win there, and that is just the power of Sojourn. When you have a rail and you get a pick, especially on the enemy Baptiste, who is, it's so important to have that sustain, especially for your Ram, who's going to take a lot of poke if he pushes up. So Shikigami disengages quickly. Luckily, Len didn't stagger there, and Crazy 88 is trying to hold this corner.
Early ult from WAlex looking to push through. Talisman goes low and doesn't get the beat. That's a crucial miss there. Talisman is going to die because of it. The Blizzard freezes Alex up. Bolting Cake is going to go down solo. Lands picks onto 2. There's an opening now. Graveyard low gonna get taken out, and that's gonna be the it for Shikigami. Well, I say that. Jutsu in a bit of trouble, and so is the rest of the Crazy 88s. Ryan Guy gonna go low and going to go down. Now it's just a fight onto Dust, and they're actually gonna win it out solo. An incredible play.
Wow, it was looking like a bit of a questionable play when Solo pressed Q because he had lost a couple members of his team. But that actually, it's moments like that. Sometimes these plays can end up being brilliant after. Sometimes they can end up being a throw after. In that moment, Solo had a play of brilliance and was able to turn that fight around and get this payload moving. So great work by Shikigami, able to read the situation and knowing what to do.
Jutsu gonna get the first opening pick, and Dust following up soon after. These two have been one after another this entire night, and nothing changing with that fight.
Yeah, Jutsu has been showing such a dominant performance on this on this Sojourn. Every single overclock has been netting kills and picks, especially the flanking ones that catch the enemy team off guard. So great defensive hold here by Crazy 88. Only 110 on the clock for Shikigami to push. They do have a Mei ult to work with, which can be incredibly valued to really zone the cart and isolate a target.
The Mei ult is a fight-winning ult, to say the least. But Shikigami, they really need to push through. They don't have a lot of time. They need this full completion, and it's a difficult one, but WAlex has got something big planned. Takes out Ryan Guy with the ult. Immortality field drawn out. Alex is going to get taken down, but has he done their job? The Blizzard thrown in pretty late in the fight, but it'll seal the deal for Shikigami. I have to ask, though, Ashen, was that an overinvestment?
I agree. Probably didn't need the Blizzard there, but they only invested the overclock, so investing a second ult isn't the worst thing because they know the importance of capping point B. But WAlex has heard us talking about Jutsu, says, I can do it too, on the flank, pops the overclock, gets 2 picks, so well done there. They get the payload moving, and they get the first opening pick.
A massive opening pick, taking out Jutsu. There's the Blizzard thrown in. It's gonna freeze up Solo. Can Solo stay alive through it? Is the healing there? WAlex is gonna take out Ryan Guy. That's a massive pick. The Blizzard doesn't get any kills. It's Ryan Guy the first to fall. Crazy 88 pushing through. There's the window from Graveyard, dumping out that damage, and Solo gonna find it. Bolting Cake taken down late, and this is great for Shikigami.
Great support and peel from the backline of Shikigami to keep Solo up alive there, who was blizzarded. And so Graveyard pops that window, is able to clean up members of Crazy 88s, and they are getting this payload moving. Crazy 88s respawning, looking for that touch.
Yeah, and they have just a few more meters up. Oh, Solo going very low, but will stay alive. Beat is ready and waiting. Both similar ults for these teams. Ryan Guy going low. It's the Beat, and it's the Annihilation. One needs to come out on top. First ult comes in from Crazy 88, so advantage towards Shikigami. Can they take a hold of this advantage and push through? It's Jutsu first to fall. Time ticking down for Shikigami. Now the Blizzard thrown in onto cart. Solo's gonna land on Camelophobia. Push in, and WAlex to take another to seal it off. And not only does Shikigami finish the map, they finish with time on the board, throwing a haymaker. onto the face of Crazy 88.
This is such a close map. Both teams are able to finish with time. Shikigami only gets 12 seconds more onto the clock. As we move over into the highlights, a great job by both teams. I think on Shikigami's attack there, really great work by W Alex with getting value on those overclocks, Graveyard with the windows, and especially Solo. I think Solo does such a good job knowing when to prop Nemesis form, run it down into enemy backline, also knowing when to use Ramatra ult to turn fights where they have a disadvantage into one that they can win out. So really well done. I think Solo had a little bit of an upper hand in this second half of the map, but these teams are so close. This map could go either way. I'm excited to watch these overtime pushes.
I'm incredibly excited to watch these overtime pushes. I mean, we talked about finishing the map. We talked about how finishing point A is difficult in itself. Finishing point B, seemingly impossible. Finishing the map, a Herculean task. Finishing the map with time. Goodness gracious, Shikigami have thrown everything they've got into this. And now all the pressure on the Crazy 88s as the doors open, a minute on the clock. And we've got this close hold coming in from Shikigami again.
What's interesting is Shikigami actually doesn't hold immediately next to spawn. They give a little bit of space, I think, looking to scout before they go push up for that hold. But unfortunately, they've lost W Alex immediately.
And that's a big loss. And everyone's just going to fall to their knees. I think W Alex might have gotten hit by a stray icicle, as he put in chat, yummy icicles.
We've all taken those icicles to the head, and it can be so frustrating. You think Mei is a projectile character, you think she's not that scary, you can take the 1v1, but then you take a dome to the head, and then you're dead immediately. So unfortunately, Shikigami loses that close hold out early, but they are looking to try and hold this card at corner.
They're trying so hard here, and I think it's going to be a matter of who gets to this window first. Bolting K currently winning that race. That first ult can be so deadly. Crazy 88 pushing forward. Shikigami's holding them and trying so incredibly hard at this choke. Graveyard so low. Gonna get taken down by Bolting K. That's a massive pick and a massive loss. Bolting K going to win that competition, get to the window, but doesn't need to even use it.
Ooh, we saw members of Shikigami pressing W, especially that front line, looking to get a pick onto the enemy team of Crazy 88s, but they have the strength of that corner. They can just drop back, and with that whole team in kind of a brawl deathball formation, they don't lose anyone, and instead they're actually able to get the pick on the enemy back. Now this is overtime, and overtime spawns take much longer, so I don't think Shikigami is going to be able to touch, but they're certainly going to be able to look for a close fight on this corner.
They're 100% going to take this close fight. It's going to be an ulta-palooza on this point. I'm looking at the blizzards from Talisman and Melophobia. If Talisman can land a blizzard true, then maybe we could see a bit of a 4C9. There's the blizzard thrown in from Melophobia first. Frozen up is Talisman, but 3 frozen from the Crazy 88s. Is there any follow-up? It's the beat, and Jutsu and Graveyard gonna take them down. Jutsu getting 2 before anything. Jutsu landing a 3rd and gonna finish off with 3 to keep it rolling.
Massive wall there from the maze to, we saw that one from Melophobia to really isolate that front line of the Mei and Ram on the enemy team and then throw that Blizzard in. And then Ryan Guy clutching up with the beat is able to keep his team alive through the Blizzard, and they're able to win out that fight. Now Shikigami does have 3 ults to work with, and they're walking into just a Ram ult, so they should be able to win this out.
Emphasis on should. Overtime going so big. Len gets Ajax! That's a massive loss, but Solo's running through with the Annihilation. Gonna take 1, gonna take 2. You best believe there's gonna be 3. Now it's just Solo and Dust, but it won't see the end of the fight. It's gonna be Dust going down. And there you have it. That's as far as they can go, but 86 meters is a devastating time.
True, that was a massive overtime push, and Solo, like his name says, I'm gonna do it solo. I don't care if my Lucio Ajax, I'm gonna press Q, I'm gonna run it down, and I'm gonna get a 4K. So well done there by Solo. Shikigami is able to hold, but that was a massive overtime push by Crazy 88s. Shikigami certainly has their work cut out for them.
Their work cut out for them indeed. A minute 12 seconds to not only push through the deadly streets of point A, but point B as well. Almost the entire map in between them and victory. And we already talked about how important keeping this even is for Shikigami. If they want it, they've got a golden box of victory. They just need to push through some of the hardest chokes in the game. As the time ticks down, this attack for Shikigami is everything.
Okay, Crazy 88. And honestly, all of these close holds, we've seen 3 throughout this map, have not been particularly successful. We'll see if Crazy 8 is able to do a better job. We see W Alex on a flank while his front line goes towards the left. They aren't able to get an immediate first pick this time. And we see Solo already running it down in the Nemesis form, is able to push the members of Crazy 88's back.
Immortality Field goes down, Melophobia taken out, but so is Graveyard. That's a big loss. Bolton Cake taken out. W Alex, that's a massive pick to keep this going. And the sustain just isn't there. Len going to get taken out. Solo looking for the more damage. Shikigami, well, I mean, they're gonna get the push through, but they're gonna have to deal with these stragglers from the Crazy 88s.
Oh man, it was looking like Shikigami was going to be able to win that out, but without that, without their Baptiste, Solo has a hard time staying alive. So picks go both ways. Luckily, Shikigami is able to turn that fight around, but Crazy 88s does burn a lot of time off the clock. So this overtime push is going to start very, very early at that first corner on point A. And so Crazy 88s are going to have several opportunities, several fights to just win out one team fight.
Just win out the one team fight. And the first one is going to come in the difference between Overclock and Overclock. W Alex looking to charge that up first, is going to get there. Are we going to see it? We've got the window, and we've got Dust going down early. You best believe that's going to be the rest of the Crazy 88s gone in a moment. No one down for Shikigami. Only the one ult used to keep it up. We're coming into a 9 ult fight.
I know both those Baptistes are trying to farm that window as quickly as possible because it is a fast farming ult. Window is usually one of the first ults of that game. Graveyard gets the upper hand, pops the window, immediately takes down Dust. So great fight win there by Shikigami, but you're right. There's 9 ults, and Crazy 88s is going for a hold before the end of point A.
Blizzard thrown in, Talisman, the first to fall, nearly Shikigami letting it go. Len, oh, this overtime wick burning down so fast. The Blizzard burns down the Immortality Field. W Alex goes down. Jutsu collapses on top. Jutsu with another Dust to clean up. And that's the Crazy 88 getting to elimination point. 1 remains until they could book themselves their ticket to the semifinals.
Wow, what a close map. That was some great Overwatch to watch, really on both teams. Every single moment of this map was so close. I think a little bit of that difference maker there was Crazy 80s was able to have a longer close hold on that final overtime, and they were able to burn a lot of time off the clock. And so they were able to really start that overtime push earlier, and so make it hard. Crazy 88s Shikigami needed to win out 2 team fights there. And with so many ults online, you know everyone's throwing it all in the whole kitchen sink. And Crazy 88s is just able to win it out with those 5 ults in the bank.
And that's the advantage of attacking first sometimes. It's that, with that big attack, that you get 5 ults. And your enemy's going to have to use even just 1 ultimate, even just a little bit, to give you that advantage. And despite Shikigami winning with only 1 ult at that last fight before that penultimate fight, they still were down. And that 9 ult fight could have been a 10 ult fight, but Shikigami had to expend the one ultimate they needed to use. As economical as they were, you can't be more economical than just saving up all 5 ultimates and then hitting your opponent with a super combo KO.
That's true, but I think we've all had ranked game experiences where we have 5 ults and still manage to fumble it and still manage to lose. But Crazy 88s doesn't do that. Luckily, they breathe a sigh of relief. But honestly, I don't think the use of the window was the big difference maker there, because the Shikigami knows the importance of winning out that team fight. And honestly, later on, you might be able to farm a second window as well. It was just tiny, tiny moments throughout the map. Jutsu on the flank, able to get a lot of those picks with just
We've heard the song before. Crazy 88's up 2-0. One map standing between them and the semifinals. Will it end on a different note this time? The Iliad Invitational continues right here, right now. Welcome back to the stream. Crazy 88's up 2-0. One map left between them. And moving on, Shikigami backs against the wall, elimination on the line, and they have chosen Suravasa to be the site of their last stand.
It's almost like a repeat script of the first match. I think the script writers are getting lazy. Crazy 88 goes up 2-0 in the series. Shikigami picks Suravasa with their playoff lives on the line. This is single elimination, so whoever wins out this series moves on to the semifinals, and the loser, unfortunately, goes home. But these last two maps have been so close, it truly could have gone either way. And so Suravasa, I'm expecting more of a mirror matchup, probably the Ram, although we can also see the Junker Queen. And I'm hoping Shikigami took advantage of this break to really doing a little bit of more problem solving, just figuring out how they can clean up their gameplay. I would love for them to win this map. I'm always a sucker for a close series. And truly, this series has been much closer than the scoreline shows.
Completely agree. I mean, Shambali Monastery, just emblematic of that fact. A high-scoring map, you never usually see that when you talk about these newer these newer payload maps. I forgot the word payload for a second. Hoo boy, it's been one of those days. You don't.
Well, we haven't even gone to the payload.
You haven't. You don't see that usually on these payload maps. You don't see, at least in the newer ones. You're talking Circuit Royale, Shambali. Those are really hard to break through their point A and their point B. But to see it done not once but twice by both teams to get us to extra rounds is an incredible sight to see.
Exactly. You know, we've seen plenty of 0-1 scorelines on payload, and but we love a greater scoreline. You know, seeing some of those infamous 6-6, 6-7 pushes on King's Row. Oh. Very rare on Shambali, though. But that was a great map. We always love watching more as the viewers and casters at home. And so shout out to these teams for giving us a really close map, a nice long map. But we are going to move over to Flashpoint. No more payload to be had. It's just point control. And now both these teams are opting for a Junker Queen comp. I do have a slight preference for the Junker Queen comp on Flashpoint because you're brawling in more close spaces. You have folks who can get on an off angle. When you're running the Ram comp, it's a little bit harder to contest the off angles, particularly if you're playing into the Junker Queen comp. So both teams, skip the Ram comp, don't want to have to play what if and have to make swaps later, and they just opt for the Junker Queen comp that is very strong here. Now, both teams, they're approaching at different angles, and so both teams are going to be playing for these long sight lines on this first point of Flashpoint.
It's going to be a duel between W, Alex, and Jitsu. Those long sight lines really going to be advantaging the Sojourns, as well as the Graveyard and Bolton K. Kiriko's throwing the kunai across the map, seeing if they can hit ahead from far away. So far, it's the Genjis dueling in the center. Talisman off in no man's land. Can they stay alive? No, it's going to be Ryan Guy finding that early first pick. Pushing in. Len is going to go low, and Ryan Guy to find a second. This Lucio is not just a support. They are putting in the damage, getting really aggressive with it. Gonna boop in Graveyard as well. Really good play by Ryan Guy.
Yeah, Talisman there. These cooldowns being used, including the Shao, goes for the dash, but unfortunately it's taking a 1v2 against Melophobia and Reingai. And Talisman doesn't have his own Lucio pocket, so without that support, he loses the 1v2, gets picked off first, and unfortunately the rest of members of Shikigami just follow. Now, in this fight, Crazy 88s, they get a first pick, so quick, easy fight win there. Shikigami regroups, needs to make sure they don't get picked up first as they try to take another fight onto this first one.
Yeah, they get about one fight more, Shikigami, and they're coming up to the Kitsune Rush. They're coming up to it first. That's a crucial play here, and they're going to unleash it quickly. Use that commanding shout from Solo. They're coming up onto the ult, but so is Dust. Response Kitsune Rush from Bolting K. A lot of ults coming out and ready for Crazy 88's. Len going very low. Solo has the opportunity to push through. There's the Rampage, only landing onto W. Alex. Graveyard, though, gonna go down, and the Crazy 88s find the picks, find the plays, and find first flashpoint.
That's the tough part there when you lose first fight early. The enemy team is going to get their ults faster. So unfortunately, Len doesn't have the beat, isn't able to save his team after Dust uses the Junker Queen ult. So Crazy 88s is able to cap the first point of this map as they move over to the next point. However, Shikigami does have a few more ults coming online, and we're looking to take a fight early here.
A big beat to stop Solo with the Rampage goes incredibly well for Crazy 88s. They take out Solo out of position, and it is a day at the beach, so it seems, for Crazy 88s. No resistance to their attack.
Yeah, that was tough, taking that fight early before map has even unlocked. Solo uses the Queen ult, is able to get out the beat and the overclock, which is a good trade, while Shikigami has 3.5 ults walking into this fight, so they do have the upper hand. And hopefully they'll be able to use these ults effectively in turning this fight around.
Yeah, they have to turn this fight around, Shikigami. They don't want to go down 2-0 in the flashpoint. They can't do it here. There's the blade from Melophobia, outlasting so far with the beat from Len. Talisman has a blade of their own and no beat to counter it out for the Crazy 88's. Dust goes low. No slashes found so far for Talisman, trying to go in onto Melophobia. No dash reset, but one pick will come through. The Solo and W. Alex are gone. There's just nothing that they can do. Talisman's going to get punched out. Staggered.
Yeah, Ryan Guy, his name might be Ryan Guy, but he is definitely a Lucio player, as evidence there. And so that was tough. Heavy investment from both sides, but well done by Crazy 88s to not give it up. They're going to be rewarded with the second point cap here too. And so far this map has been fairly one-sided. These first 2 points have gone by so quickly. And so Shikigami is looking at their playoff lives on the line. They have to win this point in order to stay alive in this series.
And they've already lost Len. That's a big loss. They trade out, but it's just another pick coming through. Crazy 88's running through. They don't need the ult. They don't need anything. They're just taking this fight again and again. Shikigami on the back foot. They need a big turnaround now.
That's tough. It almost feels like Shikigami is losing a little bit of steam compared to the first 2 maps. I think they put off much closer fights. But here right now, we're taking fights in some early places and we're getting picked off first. Shikigami really needs to keep up their gameplay, making sure they're not getting picked off first by Jutsu, who has just been so dominant on this Sojourn.
Yeah, dominant Sojourn thus far from Jutsu. Has the overclock. There's the Kitsune Rush gonna run through. Dust might just be looking for that Rampage. Bolting Cake gone. That's the opening Shikigami needs. They're gonna take that with just the Kitsune Rush. It's the economic fight that they need, but there's a lot more left in this game.
Dust gets the trade out there on Talisman, but fairly clean fight win by Shikigami. Massive knife by Solo onto the enemy Kiriko, forces the Suzu, forces the kill. And so Shikigami finally gets point control on Flashpoint. It's going to tick up percentage. However, Crazy 88s has 3 ults to work with, plus 2 ults are going to come up mid-fight. So Shikigami does have their work cut out for them.
They have their work cut out for them incredibly so. You have Solo's Rampage, which you need to land strong and draw out the beat so that Talisman can get a blade through. It just needs to be massive. And Len needs to have that beat really go off. But Len's going to get taken out by Jutsu immediately. There's just no beat to build up. Solo's going to dash through just Dust. The beat will be there, but it won't be enough. And I mean, Talisman will have the blade for next fight, but at what cost?
Oh, poor Len wasn't able to get the beat up in time and goes down to Jutsu. And so really, really challenging there for Shikigami to try and live through that fight. Now, Crazy 88s, they have the defensive position. They have Melophobia on the flank. I bet we're going to look for a Shout Blade early to try and catch members of Shikigami off guard.
Early blade comes in. Len's already gone. Melophobia is going to get taken out. That's a good start for Shikigami, but they're going to need another. They're going to need some more. Solo going low, but Bolting Cake going to go through Talisman, landing onto 2, staying up, staving off the bleed damage, and keeping things going. Shikigami will just barely clutch it out, but Talisman goes down. Point flips over to the side of Shikigami. Only the overtime ticks up. It's just the Junker Queen. It's just a Genji on the point. Dustin Ryan go down. So it'll just be a little bit more of contest from the Crazy 88. Shikigami needs to start cleaning up. W Alex is going low. There's 3 people on this point. They can't treat it as just cleanup. Melophobia is going to go down. So after a while, they will come through. 1 flashpoint, hard fought for Shikigami.
Ooh, sigh of relief for Shikigami. That was looking like such a scrappy fight, and Crazy 88s, knowing that they have 99%, really just kept pressing W, kept getting those picks. Meanwhile, members of Shikigami, I think that was the Kiriko and the Ash, are, know they need to get the point cap, are able to flip it, and are able to stabilize. So Shikigami is rewarded with a point on Flashpoint. It is now 1-2 scoreline. They need to play perfectly throughout the rest of this map.
They need perfection, like you said, and it's going to start with this Kitsune Rush, pushing through onto the point, getting them that space that they need, but it's just zoned away by the Crazy 88s. It'll get them point, but they need more than just space taken ult. They can't lose Len like that. Grindegg gonna go down, gonna go low. Both Lucio's gone, but it's a JQ of Shikigami to fall first. And what little they had to work with is gone. They're gonna need, they've lost all their wiggle room action.
Yeah, that's tough. Shikigami gets the first cap there, but and especially with a Kiriko ult, zones Crazy 88s, but Crazy 88s is able to kite and turn it around. And so they are able to win that team fight. I have to call out, Len needs to be careful. I think they're getting picked off early a lot of these times, and they really need to have that beat in crucial moments, making sure not to Ajax. They do have a beat, probably looking to counter whatever of Crazy 88's DPS ults come out first, but unfortunately they've lost their Kiriko already.
No! They've lost the Kiriko Jutsu with the overclock. Dust does get traded out. There's the Rampage from Solo's gonna land. It's an expensive fight to win for Shikigami, but it's a fight they needed to win.
Expensive is right. Shikigami uses all 3 ults they have in the bank, loses a couple members, but is able to win out that fight. Now, they do have to face a blade from Crazy 88. So Shikigami needs to make sure not to stack, needs to make sure they're able to kite. They have speed, they have shout to live that. But Crazy 88 does have a couple more ults in the bank, so it is going to be tough.
It's going to be darn near impossible, especially with W Alex going down like that. The blade is going to be outlasted, but there's so many ults. It's the beat and the Rampage of Dust coming through. There's the Rampage, lands onto 2. Graveyard, the most crucial of all, has to throw down the Suzu to keep them up. Solo gone. Crazy 88s just ticking up the rest of the time bank, slowly burning down the overtime wick. The Kitsune Rush can't save them. The rest of the team is not there. And they tried so valiantly, but the Crazy 88s are wild, and they keep it rolling to the semifinals.
Really great performance by Crazy 88s throughout this entire series. I think the scoreline, doesn't quite reflect how close the series was, especially on the first 2 maps. However, on Flashpoint, it was kind of the Crazy 88s show. They did a really great job constantly getting first picks, not over-ulting, and getting a lot of value out of their ultimates. Especially being able to kite engages, kite ults from the enemy team. So really well done there, and they're rewarded with this serious win, and they move on to semifinals.
That they do. They've punched their ticket once again. We have our first two semifinalists in the Iliad Invitational, and the Crazy 88s are gonna take a bit of a break as they've got two full matches at least between them and their next game. So they're gonna have a little bit of time to catch their breath and take a breather after a series that they really, really needed after the tough battle they were in yesterday. They really wanted a quick 3-0 to not have to drag it out to 5 maps, to get down and dirty with it. And they got it here against Shikigami. They got their convincing win. And Shikigami, an incredibly close series, incredibly good moments. We're seeing some of them flash by here with that incredible attack on Shambali Monastery, pulling a rabbit out of a hat, but it's just not enough. And so they drop down, eliminated from the tournament in that 5th to 8th position. An incredible run, but won't go the entire way.
Yeah, as we look at some of those highlights, I think we've talked about him all series to no one's surprise. I think big shout out to Jutsu. Really an incredible job, dominant performance in the server throughout all of these maps, getting so much value on that Sojourn, getting picks just off of rail alone, let alone the overclocks. So many incredible flanking overclocks, and Crazy 88s only had to invest one ultimate and they were able to get so much value. Were able to win entire team fights. Now we get a look at the bracket. We have our first two semifinalists, Gilbert's family and Crazy 88s. But don't go anywhere. We have a full day of Overwatch ahead. There are two more incredible matches coming up. Timeless Obsidian versus Strix, as well as Inarizaki versus Artemis. I think that is a really interesting storyline. Artemis was, a dark horse yesterday. They came in as the 15th seed and beat out the 2nd seed, and they were able to make it to the top 8. Everyone else was a top 8 seed, so a predictable winner, although there were some 3-0s yesterday, some 3-2s, and so I'm very curious about that next match. But this match was honestly such a great one, such high quality Overwatch. Crazy 88s comes out with a win, but Shikigami truly should be so proud of themselves. They really played great and had a great run throughout this tournament.
That they did, but that's going to be it for us, Ashen, for this tournament. Our time is up. We're going to be passing it on to Time to Light and Unchanged. So we're going to get that swap going and get it as fast as we can to get you some more Overwatch action with some new faces on the screen. So if you enjoyed watching this stream, make sure that you've hit that follow button so you make sure you don't miss a single moment of the streams coming up for any future tournaments that happen. And if you were just so incredibly enraptured with our casting, our Twitters are down below us right there. So from us and from our incredible production team of Hippie and Foxard, thank you so much. And Orange, our wonderful observer. So many incredible people. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you back for more Overwatch action in a bit with Time to Light and Unchanged. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The Iliad Invitational returns with the second half of our quarterfinals coverage. Crazy 88's dropped down Shikigami, and you have to say, now as Inarizaki takes on Artemis, who will go home, who moves on to the Final Four? Time to light general alongside me on the correct side of the screen this time is unchanged, and from across the pond, any omnipotence from ahead on the time zones. Do you know what's going to happen?
I wish I had those psychic powers.
Ahead,
you know, it wouldn't be the first time I've actually been asked about that. Whether we know whether things are going to happen ahead of time has been the point of many a joke. But no, unfortunately, I am no oracle. I am no psychic. We may be in the middle of the Iliad, but not quite up there with my Greek and Roman mythology. I'm not a seer of any kind. I can say, though, that we are going to have some good matchups at the very least. Artemis yesterday put on an incredible performance, beating the Bonsai Buddies, last time around champions, in our round of 16 matchup that me and you got to cast. So Inarizaki are going to have their work cut out for them to beat the home team today. Obviously, to remind everyone, it is Iliad Artemis, so they are one of the home teams of the competition, as much as you can get. There's surely just a little bit more support backing them from some members of the Iliad community alongside this tournament. But Inarizaki, not a team to laugh at. They've made it here off the back of some good performances themselves, so it will be interesting to see just how well they can do. And obviously these are two teams fighting to come up against one of the other favorites of this tournament, the Crazy 88s, in the next round of the bracket.
Yeah, to get here, Inarizaki yesterday took down Freddy Fazbear's Freshies in 3-2 fashion. It was a close series in the B stream, and a little bit concerning if you are Inarizaki. They almost got reverse swept. Luckily for them, and unfortunately for our storylines, they did not. Artemis, on the other hand, they were a true underdog, taking down the previous victors here at the Iliad Invitational. You have to say, Bonsai Buddies, an unfortunate showing. You needed a little bit more if you're looking at this, at least from their direction. Winner of this will play Crazy 88s in that semifinal. On the other side of the bracket, we'll get to that maybe a little bit down the line. We can take a look at our rosters, at least the first, Inarizaki's. New on this stream specifically, not new by any means, to this tournament. Amadine, Zach, Evie, Hutch, and Saint. I gotta say, this is a little bit of a newer roster. At least in comparison to their opponents.
Yeah, this is it's a good roster, but when we compare it to the Artemis roster that was absolutely popping off yesterday, I mean, this is the same lineup that Inarizaki's had throughout this competition so far. But on the other hand, if we look at the Artemis roster, they've actually had a few changes coming in to this matchup. They're not running that same five that got them that win against the Bonsai Buddies. So this Artemis roster is going to have a bit of a change up and a bit of a struggle against what is a very strong, equally strong Inarizaki roster. But yeah, predominantly the changes we're seeing are at that DPS lineup.
Yeah, Fern and Square Toast in for this one. Fern, the swap through. Jing will not be playing, which I have to say I'm a little surprised about. Just honestly one of the better showings for Jing back in that round of 16 matchup. Maybe something left to be desired. You never really know, but still a surprising notion to say the very least. We'll say something left to be desired from the team perspective, and the sub out for today. I don't know how it's going to work for them. I like the old, if it ain't broke, don't fix it, engineer's motto. I don't know why you swap out a player who played fairly well. Apparently, I'm just being told that Jing was actually the ringer, so maybe they were the one that wasn't
popping off for a ringer then.
Yeah. Good ringer.
They made some big plays for them yesterday. So yeah, some great synergy yesterday then from coming out from the ringer. I mean, they were popping off. They had some good combinations with the rest of that team yesterday. I'm sure it's someone, when you're playing and scrimming at this level, a lot of the players know each other. So I'm sure it was someone they were familiar with. I'm sure it's someone that's been a ringer, because there is that little bit of inconsistency at this level. You often see a lot of teams having to bring pull some ringers in. So I'm sure it was someone they knew, but yeah, impressive, even more impressive of a performance from them yesterday to pull off a win against Bonsai Buddies with a ringer in. Now they've got their standard DPS, so arguably
Better?
this should be an even stronger Artemis team. We should be expecting, instead of a 3-1, maybe Artemis looking to try and pull out the 3-0 sweep in this matchup, feeling even more confident coming off the back of yesterday. That's got to be something to look out for. I'll be interested to see how many incredible plays Fern can pull out, because yeah, some nice shots were landed yesterday by Jing for sure. And the rest of the team, well, they'll just be looking to do the same again, I'm sure.
We can take a look at our maps, or I suppose map singular. Again, it is loser's pick tournament format as per usual. You lose the previous map, you pick the following. Fairly simple. The only thing that is locked in is the type of map in that order. One thing I saw in a tournament that I loved was the type of map was not locked in. So if you lost control, you could pick push right afterwards. It just meant that push could not be played after that second map. I thought it was a great idea. I still think it's a great idea, but I also like a little bit of organizational parts that we have in this series. But you said it may be a little bit easier for Artemis. They're playing the 7 seed rather than the 2 seed of yesterday. So on paper, there should be a 3-0 in their favor, and they were drastically underrated, which is a little surprising considering, you know, they were rated kind of by the home team. Again, it's a whole technicality thing. It's not really the home team. You get the general idea. But
yeah.
Nepal on the cards. Thoughts? Opinions, how Inarizaki will do?
I like the Nepal map pick in general. I mean, it is a map where all 3 points do play quite differently. I mean, there's so much open space on the shrine map in comparison to the others. Like, you see a lot of the Farah comp getting pulled out, whereas when you're on some of the other maps, the ceiling is just so much lower, or you're literally indoors. I will be interested to see whether these teams opt to go for the classic, hey, this is a control map, let's play some brawl, some rush comps, or if we see some slight trickery from one of these teams. I know Artemis predominantly in yesterday's matchup, at the very least, were running a lot of the brawl, so maybe Inarizaki saw that and have come up and devised a plan of their own to counter it. Maybe some of that tricky ball comp that we saw some of the other teams playing throughout yesterday's matchups.
What's the call? Outspawn doors. If you want to make an opinion or make a call, say, hey, this is what they should be running. Don't forget to tweet at us. Follow at Iliad_OW and tweet using the hashtag Iliad Invitational. We'll show you a tweet on stream, assuming it doesn't have any stupid language in it. And yeah, we'll get you on the broadcast. I have to say, Inarizaki coming into this one as the underdogs, even though they are the higher seed, and beat a technical lower seed just yesterday as they were the favored squad. Outspawn doors, though, I could finally talk about compositions. Ram on both sides, but the TP swap, it's the swap onto the Sojourn versus the swap onto the Reaper, and the Sojourn already taking a decent bit of damage alongside Painkare on that Mei. W key for Eevee, a little over-aggressive for my liking, as they're out in the open, and fairly isolated, but they do have some support.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where the next walls come in, who gets locked out. It looks like Maverick getting locked out by that wall, and the huge damage coming out from Amadine on the Reaper is going to put some pressure on them and force Artemis back. I was about to say, surely a call for a reset onto the low ground, a nice rotation away is there, and then they're going to try and set up on this low ground fight, but immediately Inarizaki are already on top of them and ready to fight once again.
Yep, spatial awareness, though, still here for Artemis. Immortality Field forced out fairly early here. Maverick, get back in your Immortality Field! What are you doing? Oh no, that's the fight. It's over. Back away, Artemis, while you still very likely can, and at that point you're not going to survive. I'm sorry. That was a questionable move by Maverick. Rest of the team followed suit.
Yeah, it was certainly an interesting decision to continue to push in there once, as you said, the Immortality Field had already been forced out. It's always going to be hard, especially when you already have the wall online. I'm not sure if maybe they just didn't hear the comm that their Immortality Field had been used, but now we see a really quick rotation. Inarizaki managing to get themselves caught out on the low ground, didn't reset to the high ground like most teams normally would, and instead they've given Artemis free reign to just pummel down onto them from this high ground. this is going to be an awkward position to fight back from now.
They do retake into the point, though, and Amadine finds one onto Mardox. Overclock from behind. There's the tunnel vision, and the hold through for Eevee. They'll find one onto Fern. Death Blossom for support as well, but they'll actually fall in the late annihilation back the other way. Maverick finds damage. It's the true Ram 1v1. Who can find the diff? The Nemesis form still on the board, but is used secondarily by Maverick, and they'll fall regardless. 70% in a long and drawn-out 30-second fight goes in Arazaki's way.
Yeah, that looked like that fight could have gone either way, but it was just slightly later ult usage, slightly later cooldown usage from Inarizaki that able to pull out the victory in the end. But this is going to be like last fight territory. Ults are only online for Artemis. If they can get control of this point with this Blizzard, it's going to be dangerous. But it's ultimately down to this. Who wins here will take this point.
Sound barrier may just very well end it on both sides. Low HP for Pancare. They have to pop block in the corner, and they will do so safely. Good wall on both sides. Pancare still being hunted down, though, by Eevee. And that should very well end things. Blizzard now available for Zac. Will put the cap on this one if they won't do so of their own volition. Not even the Blizzard needed. A nice little stylistic round for Inarizaki. First point clearly goes their way. Only one fight was really a concern from them from the start, and they'll go up 1-0.
Yeah, they look pretty confident and comfortable here. The Reaper damage, you're kind of surrendering a bit of that poke potential, the ability to fire in from range and put some pressure before the fight started, but they seem to just be bursting people down when the fights had got in. And man, that last second to Eevee getting that kill right as that May walk went up on Pancare, I think that's really what sealed it. If Pancare had been able to survive through using that wall and then help Maverick, they could have had that fight there. But yeah, lots of ults used all at the same time. It virtually seemed like every team was pressing Q together, so there was a lot less tactical deployment of things. But it'll be interesting to see now with Inarizaki once again running out with the Moira, if Artemis can take advantage and use their immortalities a bit more to their advantage to keep their sustain up longer.
Isolating wall, not as useful as it has been in prior instances, and Maverick may very well be able to catch off Amadine out in the open. There's one, make it a second by Fern, and just like that, 5v3 here for Artemis. That should very well end things. For some reason, Eevee's still here, not for long, but first cap will go the way of Artemis.
Yeah, that was a much stronger, much safer fight. A little bit of an unusual, unorthodox rotation from Amadine. Couldn't get back out with that Wraith form on the Reaper. And like you said, gets caught out, gets slowed by Maverick on the Ramatra. And then, I mean, you've already lost the poke potential by playing the Reaper. Now you've lost that burst damage as soon as they drop. It was kind of, it spelled the end immediately for them. Nice rotation to get onto the point here. Wall does split them off, and this is going to be a tricky fight here, coming back in for both teams.
It's a problem already for Inarizaki because they keep losing so much health early. Running the Moira doesn't particularly help your health pool, at least not as much as running a BAP does. Immortality Field assisting. There's that Coalescence though, and that's the differing factor. Moira, on her own, not very useful, but combine her with a Coalescence and bang, you have a fight victory in and of itself. Only 2 fall, but Artemis disengage.
Yeah, I guess the advantage to how much poke damage they are taking, that's a crazy push from Amadine here. Just these stagger kills, that's going to really, really hurt Artemis's ability to re-engage. Narazaki need to make sure they do get out safely here, though. But yeah, as you were saying, that Coalescence, that damage that they were taking from the poke, I guess Hutch is building up such a quick Coalescence that then that's the counteraction to, hey, you may have slightly more healing and more sustain than us, but if we can get our ult in every single fight, we're going to have an advantage in the end.
Death Blossom popped. The boop, though, is fairly successful. It doesn't really matter. Their soul is still hunted down by this spinning Beyblade of death, and Amadine will follow up with even more damage with Hellfire shotguns, purely in and of their own volition. Narzarki only lose Saintex, and just like that, Artemis again sent back to spawn doors.
Yeah, I thought Sol had done enough with that boop there to really deny Amadine with the wall that had been up as well, but no, still ends up dropping. Dangerous rotation. This is more the rotation you want to see. Trying to take this high ground. Going to be a bit safer for them. Less likely for anyone like Farron to potentially fall off the map, but now they've got to fight into all of these ults.
Venn diagram of Blizzard. Somehow Eevee's still alive. Massive support from the Moira in the process. And Eevee actually finds 1 plus the Immortality Field in the process. Maverick will fall. You're not going to live through that one, even with that Annihilation popped. Final fight territory on the cards. Artemis need to speed back to point.
Yeah, I almost wish they'd taken a dry fight there. Some better ult tracking would have let them know that Inarizaki had 3 ults on their side. If they could have gone into that with just a dry fight, tried to then bait out the beat early here, and then go in with like 3 or 4 ults of their own, they could have had a better chance. But now we see Amadine on the Reaper getting sped in with Saint, and that's going to be it for this point, I feel.
No, not a heck of a lot you can do if you are Artemis. Valiant effort on both fronts. They started off well. They just could not find anything after that original fight. As soon as Inarizaki had any level of ultimates, it just seemed like the rotations for Artemis were not there in time. Inarizaki, a clean and clear first map victory. Not close by any means. And they'll take Nepal.
Yeah, not really close at all. Like you said, it seemed much cleaner in the ult rotations, in the fight planning. The understanding of what their win conditions were for Inarizaki much more confidently seemed to be playing out in their favor than what Artemis were trying to do. Need a bit of a reset. I mean, do have to remember they did lose the first map against Bonsai Buddies, I believe yesterday as well.
True.
So don't take too much away. Control does play significantly differently to how a lot of the other map types in Overwatch 2 do. So you never want to get like too ahead of yourselves off of a first map, but Inarizaki should be very confident if they continue to play like this. Their coordination, and as you said, their ultimate rotation, seemingly the difference here.
One thing I don't like about Control, personal opinion, is how closed off it'll seem compared to the rest of the maps. Even Push is longer. Flashpoint, obviously so. You have Escort, Hybrid, everything is a lot more long and drawn out, requiring more strategy over time. In Control, you got 100 seconds. That's a minute 40 that you need to hold a point. You win 2 fights, maybe a third, lock in a stagger here and there, and you've probably won it. That's all you need with some more, we'll say, less diverse ultimates, and sometimes the ultimates don't even become a factor at the end of the day. It was there because everybody and their mother pressed Q, and it ended up going in Arizaki's way, but I gotta say, moving into map 2, I'm liking Inarizaki, but you said it. Control's a different map type. Maybe Hybrid goes Artemis's way, maybe they just gentleman sweep their way through.
It's certainly potential, but Inarizaki, I mean, if they do play with that same tempo, with that same ult rotation, with the same level of coordination that they did there, they're gonna give Artemis a challenge. They could very much pull out a sweep here. I mean, that was about as clean. Even like the pure chaos fights, they're still coming out on top. The Control plan fights are coming out on top. Like, there didn't seem to be much of a threat to them at all during that match. So I need to see more from Artemis. I need to see some off angles, some better ult tracking, some fight planning, some dry fights in situations where you know the other team is likely to invest ults. And just really setting yourselves up for fights just a little bit better than they've been doing so far. Can say, we can look at our next map. You were talking about it being Escort. It's going to be a very interesting Escort map and a very different style of map to what we just saw in the pool. So we're moving into Junkertown now, Dan.
I don't know how I feel about Junkertown. I couldn't tell you the last time I saw this in competitive play. It is not a map that is very often picked. Widow could be played here. I wouldn't be surprised if it is. But the fact that you pick into this, as Inarizaki has Amadine, whose favorite hero is Widowmaker, according to their sheet. I gotta say, I don't know how I feel about this from Artemis. Throwing back to yesterday, hold up. What map did they play on Escort yesterday? Was it Watchpoint that they picked up?
No.
We saw 3 of them. I don't remember.
We saw a lot of Watchpoint. We also saw a lot of Shambali Monastery. I feel like believe it was a Shambali Monastery because they had Bonsai Buddies put Shugureru on tank as well. For that map.
Yeah, that's what it was. It was Shambali.
So it was a slightly that was the map where they got their first map win, and we were like, can we take it too seriously? They won because Shukureri was on tank, but then they won the consecutive 2 maps afterwards as well, and pulled out that 3-1 victory. But I guess they just went into that matchup with it being Ram versus Ram, and they lost. So I guess they're just wanting to try a different style, show that they can play other compositions as well. I know Maverick is very confident in their Sigma play. Pain Care we saw popping off, who has just been subbed in from, was playing in yesterday's game. We know is a very dangerous DPS player, but this time they're on the Widowmaker instead of Jing, and then it's Fern on the Genji. It's certainly a different style of play. It's a different map. I guess they're just wanting to move away and not have to deal with more of that ramble that beat them in the last point.
But running the Sigma here, I think this is the first time we're seeing Sigma from Artemis, at least through our 2 days of watching broadcast. I'm a little surprised seeing them pick into this map and also run the Widow, which we also did not see a heck of a lot. And here comes a flank from behind. Hack into a Virus attempted, the Virus misses, and Pancare taking advantage of the high ground. They don't have that same courteous position, and Amadine already with the opening does not make things easy. Say goodbye to your Widow, who I would be surprised if they don't switch.
I would be surprised as well. I mean, Widow is still strong, but
switch.
looking at the comp that they're playing into, Widow is very hard to play against, multiple dives, and you've got a Bull that you can't even headshot when in Bull form. You've got a Tracer and a Sombra that are going to be harassing you permanently. The Sojourn would have been good, but I like that they've gone to the Tracer here. They can help harass those dive targets and not let them get such clean engages now.
Pulse Bomb available. Immortality Field up will prevent that for the time being. It goes a little far, will not find lethal damage, but the hook from Eevee will. Down goes an early Mardox, and that Baptiste taken care of makes things much more difficult for Soul to focus down everybody on the team. Whipshot does damage, but nothing lethal, and Maverick needs to back away, but cannot do so safely. They were also so close to the Gravitic Flux, but they don't get it off in time, and Artemis in a poor position on the defense.
Yeah, it's picks to key players that's unfortunate. Like I said, losing Mardox early in that fight there instead, immediately your sustain just goes out of the window. Soul can only do so much, as you say, on the Brigitte. Now with that slam, Eevee looking confident on this ball right now.
And the Brig should be dying shortly thereafter. Maverick is lucky to be alive right now. Mines are available should they be needed. I'd be surprised if they're invested. Rally is surprisingly put through by Soul. This is a commitment and a half for the defensive side that doesn't seem like it's going to find all that much, and it will not. And Narazaki make a statement .1. They cap with 4 minutes and 20 seconds remaining. Not too bad.
Yeah, they need to get regrouped. They can't afford to get a stagger like that out of Mardox. Eevee is just rolling quite literally through their team right now. This is going to be hard. They need to get a full 5-stack reset. They need to slow down the tempo. They can't let this ball comp just keep rolling over them.
Get some healing. That's where you're going if you're the ball. But you got Grav. You've already used both Rally and Window. I'm a little surprised you're seeing those early, but there's the Nano onto Eevee. They don't use Mines right off the bat, but they don't have the opportunity to do so. Fern with 2. Gravitic Flux finds Saint X in the back line. And Narazaki are stopped where they stand.
Yeah, Hutch hadn't even begun to build up their Transcendence there, so no real way for the Zen to keep themselves alive. But yeah, one clean fight from Artemis. They'll be hoping that they can chain this into some more. They've got an anchor point. They do obviously have to be aware. They do know Amadine on the Tracer is behind them. They've got Pain Care to try and deal with it, but there's other dive targets that are just going to be permanently harassing them. This is the issue right now. It's an attack from all fronts by this Inarizaki team right now.
They end up using Blade. Thus far, nothing in the kill feed from said Blade. It goes empty-handed. Maverick will find a finish. Mardox, sorry, being hunted down. Eevee, again, lucky to be alive. Good situational awareness to grab a health pack. They still need to get out while they can, and Zach, in the process, is not going to have that same ability to do so. 1 40 seconds gone already in this round, and Saint X, they may survive here. They have the Orb of Discord, or Orb of Harmony, sorry, to keep them up, and yeah, the supports are just feeding each other.
Yeah, take some damage, feeding up their own ults together, as you said, but some nice pressure there from Maverick and the rest of the Artemis team. They seem to have figured out what it is that they need to be doing. They're denying much more of this space away from Inarizaki. But Inarizaki still have a lot of potential to come in and get some crazy kills. These slams and Discord combos are pumping out damage right now.
The Immortality Field taken care of by Hutch allows them to focus really on the individuals. Pulse Bomb again available for Amadine. This one probably needs to land if they want to complete the second point. They've been having some difficulties. Much better ultimate rotations by Artemis. They've had ease of access for their support line as well. Here comes the back line. They do have the Immortality Field, and it seems like Amadine knows it. They do not want to expend an ultimate that can be quickly countered by a basic cooldown. It seems like they have that situational awareness not to throw a Q away. For the time being, however, there's the Transcendence. Damage done onto Eevee. They by no means are safe, but they'll go close range. Again, Pulse Bomb available, but nothing lethal whatsoever. Doesn't even do damage, much less anything that could have killed the defensive backline. But there goes Hutch for one, make it two onto Fern. The kick as he goes karate mode. And it doesn't seem like that Tracer's long for this world either. Finally, something goes the way of an Arizaki, and they should be able to finish, as yeah, down goes Mardox, and soon to follow Maverick died early.
I want to say that felt like a slight bit of miscommunication there from the Artemis roster. They split. Their backline was so focused on what Amadine was doing, they knew that Pulse Bomb was coming, and that's what they were watching for. But during that time, for some reason, Maverick and Fern decided to go into an enclosed space away from their support, out of that LOS, and they played into a Zen. They got discorded and they got burst down because four other members of Inarizaki were able to just collapse on top of them while their backline was solely focused on Amadine.
Maverick's in a difficult position as well. Soul anti the backline, has the Immortality Field, should be able to survive through this one, but Eevee trying to hunt them down, may be able to get a nano in a second should they go for multiple players, but for the time being it will be conserved. And again, in all this time, everything seems to be going the way of the attack. Eevee finds Soul and Fern as that Dragon Blade only finds the backline of the Ana, and stuck between a rock, a hard place, and a very odd spinning fan above them, Maverick will fall just the same.
Yeah, there just doesn't seem to be much synergy and togetherness at the moment from this Artemis roster. They're all looking at different places. I know that is a big part of what this ball comp is supposed to do. A lot of the characters are distractions, but they're more than distractions at this level. Each member of Inarizaki has been able to get kills on their own, so there's no one you can really ignore, and it's causing the Artemis roster to just seemingly get lost at times. They're all looking in different directions. There's no focus, and there's no togetherness at the moment. They need to get things locked down. They need to find a target and start picking off Inarizaki one by one.
That's a good start. At least helps their case. But for the time being, by no means are they out of the woods just yet. Maverick could be hunted down. I'm surprised Zach has stuck up here so long, and that's exactly why. They don't hide themselves. They don't go translucent, nor do they survive at the end of the day. Orbs prepped. Fern dispatched of... No, it's Mardox to drop. Fern dies earlier, and Maverick, now in an odd position, does not have a heck of a lot of help. Good anti helps even more. Transcendence now available as well, and 3 separate ultimates all on the cards, including mines for Eevee if they want to lock out one of those positions. There goes the Sombra trying to use what they can, but an even better EMP to close it. They will cap with time remaining, importantly enough, and Azarzaki will go up to 3.
I would have loved to have seen a big thing that was really hurting Artemis there. Like I said, apart from the fact that they seemingly were getting a bit split on their focus, there was an attack coming at them from all sides with Zac and Amadine on flanking routes while Eevee's just permanently harassing the backline. What I would have liked to have seen is some acknowledgement that the backline that Inarizaki were running, and that was pretty much anchoring point the entire time for them, was very weak. There was not much sustain among an Ana and a Zen. If you can swap to a dive, if you get like a monkey and a tracer and you start going in and splitting them off with a bubble, that support line immediately falls apart, and you at least force some swaps out of Inarizaki. Whereas they were able to just run the same comp through that whole time. There was never really any pressure, or at least not a lot, onto Hutch and Saint, unless they were popping ults from the side of Artemis.
So the question now for Artemis is, what do you change? The answer seems to be, obviously, sides. But that's it. Maverick will stick on the Sigma. They'll swap off of what was the Doomfist and then the Orisa and go back on the Sigma, which they started on. They'll run double Sniper, interestingly enough, but stick with that BAP combo. I don't know if I like this. It's not a bad call objectively, but I don't know if it's the combination they need. Flanks being set up, this could be scary. It doesn't seem like anything's noted. Good Dynamite, however, will find a heck of a lot of damage, and now comes the onslaught of the defense. They'll be lucky if they survive this opening engagement, as Zach just barely lives to the last part of it.
Yeah, it's a firing range at the moment for Fern. Sat up on its high ground on their own. They need to finish off this Lucio. Get some help from Mardox to finish them off. These Dynamites, though, into this room, it's going to be really hard. They're not even contesting point. Look at that TP into the open from Amadine. I mean, it was a nice idea, but it doesn't seem to have worked from the defensive side. Never mind. Never mind.
Okay. Yeah, of course it works. Now as soon as you just cast your curse an entire setup. How's that feel? In Arizaki, you're going to stick around here, and it's going to work. Painkiller needs to hit something. Luckily, there's nothing that can take them out immediately. Amadine and Zach, Zach's too far away, and Amadine's not particularly in the greatest position. Zach, the snipe, just needs to go for one from Painkiller. If they can find an opening, it completely changes things. But now, as they start to close the distance, that gap becomes even more difficult to hold down. Coalescence early here for Hush. They built that up in just a minute and change, and they found some damage with it. Follow-up from Eevee, but Gravitic Flux only finds one, and the Ice Block will completely nullify it. Maverick Point Blank will knock down Eevee, but will be taken down themselves. And Artemis are ruined on the front line, and Arizaki primed to go up 2-0 as Bob is used in a corner of a building. They better switch. I swear I'm gonna lose it.
If they do not swap, that is a horrendous play at the end of that from Fern.
What?
Throwing Bob into a clearly lost. Their entire team was already dead. I don't know what they thought was going to happen there. They need to pull themselves together here. This isn't the same way that Artemis were playing yesterday. They played a really strong team in the Bonsai Buddies yesterday. That's a team of contenders and World Cup players on it. Yeah. They proved that they can beat anyone on their best day. Today, for some reason, just doesn't seem to be it. They need to get this target focus down. They need to get these swaps. They need to figure out what they can do to beat this bunkered comp.
Blizzard was being held, and intentionally so. Maverick caught the other side of it. Immortality Field dispatched of, so too is the tank, and everybody else follows afterwards. Painkiller switched onto the Tracer from that Widow earlier. You use Rally, you use Window, and seemingly the kitchen sink was thrown into Narazaki, and they got a plumbing certification a couple months ago, so they're perfectly fine.
Yeah, it's crazy. Like, they're still in Arizaki. They've just won fights, and yet they have the ultimate advantage. Like,
watch the Death Blossom.
It's just scary. Yeah, the Death Blossom coming in. It doesn't get anyone, but
it missed.
He also doesn't die. He's kept alive by Hutch, who's now still chasing in the backline with a coalescence of their own.
What?
While meanwhile, Eevee, Zach, and the rest of the team are just getting kills around them. Artemis need to get some swaps. They need to figure out how to blow up this bunker comp, because at the moment they're just getting walked off.
On the bright side, they're building up 3 ultimates. One of those is the Pulse Bomb that does quite literally 0 damage. Cannot exaggerate how whiffed that went. More than I already have. Painkiller also dies afterwards, making things even more difficult. Dynamite does damage, and Bob is available. It needs to find payload this time around as we're approaching final fight/stagger territory. You have Terra Surge, you have Bob, and Bob goes through, but on the backside of the point doesn't have the easiest of vision, and a shot needs to be hit by Fern. It will, but a return annihilation will almost certainly close out this round. Terra Surge does absolutely nothing to write home about. Valiant Effort tries to take out Zac. They actually do with a Dynamite, and Eevee finds one trade back the other way. This fight now a completely different story as Eevee needs to stick around. Damage done on a Maverick. They need the Javelin Spin if they want to stay alive close range. They'll find an Immortality Field to keep them in it, but everything else seems to be going against them, and Point Blank Amadine doing all the damage in the world cannot stick around forever though, and they'll fall just the same. It's down to just the Lucio. Saint X, whose name ironically enough is Lucio, will not live.
Yeah, unfortunate there. Inarizaki got really close to winning it, but just not quite able to hold out. Some really nice plays on that flank, finally splitting focus from Fern. Ryan on the recontest is interesting. The amplification matrix being invested as well is equally interesting.
Swap
sure.
the Ryan.
I'm sure they will be swapping the Ryan, but yeah, interesting for Mardox to invest that amplification matrix into a staggered fight like that. I mean, I know you can build it pretty quickly. Maverick has certainly been taking a pummeling on that front line, tanking a lot of the damage. So, should build it up quickly, but they need to actually make use of these ults and the space that they've taken here.
So Orisa gets mirrored, Coalescence again available, is indeed used, and Soul is sniped out of thin air, and Zac goes skeet shooting with frozen water. At this point, it's just a scary prospect point blank. Coach Gun will create a little bit of space, and I don't think it's going to be enough. Pulse Bomb also doesn't find any kills within a closed-off room, and this fight's over. Painkiller has to get away. They are the only one to use an ultimate into the fight other than the Coalescence from earlier, and they do nothing with it.
Yeah, Painkiller, that's like 3 pulse bombs in a row that just haven't quite stuck. Just one pick from these pulse bombs could be absolutely fight-changing here for Artemis. And now they're playing into another dangerous zone. The Blizzard isn't really going to find anyone, but yeah, it's zoning ult, I guess, for now, but it's still going to be a difficult position to push into. However,
Bat cap from Pankar. We saw this yesterday. It seems like it has been noted, and finally it will be. And they almost lose the fight to the Tracer. So yes, they get some extra meterage, but the problem is with a minute left, they don't help their team in the fight, and they lose a follow-up. Amadine finds 3 in the process. Pankar may get staggered here. I don't know what's going on in this backline. They're holding for the health pack, at least for the time being, but Saint X will just go a different direction and try and take this fight from a different way.
yeah, Saint X is just solo contesting the Tracer on the off angle here. Is an absolute menace. Now has some support from the rest of their team, and in doing so, there's a fight happening on the other side of the map as well, that even down there, Lucio, they are still winning. Inarizaki seem to be able to do whatever they want right now.
They did lose Eevee, which makes things a little difficult, so Maverick's going to try and send things in. There is not a single ultimate available for Inarizaki. Overclock going to be used here for Fern. Has to find something and does so on towards Zac, but low HP for Maverick, who needs to survive and cannot do so safely. Saint X holding W through, has already won a 1 versus 1 against the other DPS, cannot do so against each of them. But Fern with 2 makes things much more reasonable. Eevee without a Terra Surge finds a Javelin on towards Fern, follows up, picks up the health pack, and denies their ability to stick around in the fight. Soul not safe by any means. Follow-up Javelin misses, and the Amplification Matrix will keep Artemis in this map. It seems like a cap is more than likely. Nobody with the ease of access towards the touch, and Artemis will complete second, but 90 seconds to go all the way around to third. This is hard.
Yeah, and they just don't seem to know what comp they want to be running, as we see an unfortunate disconnect there from Amadine. That caught everyone by surprise. They literally died. They were in the middle of respawning, and then they disconnect. So we'll have to wait for them to come back. That will at least, I guess, give Artemis a slight advantage coming into the next fight, as Amadine will be reset back to the spawn to set themselves up for the next fight. But yeah, at the moment, it's Artemis. They won that last fight pretty comfortably after Eevee dies. Eevee almost came back and made a nuisance of themselves, though. But as far as the matchups are going at the moment, they're not seemingly winning a lot of these duels. They're winning when Inarizaki overcommit, and they're winning when they're able to pop a bunch of ults. But it's not. That doesn't seem sustainable at the moment.
So, for some context, we can see the in-game chat while we are swapped off of the game screen. And everybody's saying RQ. And I was trying to figure out, what the heck does RQ, the abbreviation, mean? Weird reconnect, but they spelled it with a Q for some reason? No. They were joking it was a rage quit. The PC died, so they are going to come back. It was not a rage quit. The PC got hot, raged, and then quit. So I suppose it kind of applies, but for the time being, they should be reconnecting in the next little bit. Yeah, PC crap.
Angry computers do angry things, I guess. Get too hot-headed and things start to pop. But yeah. Amadine was doing quite well, so I'm sure once they get their PC cooled off or functioning once again, they will be right back into things. But yeah, we got to look at this matchup, and what we're looking at the moment, as you said, is 1 minute and 19 currently on the clock for Artemis, and they've still got to push the whole way through this third point. It's going to be tough. It's likely going to take it all the way into overtime with the way these fights have been going so far.
Ooh. and Amadine was about 60% on Death Blossom, maybe even 70 as well. It was about 65% on Death Blossom. So that's a big loss that'll probably take the entirety of the rest of regulation to build up. 60 seconds remaining to go, about 70 meters. By no means makes things easy, but they could very well stick around should they find an opening. And one fight is really all it takes to set the rhythm through. Coalescence used, Maverick out in the open, everybody tunneling them down, and target prioritization is very much there for the defensive side, and they'll find the tank and take them out quickly. So Artemis understand they need to back away, and they'll do so mostly, but I don't know if Mardox is going to survive here. They by no means are safe, and oh yeah, Javelin out thin air, what a shot from Eevee.
Yeah, javelined into the shield bash from Saint X. They were knocked around all over the place there, Mardox. Immediately, though, this isn't like they had time to wait, but Maverick's already gone in. This is what I'm talking about, the disjointedness from Artemis at the moment. Beat gets forced out, but Maverick still dropped. However, the rest of their team were able to find kills on that backline.
More importantly, they're on the point, so OT will indeed go through. A wasted Terra Surge does nothing. Amadine would have had a Death Blossom by now is just now at about where they were cut off on the disconnect. Soul going forward, trying to take out Eevee, will be successful in doing so, but there's still time to build up not only that Death Blossom, but the rest of the team getting back in the fight. By no means is this game over. By no means are Artemis back in it. They do have a Terra Surge. They're about to have that attempt for the Pulse Bomb, and they use a Terra Surge out in the open of everything, but they find very little with it, and Maverick actually dies in the process. A 1v1 Tracer battle currently on the point. Amadine uses a Death Blossom inside of the front of the second point, while trying to catch out everybody else, and it ends up working in the process. Hook from the tank of Eevee misses, but it looks like it won't really matter. Soul will be the last one to fall on the point, and Inarizaki will go up 2-0.
Yeah, 2-0, and ultimately, the way some of these fights are going, a pretty confident 2-0. They're getting close, but it's not ultimately working out for Artemis. And Inarizaki, like I said, it's the cooldown rotation, the target focus, everything is playing out perfectly for them at the moment. And on the flip side, Artemis, like I said, just looking a little bit disjointed today. They're not seemingly on the same wavelength. There's people trying to commit to different things, different targets being focused, different engage routes that are being taken, and they're not ending up on the same thing. They don't have as good of a plan as they seemingly did yesterday, and Eevee and the rest of their squad are just taking advantage of that and picking them apart one by one on top of some good plays. I mean, a 5 orb from Hutch was as clean as you can get, but man, this defense was where it turned into pure chaos. The hold that Inarizaki had for so long on that Brawl comp, even when they weren't able to contest point, they were still just finding ways to win fights that they shouldn't have been. So, yeah, it will be interesting to see what we get from our next set of maps, because at the moment, Inarizaki have set themselves up with a match point here, Dan.
Up 2-0. I mean, we saw something similar like this yesterday, where a team who objectively is the lower seed, and probably should be losing, still has a fairly clear and obvious advantage after the first 2 maps. And then, we saw a reverse sweep, and Crazy 88s are currently sitting in the, semifinals now, awaiting the winner of this game off the back of that. So all I'm saying is this series is not over. But at the same time, Inarizaki looked clean and clear in front. Nepal looked like a cakewalk for them in Junkertown. Yeah, it was a little close towards the later stages, but honestly, their defense first and second points were really good. Just a couple fights were the difference maker, plus maybe a little bit of a back capper, nearly so for the Tracer. Will that difference come through? Will we see the 3-0, or is a reverse sweep going to at least be triggered and started on Flashpoint? We'll find out when we return. Narazaki, clean and clear ahead. Map 1, Nepal 2-0. Map 2, Junkertown, similar case, at least in terms of dominance, but the score a little bit closer. 3-2 to close out that one. And now we head to Flashpoint. Possibly Artemis's final resting place. Some time to light, during a long time here, is unchanged for the Iliad Invitational. It's our final 2 quarterfinals before semifinals and grand finals later today. And I have to say, this one may prove to be a fairly quick end, should our previous maps be any indicator.
Yeah, Inarizaki looked absolutely dominant going through our first 2 maps so far. Artemis looking an absolute shadow of the team we saw yesterday, knocking out Bonsai Buddies. You know, we had really high hopes for them coming into this matchup, progressing through the rest of this tournament, but Inarizaki at the moment are absolutely just popping off, and they're proving to be the giant slayers of this tournament at the moment. So yeah, if Saravasa being our next map is played out anything like the last 2, it's going to be some issues for Artemis. I mean, we've seen a lot of different comps or comp styles, I guess, played already. We've had the brawl, we've had the poke, we've had the dive, and at the moment it's Inarizaki that have come out on top in every situation, every matchup so far. So let's hope for a beautiful comeback started on the beautiful map here, but Suravasa may end up just being the final resting place of Artemis in this Iliad Invitational.
I gotta say, I'm a little concerned if I'm watching this from an Artemis fan perspective. You're going into a map where, yes, they have won it already this weekend, and yes, they did so against a fairly good team in Bonsai Bros. But, they just have not shown that they're that same team from yesterday. And honestly, combining the fact that you're swapping out your DPS line, or at least half your DPS line and half your support line, it's questionable to me. Fern coming in when they honestly didn't need to. Maybe the Ringer should be your mainstay. I'm not going to make any expectations down the line for them, but they just haven't had that opening pick potential they did yesterday. Maverick hovering a Junker Queen, and Eevee is going to screw with me and will totally switch off that Reinhardt. Is not switching off the Reinhardt. What?
We're getting Reinhardt gameplay in the great year of 2024. Not one of the favored brawl tanks. You see the Queen Rush that's coming out from Maverick, or that standard Ramatra most usually, and the play that they were hoping for. I mean, there's a bit of a delay clearly there, a bit of a disconnect between Saint and Eevee. They were hoping to get a pin off of that grasp onto the petal platform. It doesn't work, but it's still Eevee with the first kill of this first fight.
Eevee with 1, and somehow Fern, the most mobile hero arguably on the team for Artemis, dies to a hammer that can't do a heck of a lot when it's not able to move. Follow up there for Hutch will actually take out Maverick, but it was basically everybody on the team that found an assist in some way, shape, or form. And in Arizaki, they will cap first, they will follow up well, and they will force Artemis to full retreat.
Yeah, full retreat is necessary here. I mean, realistically, when you look at the matchup of these 2 comps, you'd think that the Queen comp would be able to just run straight through, straight past the Rhine and get to the backline. That's what they're going to try to do, but it's not happening at the moment as Maverick's the first to drop again.
Painker, please find a kill. Okay, you'll back away and survive for the time being, but that's a little concerning. Zac finds 2 in the process. Okay, you were supposed to play Junkrat on Junkertown. It's kinda in the name. It's not supposed to work this well on Suravasa.
But Zac seemingly proving it doesn't matter what hero they play on any map, they're gonna make it work. And at the moment, the damage is coming in. The aggression from Eevee and the rest of this Inarizaki team is just kind of making Artemis fold. There hasn't been a chance for them to get their queen in, and look how much damage Maverick has taken already.
Straight through the attempted amplification matrix, combine that with a very dangerous Junkrat, and you have a recipe for disaster, at least if you are a team against them. Attempt through, Zac should be able to finish what they started. Fern does find 1, almost a second, does find a second onto Zac, but it doesn't matter. Inarizaki end up capping regardless. I don't think it would have mattered from the start, but they will indeed cap first, and they'll head over Palace for second.
Yeah, and Inarizaki continuing to follow up with the dominant play. They're proving why they are the higher seed. They're going to make a strong push through this competition so far. I mean, that fight win and the ults online, it's going to be crazy. There's going to be a lot of ults used in this fight. I wouldn't be surprised based on what we saw on the earlier maps. But this flank from Eevee maybe not quite working out as they'd intended.
Surprising usage of Riptire early. Oh, Maverick already gone. They were trying to cap. It seems like they still are. Eevee turns around realizing, hey, there's 3 people behind me. Here's the overclock. Point blank. Amadine needs to back away. Finds Fern point blank. What a slight flick from no range whatsoever. They still have a full build up. They should be able to find Maverick. Oh, Marduk's, sorry. And they will, as they TP, unfortunately, directly into the line of sight.
Yeah, but Inarizaki, even after losing them, like letting Painkare get that first pick, and having Eevee completely out of that fight to begin with on a flank, still able to pull out the win. Now a huge EMP from Painkare, but are the rest of the team going to be able to follow up?
Tree of Life used. Marduk's actually helps for one at the Shatter, finding one back the other way, and here goes Maverick. They don't need that Rampage. Conserve it for the time being while you still have the availability. Surprising usage of the Kitsune Rush, where there's only 2 players alive for an Arizaki. That's an expenditure they cannot afford.
Yeah, and it's just little niggly things like this for Artemis that they just aren't quite as clean as they were yesterday. They need to pull it together slightly on the ult usage. Understanding when fights have been won or lost already is a key factor in Overwatch 2. But that was certainly a close fight. I can kind of understand the panic. They do still have the ult advantage. One of them being a big Rampage. The anti lands and the kills come from it soon after.
Yeah, already finding that opening, and you basically need nothing afterwards. Maverick takes full advantage of the middle platform, and will actually go sky high off the back of it. Zach making the switch. I like this decision. Swap on towards the Mei while you still can. Maverick pulled away from everything and everybody. Will not take pin damage, but will still die in the process. And the fact that nobody else for Inarizaki has died in the last few seconds mean that it's a 5 versus 4. Lack of a tank for Artemis. Yes, they're at 85%, but they will disengage, and smartly so. They'll probably give away full point capture as well, because they cannot afford to lose back-to-back fights in the process.
No, they certainly can, and they understand. There's the slightly smarter play from Artemis. They know this is last fight territory. If they win one more fight on this point, they have secured the objective. Now, it is last fight territory as well, but this Blade should set them up really nicely. Huge 2 picks opening that up from Fern. Does die to Amadine, but Painkare and the rest of their team should be able to clean this fight up, and that should be this second point going in favor of Artemis.
It is. Back to even, at least here on Suravasa. And I have to say, good swap from an Arizaki, but Artemis have taken full advantage of some differences in terms of compositions. We'll move over towards Gardens. I like the decision here for Artemis to play a little bit further forward. You're swapping and sticking with the Sombra from old, and honestly, the EMP could be a difference maker alone, especially against a Ram now.
Yeah, Ram, this comp's going to be really bunkered. Everyone's going to be quite close together, apart from potentially Amadine looking for an off angle on the Sojourn. But never mind, even Amadine's there, and look at how huge that EMP is, hitting every member of the Inarizaki roster.
Surprisingly enough, again, Tree of Life used. Kitsune Rush to counter, though, and they should be able to take out the tree in short order. They will. That should spell the end of the fight. I'd be surprised if Inarizaki stick around and or survive through this. Saint-Dex up in the air. Fern takes full advantage of a very stagnant Life Weaver, and they'll be dispatched of. I'd also be surprised if Saint-Dex does not swap here, because that Life Weaver just is not finding the payoff, and yeah, they'll swap. I love being right.
Yeah, I was expecting that. They were holding it. That's why that tree was invested into that fight regardless. They knew the swap was coming. They have gone back to what worked for them in terms of brawl comps. This is what won them first point or first map. This is their bread and butter when it comes to brawl. They've swapped off of the funny. They're taking things seriously now. It's going to get hard for Artemis to come back in this.
Rampage used. Soul boops Zac off, and the Rampage finds 2. Eevee still antied, and yeah, this fight's done and dusted. I'd be surprised if they actually touch off the back of this. They have about 13, 14 seconds to do so. I just play for next, because you know what's on the other side of the map. Just play your advantage with position already.
Yeah, it's got to be. There's one of only 2 maps left, like you said. It is going to be on this far side of the map. But no, they're still going for it. They think they have a chance to win it here. Still,
nope.
No overtime. Never mind. Fruitless effort, but now they're down Saint X. Maybe a chance for the Artemis roster to catch some members of the Inarizaki team out during this next rotation. Never mind. Actually, that spawn for Saint X was put him immediately back with the team.
Yeah, I would say Saint X, luckily, they were the only one to fall on the Lucio, so they're quick enough, and they get the side spawn, and it helps. There is still Pankar, who's fairly close to their next EMP, and they have the flank for information as well. This becomes a little bit more difficult for Inarizaki than they may think. They may have that premonition that they're in a good position, but Fern, now with the Dragon Blade, they walk forward but are caught inside the Ravenous Vortex, not making their life easy whatsoever. They still will stick around. They have support from their support line, and Kitsune Rush available. It'll be used right off the bat. Sound barrier as well, should it be required, but there goes the Annihilation, already finding one. At this point, it is conservation and attempting to stick with nothing. And Artemis, they just cannot get in alive. Inarizaki cap early and have an extremely good fight, but Amadine dies to themselves? That could be a problem.
Following Maverick Alpha, I'm not quite sure what that was. It's certainly not going to be a swap with them so close to the Death Blossom already, but now it means Artemis should be back before they are. It's going to be a 5v4 if they can. They didn't quite take advantage of it. Like you said, I guess Reaper comes back pretty quickly, but now it's going to be difficult. Now Artemis have to play into this disadvantage.
Death Blossom used, Kitsune not available, nor is the sound barrier, as it was used early in the fight, and they used the cleanse way too quickly in that to make it worth anything. Yeah, they bait out a single ultimate, but they lose so quickly. They've gotten team killed, and I'd be surprised if they try and touch now. We're most likely going to see a 5th point here.
Yeah, we should almost certainly be seeing a 5th point here. And well, Artemis had a good run. They got 2 maps in a row, but as soon as 2 points in a row, but as soon as Inarizaki swap to their more standard Brawl comp, they have looked dominant since. They just 100-0 swept that 4th point, and they're going to be coming in confidently in this last point with the Coalescence already online as well.
Oh, what a wall! Oh, say goodbye. Even with a cleanse, Maverick's not surviving that. What a play. 15 seconds till point unlocks. That's basically a free 20% almost for Inarizaki, and they find a follow-up on Soul. Perfect fight planning as they rotate backwards. They catch Artemis sleeping, and will cap first here on our final point.
Yeah, they're setting themselves up really nicely here to secure this 3-0 sweep at the moment. Paincare is alive, does get some scouting in the backline on the Sombra, but how much can they do? There's no hack available, no EMP, should I say, and Saint X does have the beat to counter any engagement that can come out from Artemis.
Again, a good wall. This one lands onto Fern. I'd be surprised if Pankar lives here. They won't be able to. Nearly aim hacks from Hutch on the right click ends up working, and they'll have support to get back in and fight Maverick point blank. This is another 20% most likely going in Narazaki's way, if not more than that. Next fight will probably be around the 70% margin, and even then, it's not looking good for Artemis. They have some ultimates, but they need them to play in dividends if they want to touch, because we've touched spawn doors on Flashpoint.
Yeah, that's crazy, the distance that gets covered in this map, but the team of Inarizaki so confident and comfortable here. They've got so many ults online. Even if Artemis pops some of their own, it's going to be a hard-fought fight here.
Annihilation available if Eevee needs it to stick around. They still have Nemesis for him as well. There's a Kitsune Rush. Sound barrier as well. It'll be dedicated. 95%. Somebody will touch. It'll be Fern, however, with their Dragon Blade. They have support from Pankar, but it is a 2 versus 5 on and around the point. Coalescence used. The hack will find absolutely nothing. This one's over. It will be the sweep. Welcome to 3 Overwatch. As an Arizaki, you're going to the semifinal.
Yeah, and the Giant Slayers of last round, the home team Iliad Artemis, knocked out by a just demolishing victory by the Inarizaki roster. Eevee and the rest of their team, as soon as they took things seriously, as soon as they went back to that fight plan that had worked previously, they steamrolled their way through this once again. They are looking strong after that performance. They are going to be a dangerous team, but going to be hard for them in the next round. And Inarizaki have one of the other favorites of the tournament last time around's finalist, Crazy 88s, to watch out for after progressing through here. But yeah, some huge plays from the entire team on every single map. They just never really, like, when they were taking things seriously, looked like they were at any point worrying about anything that Artemis had to face them with.
Yeah, I mean, early on in Junkertown, it seemed to be a fairly quick and concise victory for them. Yeah, their defensive side had some mistakes, late first, late second point, but honestly, overall, they looked so clean for the rest of the game, especially on their attacking side. And moving into Saravasa, you're looking at a game that, to start off, went their way. They followed up and made, again, a few mistakes, and Artemis made sure they were forced into those mistakes. But, I mean, that one right there. Why use Bob in a closed-off room in a fight you've lost already? And you stick on the Ashe. I hope it was a fat finger. It happens sometimes, but that was... it was a questionable game. And Artemis are probably going to want probably 2 of these 3 maps back. Nepal was okay, but Saravasa they probably could have won. In Junkertown, 2 different fights, maybe 3, and you're looking at a completely different story. They could be up 2-1 going into map 4 rather than losing at 3-0.
Yeah, but as you say, in the end, the 3-0 loss is what happens. That's all they can pull out, and it's because of big plays and what seemingly just, like you said, better ult usage, better ult tracking, better fight planning. Everything that Inarizaki were doing just seemed better at that time. They had the ideal target focus. I mean, you saw it like 3 fights in a row. Maverick goes to walk in on the Junker Queen, is immediately hard split by a perfectly placed wall and just blown up, full health to 0 in seconds. You know, you blink and you miss it, they're dead. Fights were over that quickly. I mean, that's got to be a great one at carrying themselves into the next round for Inarizaki. But man, a heartbreaking defeat for Artemis, who were on top of the world after beating Bonsai Buddies yesterday, plummeting all the way back down to earth from the sky-high heights of thinking they had a chance after winning against the reigning champions. Not the way they'll have wanted to go out. They'd have wanted to put a better showing on for their fans watching. But, you know, at least they can always hold on to the fact that they made it this far, and against some of the other teams in this competition, that says something.
Especially yesterday, winning against Bonsai, that's at least a good start for them. There is still positives they can take away from the tournament, but as the tournament as a whole, as we can take a look at our bracket before we move on to our semifinals, 3 quarterfinals played, 3 teams sent home, 3 into the final 4. It's our final match of the quarterfinals bracket here. Timeless Obsidian taking on Strix in the Iliad Invitational. One will move on to the final 4 and take on Gilbert's family. The other, well, they will send themselves home in 5th to 8th place without any prize money to take. Type of Light, joining alongside me here, still is unchanged. And I gotta say, I don't think much has changed in the last 40 minutes or so between us predicting where this series may go and, well, where it may in the future.
Yeah, no, I have to entirely agree. Unfortunately, Strix could come up with literally the biggest upset of the tournament so far, even surpassing Artemis beating Bonsai Buddies yesterday. But I see that as unlikely. I would this time wager my ability as a seer on it being Timeless Obsidian versus Gilbert's family in the semi-finals, as you also stated earlier. So this is certainly going to be a very difficult matchup, but Timeless Obsidian need to play up to the standards they have set for themselves previously, and well, Strix need to prove that they should not be underestimated. These teams, they're still here for a reason. They're still all playing at very high levels. None of these players are amateurs. They've all been here before. They've all played in some tournament matches. They know how to deal with the pressure. But man, as we get a look at these rosters, we get over starting off with the Timeless Obsidian roster. You're gonna see why they are the favorites. Looking at Hopeful and Dynasty making up the DPS line, they have Luke Framord on tank, Skier, and Unread as the support line. That is a dangerous lineup for Timeless Obsidian there, Dan.
So I think it's actually Luca from ORD, which is the 3-letter abbreviation for the Chicago O'Hare Airport. I think it's Luca from Chicago or Luca from ORD. I'm about 4 hours from Chicago and I fly in and out of there all the time. So that's also the capitalization in their BattleNet. So that's what I'm going to go with. It's Luca from ORD or just Luca. But yes. Skier and Unread, very good and we'll say helpful backline players. Sometimes we talk about support players and just offhanded comment, oh yeah, they're good. Watching Timeless Obsidian, especially just yesterday when they played in their round of 16 matchup, they are the reason the rest of their team is so good. Now, granted, the rest of the team is mechanically gifted and, very situationally aware in and of their own right, but the fact that your support line allows you to do as much as you do is, we'll say, helpful, to say the very least. We'll take a look at Strix, figure out who their opponents will be into this round of 8 quarterfinals matchup. Manually, Peace Crimson, whose Discord name is actually Quimson, with a W instead of an R, Proto, and Jimical. I feel like Crimson was just taken, so they decided to go for the OO version.
I can't blame them, but yeah, Strix are a team that are active in a lot of other tournaments. They make their way around the circuit, but it's certainly going to be hard for them to pull out a win against a team of the caliber of Timeless Obsidian. However, like I said, these aren't new players. They have been around for quite a while. They're certainly going to be at least confident in their own abilities and confident as we look at the matchups, as is the case with the entire troll for the first map. That's how this tournament has continued. So it will be interesting to see as we open up what these two teams opt to run out with. Looking from what I'm seeing, it's going to be another Nepal Dam. But do you think we'll be seeing the same kind of comps that we saw in our previous matchups?
I don't know. I mean, it comes down to what Timeless Obsidian is comfortable with. Again, I watched a little bit of their game yesterday, but I don't know how, we'll say, true to form their match yesterday will apply to today. Mainly because of, their opponent. They played Kronos. It didn't really seem that close. When they did play Kronos, however, I'm trying to scroll through their matchup. Am I on the right? Yeah, I am. They played on Busan, and it seemed like they were... Nope, that's Shikigami. I'm on the wrong game. But playing the Nepal first map, regardless of its finish or start, I have to say, with Timeless Obsidian more importantly, they need to have that space to work with. If they allow Strix a way in, if they give that ability to pull off over, there's not a heck of a lot they could pull. Turns out they played on Oasis, not on the other, so don't mind me. But it seems like they were more than comfortable to run really anything. They ran Pharmacy combo for some reason on University Center, which I don't know how well that may have worked. But hey, it worked for them. What was it, a 3-0 sweep, or at least 3-1? I think it was 3-0.
I believe they had a 3-0 sweep. I believe Timeless Obsidian in every match they've had so far has been a 3-0 sweep. They've been fairly comfortable and confident looking so far. So I'm sure they'll be wanting to continue that undefeated streak coming in to this matchup. But it's like I say, it's always going to be hard. Any team in this tournament, as we've seen, can certainly put up an upset victory. But yeah, it's going to be hard. Strix are going to have to play to their best, and Timeless Obsidian are going to have to make some mistakes, I would fear, for it to go in their favor. But we're about ready to see what these teams are going to be running out with on this first point. Does look fairly standard, at least. That's a pretty usual Junker Queen Rush 5-man comp that we've been seeing so far throughout this tournament. However, Timeless Obsidian, it's a bull comp and it's an Echo Mercy. This looks more like something I would see in ranked.
Honestly, I don't hate it. This is basically exactly what they ran. They'll probably switch off Hopeful if I'm correct. I'm going back to the VOD because this is almost textbook what they ran back in their map yesterday on Control. They still ran the ball. They ran Pharmacy instead of Echo Mercy, but you keep the Ana. You're probably switching Hopeful a little bit, but this is more than okay. And Luca, I like this decision. If they are able to just play as quickly as they can, forward, throw off the rotations of Strix, you're in a perfectly comfortable position. It seems like that's exactly what they're going to do. However, they do need to be a little bit more cognizant of their cooldowns, and they should be able to get away quickly. Hello, Luca. Okay, they're safe.
Yeah, in the meantime, though, they are causing a distraction. The rest of the Strix team having to try and deal with them, but Strix getting the first pick. This rush comp is kind of an ideal way. Nice Jagged Blade there from Crimson, but as I said, the rush sustain with the shout and everything is kind of the ideal way to counteract a bull comp and their intended engagements.
An early cap, but after that, they can't do a heck of a lot. They will prevent the cap back for a few extra seconds, but it is only delaying the inevitable. Timeless Obsidian will come back into this fight, but the problem they're starting to run into is a lack of sustain. Say goodbye to Luca as they're quickly dispatched of, and this is starting to become a little bit of a problem if you're Timeless Obsidian. Losing your tank somewhat early in this fight doesn't allow any level of sustainability, and more importantly, it doesn't seem like they know what they have to do to take out Crimson early, like I thought they did at the beginning.
Yeah, I was sure they were going to be able to find a way to burst down the Queen and get their engagements out. We do see a swap here from Luca. Is currently running out on the Doomfist, and that looks far more confident. There's that tank difference once they're not running the funny ball hero.
Bionade misses, but that'll be just about the only thing that misses inside of this fight. But 40% more than good enough for Strix in that. They don't expend any ultimates in the process, and they're starting to build fairly well in some of these dry fights. Somehow Luca has been booped off by Jimmicle while playing the Doomfist. Duplication of Genji here for Dynasty, but they have very little help. They'll be lucky if they survive as they jump off the map. They barely grab the ball. They'll find a health pack and survive, but 6 seconds, not enough time to build up the Dragon Blade and then subsequently use it for some level of availability shortly thereafter. Bionade will be useful, will find the kill onto Manually, but Dynasty dies in the process even after being removed from that duplication. Doesn't seem like it's going to matter though. Yes, cap for Strix, but nothing doing afterwards. Dragon Blade surprisingly invested here, does nothing for peace, and they're basically in a 1 versus 4. It's not going to happen even with some support. They die. And that's about it after Crimson delays for a few extra seconds. And there's the staggered fight. There we go.
Yeah, I was interested to see that it was manually trying to chase down that kill on the skier. I mean, especially knowing that the anti-nade is still online, you have to respect the damage that an Ana can put out. There's no joke in that level of damage. Oh no!
Okay, okay.
Okay, they didn't make it. I thought Peace wasn't going to quite get that cooldown in time before they hit where that kill box is on that lower section. But now we see the swap as well from Dynasty onto that Pharah that you mentioned them playing yesterday. And they're outputting an insane amount of damage, now getting nanoed as well. Timeless Obsidian seem to have kind of settled back into things here. Strix, though, are still causing them some issues.
75% though. Make it 80. Luca will be able to survive this, and they get back. Wow, that's professional skill and a half. They'll also give their team some extra help in terms of ult points, but it doesn't seem like it's going to matter at the end of the day. They do have Meteor Strike. Kitsune Rush going to be thrown here from Strix. They still have Sound Barrier alongside Rampage. Those are the two more important ultimates as it stands. And oh, you got to be careful if your Peace. Doesn't seem like they're going to survive this one. Again, they just barely get the cooldown and will survive it at the end of the day. Proto has the Swift Step, will get through and get the Suzu off, helping their team survive and cap back as the anti lands, but they'll survive through. It doesn't matter. Peace will probably end up falling away here. Again, they survive. What is going on?
Yeah, Peace seems to have the cooldown timing down to a T at the moment. Luke opting for a tactical reset, I hope, there. Hopeful, though, does find a pick during that reset. But yeah, a little bit of slight managerial over-aggression at times. Obsidian getting caught out in some unfavorable positions. I don't know if they are in time. It's going to be close, particularly with Hopeful kind of being forced into a duel here.
So they do have overtime. That's guaranteed. They have to touch after the 97% mark, and they do. Crimson on the Winston doesn't make things particularly easy here for Strix. Valkyrie going to be popped and wide open but Sound Barrier, Duplication of Ana, and the Pulse Bomb all going off. There's that justice, but it's not going to be anything more than a slight gavel to the head of Manuel Lee. And Peace sticking around on this Echo could be the difference maker. Good stabilization from Luca as they find the power drive. They find more and more damage afterwards, and the Nano is the difference maker. Down goes Crimson. The Winton is overwatched into the grave. And it is time to go up 1-0.
I thought, Peace hit a really nice, swap on the Ana. Ana, I find to be one of the strongest heroes that you can duplicate. The ability to build nano so quickly, as well as have the immediate cooldown, hit a sleep and an anti, and they hit a really nice anti. It landed onto Skier in the backline, but somehow no one able to follow up on the anti'd Ana. The kill didn't come out. Skier stayed alive, and alive for long enough to give the nano to Luca, and like you said, that was really, at that point, the fight flipped heavily in favor of Timeless Obsidian, and they take that first point, but not as easily as they might have expected. They really are going to have to respect Strix here, who are putting on a strong showing so far.
I think Timeless Obsidian is trying to stick about as close to this as they can as we move to our second point. The same composition they ran yesterday on multiple points of Oasis and in towards Escort as well. Basically, Pharmacy, couple that with a ball who's now off the map via a boop from Jimmical as they boop off yet another tank of Timeless Obsidian. Things become a little bit more difficult. Yeah, that's the fight. Strix will be able to cap first. It's not even close at this point, and Timeless Obsidian is just a matter of how quickly you can get back into this, and oh my goodness, Hopeful is killed manually in the process. That could become a little nefarious down the line.
Yeah, the Tracer should be back before the Sojourn can. Does have some movement, so it's not going to be too long out of the fight, but it sets them up. The lack of that Tracer means there's no one really scouting and poking Luca out, but didn't get the health pack. Yeah, that's a huge, a minor misplay that makes a huge difference in this fight.
You missed the 200, and because of that, you can't get the other 200. It's a 400 health sway. And a quick death because of it. somehow the railgun shot isn't lethal into the air. Dynasty will survive, so too will Manually as the pulse bomb misses. But Hopeful Point Blank needs to be able to find something with these cannons, because you have to be able to find a follow-up. They do. Down goes Proto, Skier dies, and then is resurrected shortly thereafter. In the meantime, Peace takes out Unread, so in the meantime, it doesn't matter. You lose a support player either way, just which one it is traded out the opposite direction. Hopeful in the process finds Crimson, should be able to find the kill, but a sound barrier will keep them alive. A nano and a Dynasty trying to nullify that opposing sound barrier, and it will indeed be the case, but Dynasty, lucky to be alive, is now no longer. 60% on the cards for Strix, and it seems like they have the clear and obvious advantage until Luca finally slows down Peace, and it should be the cap, but it depends on how long it'll take, as the resurrection comes through onto the Pharah, and finally Jimmicle dies. Now Timeless will cap after 71 seconds.
Yeah, that's a very nice hold in the end. I mean, you're a fight and a half away from victory at this point if you're the Strix side. I mean, one good team fight, you can really be pulling it into a staggered fight, so they're going to be hoping to do that. But they do still have to deal with Timeless and these ults that are online for them, including this crazily aggressive minefield from Luca.
How in the world is Manually alive? Is that just not do enough damage? I suppose that's just not moving quickly enough? I don't know, Manually Point Blank. This railgun is dangerous like this. What is Luca doing? No reason to put yourself in that position. There's one with the barrage. Make it 2-1 to Peace, so it is a fairly even fight. But Crimson being alive is the difference maker. And the Kitsune rush on the point may very well be the difference that goes Strix's way. However, they lose a couple fights. They lose their support line as well, and that'll do it. Crimson will die, albeit to the environment, but it's Timeless Obsidian to stick around, even through the loss of Luca.
Even with Kitsune Rush and Shout, Crimson spent that whole fight chasing Skier, and Skier did not die. Skier's ability to just stay alive, or at least put themselves in a resable situation at the moment on this Ana, I think has been the biggest difference in the fights that Timeless Obsidian have been able to win here.
They have res, but they can't seemingly get it off. Ball slept, antied, and as it's the Echo swap for Dynasty after the barrage, they intentionally do not use the res. I like this decision. The problem is, you're having some problems as time progresses. Skier going to build up the nano. They have that available onto whoever they choose. But the issue is, who do you pick at this point? You're missing that Pharah. A sleep lands onto the Winston. You could target them and try and drop them down, but the lack of a Bionade makes things significantly more difficult. Final fight territory for Timeless Obsidian, even after losing so much in the earlier stages, and that nano may very well be the deciding factor at the end of not only this round, but the point and map as a whole. Skier trying to bide his time, the sleep available, the pulse bomb misses, it goes just way too long, and the overtime wick ticking away, nobody for Strix can touch, and Timeless Obsidian will take Nepal.
Yeah, the Tracer blink straight across point. You've got to know that in the middle of that animation, it doesn't count as you actually touching, because you're not, I don't know, you're not like actually materialized as a thing that can register to touch. It's much like being invisible as Sombra. It does not
You're
count as a touch
hero.
on the point. Yeah, so blinking straight across from out of point to out of point on that corner didn't quite count as the touch that I'm sure they were hoping for, but yeah, Timeless Obsidian just scraping it out. Again, it kind of seems, as is the case quite often for a lot of teams at this level, like sometimes, yes, they falter at the beginning, they don't quite know what to expect from their opponents, but once they figure out the play styles, they lock in, and they just don't seem to lose fights from then in out. Like, it becomes like, oh, they lost 60%, this is going to be tough, and then all of a sudden it's like, yeah, but we're going to sweep.
It did seem to be a few mistakes made by Timeless Obsidian. By no means was that a perfect game for them. They had difficulty second point to open, honestly both points to open it seemed. But the fact of the matter was, they limited their mistakes at the end of the day, and they made sure they stuck around for longer and drawn out fights when they had the point rather than when they didn't. When they were fighting against the point, the only time they really had a long and drawn out fight was a second attempt on that second point. There wasn't a heck of a lot going against them, all things considered, and more importantly, they didn't give away too much even when losing early opportunities. And I gotta say, map 2 looking I'll be a little bit better as we take a look at where we're headed for Escort. Strix have made the decision to go to Dorado. This is my first time seeing this map since fall of 2022.
Wow, that is a while ago. I've seen it more recently in some other competitions, but it is my first time seeing it picked in this competition. Dorado, an interesting map, particularly given what you've seen so far from Timeless Obsidian. They look very strong on a dive comp with that pokey Farah. And Dorado is a map that's kind of known for Echo and Farah, and known for its ability, or its viability, sorry, with the dive tanks. It is most predominantly Winston and Bull that you see get played here, and it is a lot of Echo that gets played. So, as well as the double sniper availability, potentially, I feel like this almost plays into the hand of Timeless Obsidian from what we've seen so far.
So, my analysis coming into Dorado, and take this with a grain of salt, what does Strix swap onto here? They played a couple different tank heroes. You picked up Crimson on the Winston and on the Junker Queen. Didn't seem like they picked up anything else, at least nothing of substance. The Doomfist for Luca was actually not too bad. I'd like to see that more if they play on the defensive side to start, but that or a Ball or a Winston would all be very viable. The other swaps, notably enough, are really just Peace and Manually going on towards the Tracer for the time being. Now, they're in spawn doors. Remember, this could change at the blink of a button or the blink of a Tracer. But Peace has the availability to swap as they please. They don't need to stick on a Widow, which would probably be useful to start, or an Echo to take high ground. They have not only the Brig, but the Ana to support them. You have a lot of variability when you pick up both of those supporting heroes.
Yeah, it is indeed. It makes it difficult for the other team to know what you're going to play, but exactly what I thought would happen is happening. I mean, Timeless Obsidian, they're just running out a lovely mid-air direct there from Dynasty, but they're just running out on the Pharmacy comp that we saw them play on the last map, which, like I said, is perfectly more than viable, even on defense of Dorado. I'm interested to see if Strix feel like they have some sort of plan against this comp, but at the moment, Peace is the only one that they really have to try and deal with this Farah, and Dynasty is going to be loving that.
You have Proto, too, if you really want to get into semantics, but Proto should not be focusing on the Pharah alone. Hopeful probably should be focusing on Crimson, though, as they die to the Winston point blank. Not an easy start here for Timeless Obsidian. The Tracer will be able to get back somewhat quickly, but not quickly enough, and here comes the Tunnel Vision onto Skier. They have some support, but just it's not quick enough, and Luca will do what they can to stick around, but it will not be lethal at all. The res will go through. They try and find the Mercy in the process, but Emmanuel has to escape that one in the same due diligence of death, and hopeful, that's a good backline.
Yeah, Dynasty, though, flying over top, finding that backline. The boot comes out. Skier actually getting that first kill on the Crimson, though. I was going to say the plan had seemingly worked. They knew who they were going to dive for Strix, but it all too quickly has started to fall apart for them as, yeah, the abilities, the cooldowns, the coordination has started to come back together for Timeless Obsidian. And once again, it seems to be the case of you lose one fight while you're figuring things out, but all too quickly for Timeless Obsidian, they pull things back together, and Strix, once again, having to reset. Will be interesting to see now they've got a bit more space, what type of rotations they set themselves up with coming into this next fight.
So running the Pharmacy here, you have the Barrage Valkyrie combination if you need it. You have the Nano Barrage if you need it as well. The Echo goes hunting, will find that Mercy and the Pharah, but a Nanoed Pharah one-taps an Echo every day of the week. There goes the jump into the back line. A sleep lands, but not before Proto falls towards that same barrage we were worried about, and the Nano does indeed become the pivotal factor. Dynasty finds 4 and creates one of his namesake on the defensive side of Dorado.
Yeah, looking ever so strong on this Farah. The pocket is coming out, and even when the pocket doesn't seem like quite enough healing, you get hit with a Nano from Skier, and like you said, that immediately opens the fight up. Nano Farah has been such a dangerous combo for so long. However, pocketed Farah not going to be available as unread. No res available when it's the Mercy that drops first.
Skier dies as well. This first point may be over. Barring a miracle of defense from Luca and Hopeful, Hopeful gets antied, has a Pulse Bomb, if they can find somebody to place it on, there will still be some level of contention. And there's the Valkyrie to get back in. The availability is at least here for the defensive side. Nano goes on to manually as they have the Pulse Bomb. They may not even need it. First kill found already on towards Unread. Help onto Luca as well, and they will indeed cap first. A little chaotic, but they get there nonetheless.
Yeah, and ultimately, if you're Strix, you don't really care too much about how you do it, as long as you do it, and you do it with a good time bank. 3 minutes still to go as they progress on to second point. They'll be more than happy about that, and like you said, didn't really even have to invest many ults. It's only the support line that pulled anything out for them in that fight. They've still got plenty to go, and those support ults do tend to build quite quickly as well, so they're setting themselves up nicely as they progress through onto the second point. However, Dynasty finding that support line so causes Strix to have to start this fight a little earlier than they'd have hoped for.
Well, again, Dynasty ends up finding Proto as they get slept. This time it's the explosive sticky bombs rather than the barrage, but regardless, it's still the kill to come through. Pulse Bomb yeeted up. It seems like Peace needs to go to the gym on that duplication if they want to get it that far. Primal Rage finds Skier, so again, difficulties on the support line of sticking around long term, and because of it, Luca falls. Here's that Winston. Without the Primal, though, things become a lot more problematic, and they die because of it. While Hopeful Tunnel Visions, though, their doppelganger takes them out, and Dynasty needs to back away even with that pocket in hand.
Yeah, Skier is certainly struggling at the moment. It seems to be there's a slight disconnect between these two supports. Ana Mercy isn't the most uncommon support line. It certainly gets played often enough that teams should know how to run it, but the issue it does tend to have is if you're having your pocketed DPS on some very dangerous off angles, you leave the supports alone. Lots of ults being used there. I'm not quite sure how that post bomb from Hopeful found 2 there.
He just slams it in the back line. It sticks one, I think they moved into the other. That's what I'm presuming happened. That happens with me in my ranked games. Teammate gets stuck and they decide, oh yeah, if I'm going down, you're going down with me. It feels like
it's
some team camaraderie just in the wrong way. Yeah, Hopeful sticks around, but 70 seconds left. By no means is this easy for Strix. Look at their ults. They've only got Rally and Nano on the way.
Yeah, they invested a lot into those last couple of fights and didn't really get much space out of it. Timeless Obsidian anchoring down. They lost a couple of players, but all they've been doing, like you say, is picking up ults of their own. Crimson puts the bubble down to try and split, but it doesn't split the team for long. Now we see the investment coming in. That's a nice anti from Proto to open the fight up, though.
Proto lands it, and just because of it, the Bionade on the other side doesn't go through. Crimson, lucky to be alive right now, will not be for long. Nano not available, nor is the Bionade, but Crimson will get out just barely, but not far enough. 30 seconds left, final fight now on the cards. Dynasty duplicates a Sombra, interestingly enough, and should be able to stick around as it stands. They have the EMP, they'll pop it. That and the virus. They can't find anything lethal off the back, but they have the support and the focusing beam, sniping Peace out of midair.
Yeah, and it was Hopeful coming in on the follow-up, cleaning up those kills. So again, some nice team coordination in the end, and that should probably spell the end as Crimson gets nanoed, but will it be enough for them to get on the point? Yeah. It is just in time. It's going to be hard, though. It's just that monkey on its own, but Luca dying, this could be interesting now.
Crimson just jumped off the point. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
No. Yeah.
No.
Mm-hmm. Go get it. I'll keep everyone talking. Yeah, that fight should have
put me on cam.
Should have ended differently when Luca died. We certainly here it goes. We should add another
what was that
counter. It was a letter number from Crimson.
That's a shame. That should never have happened. Crimson jumps off the point. Please tell me that there's a slow-mo button for that last part of the replay. Because Crimson, I want to catch it in slow-mo when they jump away without anybody else near to touch. They had so much health, too. That's such a shame.
Yeah, it's got to just be a lack of communication there. Maybe they thought someone else, maybe, I don't know, maybe they thought manually on the Tracer was back and was going to be able to touch or something, but they heard some communication. I'm not quite sure. It's so unfortunate because, yeah, they killed Luca. They looked like they'd set themselves up nicely for that fight. Crimson was full HP, but for some inexplicable reason, they leave the point. Like,
all right.
heartbreak way for Strix. They're already like they're doing so well. They're finally looking like they have the chance to beat Timeless Obsidian, and then they end up beating themselves here. It's not even Timeless Obsidian making a great play that stops that push.
Objectively, they should have won the fight because Luca had already died. So the health pool had already been halved. That's just something that probably shouldn't have happened. And it's becoming a little bit of a concern now. They're trying to rely on the high ground. Crimson has made the swap onto their third tank hero of the day, if not fourth, this being the D.Va. I like the D.Va decision. I'm a fan. You can go sniping for Dynasty in midair, especially because they're sitting on the backside of point 1 for some reason. Luca's doing the same. They'll probably go up the stairs behind you and try and knock you down. But hey, there's the first. Dynasty wins the in-air battle as the dogfight goes to defense.
Yeah, defense winning. The res does immediately come out. That's always going to be a big thing in these comps. Can you get a kill, and can you deny or secure it in a position where the res is not available? Look at Unred having to get out of dodge there. Nice anti-lance. Can they secure the kills off the back of it? That's going to be the question. Like I said, if you get a kill and it gets immediately res, not so much of a threat, but when you're in a dangerous position like that, Unred's not going to risk their life for it.
So Strix playing further forward. They're not engaging from the high ground as much as we saw from Timeless Obsidian. And the change in overall setup is helping. They do not have a pocketed Echo. Peace is somewhat low. They should still have some support from the Ana, and they will. Ana, both of them actually, have the nanos built up should they need them. And there they go, each of them finding one. Dynasty trying to backline will die. Peace wins 2 separate fights at the same time. Takes out both halves of the Pharmacy combo. And a 90 seconds, now make it 100 seconds gone. They'll even go duplicating an Ana, and they probably didn't need to. That's a waste of a dude. But hey, go for it, I guess.
Yeah, they maybe didn't need to, but it felt necessary to them, and that's what's important. The thing is, they did lose their Ana in that last fight, so I guess maybe just making sure you have the support available to enable your team to kind of anchor until your actual Ana gets back isn't the worst idea. But it was a questionable fight, but they still ultimately are holding here, and that's all that Strix will be really worried about. Like I said, they don't seem to be too worried about how things get done, as long as they actually get them done and can move on and try and hold some space.
The Echo in midair. There's sticky bombs. They may very well land. And there's the Echo duplicate onto the opposing Ana. And again, it turns into nothing for Dynasty, as they just cannot win this duel. The DM will keep the Mercy alive. It will as well for Dynasty, as the bomb goes off in front of Crota. Crimson alone, not gonna happen. As they try to pop the mech on top of the point, they'll hop back into it and have some support in the process. The problem is they've lost basically their entire team, and a tunnel vision down of a baby D.Va will very quickly end this fight, and will most likely end this point as a whole, because there's just no logical way you can recontest here without your D.Va in hand.
Yeah, and now for Timeless Obsidian, you've only got to go over halfway. I'm not so sure about that recontest there from Peace. Of any sense. They needed to get themselves set up in a nice flank position ready for the next objective. Now they're resetting, and now it gives Timeless Obsidian an excuse to go a bit aggressively, knowing there isn't that echo damage there.
Luca going hunting for a solo Echo has found one, but you don't have the health pool for this, and Luca's gonna die. We've learned nothing, apparently, from attempting to backline on the ball. But on the bright side, you've gained about 25-30 meters in the process. You've forced Strix to at least pay attention to you, and distracting factor is at least helpful. You've gotten about halfway towards that golden box to victory as well. So, wasn't useless, just probably not helpful.
Yeah, I guess he was somewhat of a distraction, but now this is the real fight happening as Dynasty gets hit with that nano coming into the middle of the team, uses a duplicate, so negates the nano, immediately gets demech because you only have 300 HP as a copy, then dies as the baby D.Va, gets pummeled by Peace. I'm not sure the copy while nanoed onto a tank that only gives you 300 HP was the best choice there, Dan.
Mines go down, though. This could create so much space. Watch the point. They're still pushing it. 3 meters. Again, we could see a C9. Strix will hop on, only for the time being. That Tracer being focused down is actually a duplicated Tracer, as Peace is forced away from that duplication. Will they be able to touch? Yes, again, the Brigitte is there. The Ana right behind, that's the real question. Now the actual Tracer, as they get antied, they'll recall and stay alive. The Ana, however, cannot say the same, and that'll do it. Timeless Obsidian, a clean and clear 2-0, will move on to Flashpoint up and away.
Yeah, and I don't want to say that was an easy map for Timeless Obsidian. Ultimately, Strix made it easier for them with that C9. I would have loved to have seen how much further they could have pushed off the back of that potentially won fight, and how much harder they could have made it, because they were winning fights. Timeless Obsidian were making enough mistakes, and Strix were capitalizing on them. It's just ultimately Strix made the biggest mistake of the night so far, with the most blatant C9 we've seen in this competition. It's just a hard one. They need a bit of a mental reset to come back and try and lessen those mistakes and try and punish Timeless Obsidian more, because this certainly isn't the most dominant showing from Timeless Obsidian that we've seen in this competition.
No, we've seen them look better, but they haven't made too many glaring mistakes thus far. A Dynasty play of the game. They end up killing on Sleeping Martyrdom, or Pseudo-Sleeping Martyrdom, on 2 separate occasions. Here's the C9. Yeah, Crimson just jumps away on above 50% HP for absolutely no particular reason, and dies because of it. But the benefit for Strix was they had a somewhat sustainable first point defense. The issue was, as soon as it fell, so too did their second point defense. They really didn't show like they had a lot. There's still 1 minute and 50 seconds and change as that round and then subsequent map ended. I'm gonna be honest here, Unchanged, it was not a good map, or set of maps, plural, for Strix. Reverse sweep against Timeless Obsidian. I gotta check this bingo card. That is not on my bingo card.
No, it's not. It's not on mine either. I wouldn't have predicted it. This is kind of going as predicted, but with a little bit of hiccup. I mean, like I said, ultimately, Strix have made this easier for Timeless Obsidian than it even needed to be. They're beating themselves at this point. I don't know if maybe they were thinking that it was just going to be a wipe from Timeless Obsidian. Maybe they weren't expecting so many mistakes. They weren't expecting so many opportunities to pull themselves back into it. But yeah, they need to use this break to their advantage. They need to get a mental reset. They need someone to tell them that there have been a lot of winnable fights and winnable moments for them. They need to punish and take advantage of it. Because even if they just take one map off of Timeless Obsidian, like that's a huge motivational push for them, and it can start, like I said, that swing. But if they lose 3-0, that's just it. That's the competition done for them.
Well, will they be able to bring it back? Will they pull either Suravasa or New Junk City back? We'll find out which map it is, and whether the possible reverse sweep kicks underway, or if we're headed to the semifinals earlier than expected when we return from the break. not saying we expected this, but I am saying it's Timeless Obsidian. We kind of expected this. 2-0 to kick off our final quarter-final in the Iliad Invitational. I have to say, Strix need to step up in a big way. They need some outside support. They need to pray to whatever god they may pray to, or gods. And, yeah, they're going to need some divine intervention if they're going to bring this one back, because Timeless Obsidian, they look like they're fooling around a little bit, and it's still about as clean and clear as you can be.
Yeah, I mean, 2-0, you can't get any better than that. That is certainly the map differential they'd have been hoping for. They're still currently undefeated. They have not dropped a single map so far in this tournament. So Strix, like I said, really, they need to just knuckle down and clean up the mistakes on their end. It's not, as you said, not really been Timeless Obsidian showing their best performance. It's been that Strix have been kind of fumbling some opportunities of their own. So hopefully coming into this third map, they can clean that up. If not, this is going to be the last map of the quarterfinals and a clean 3-0 sweep for Timeless Obsidian.
Interestingly enough, this will only be the 4th time that New Junk City is played inside of the Iliad Invitational. This does not count seeding rounds, but it does count top 16 from round of 16 to quarterfinals. One of those other 3 times it was played was Timeless Obsidian taking down Kronos in that round of 16 matchup. It was a 3-1 New Junk City, and I'm gonna be real, it didn't even look that close. So I'm concerned. Going onto this map, you have documented background on the team. That could be the saving grace. Hopefully there's some VOD review that went in the way of Strix either overnight or, well, in the last 8 minutes or so between games, because they need all the help from background and broadcast they can get if they are going to take this possible final map of our quarterfinals in New Junk City, because I'm gonna be real here, it doesn't look good.
No, it's not been looking good so far, like I said. And yes, okay, I kind of understand, like you said, picking the map that you've seen them play on at least. Maybe if you haven't had the time to scout, or maybe this is just their favorite of these Flashpoint maps. But it's certainly, like you said, based on the previous performance of Timeless Obsidian, this is going to be a difficult map for Strix to run into. This is another map where anything can be played. Generally, as with most Flashpoints, you see the more rush or brawl style comps, but there's a lot of open space in a lot of the points and a lot of the objectives within New Junk City that will kind of open themselves up to the availability of that ball comp and that Farah in particular that Timeless Obsidian have looked to favor so far throughout this competition.
So, notably enough, when Strix played Pondering Snowman yesterday, they ended up winning the series itself 3-0, but they played on Suravasa and only won 3-2 in that same process. That's the main concern for them. So, in this scenario, you aren't as confident on Suravasa. You've already played Suravasa, so there's documented proof of you playing all 5 flashpoints on that map. So, pick the other one where you've seen the opposing team play 4 of them. And more importantly, where they have not seen you play, at least not inside of this tournament. I don't know what VODs Timeless Obsidian has access to, but something to keep in mind nonetheless. Timeless Obsidian also running almost the exact same composition they did yesterday. The one notable change is they are, well, swapping their support line. It's hopeful going on that same DPS, either Soldier or Tracer, but they're sticking with that Mercy Ana that they've had all series today.
Yeah, a Mercy Ana, but without a Farah to pocket. You're pocketing a Junkrat. Yeah. It's a lot of spam, a lot of damage if the shots land, but it's probably not quite as consistent as a lot of the other characters, and certainly not as safe for the Mercy. No height, no flight to stay alive. A lot of room to get run down on, as Crimson does right there.
Dynasty and Unread both taken care of. This should be the cap for Strix, barring the fact that they may be allergic to the point. Oh, now they're on there. I think they realized they were playing an objective-based game.
Eventually, yeah, they took their time, but they got there in the end. Like I said, it's a clean first fight for Strix, which is, oddly enough, actually quite consistently been the case through this matchup. They do tend to win the first fight, but then it falls apart from there, as it looks to have with Jimical dying early.
He's lucky to get away there, does not have to use the recall or expend it in the process, but Crimson being seen here does not make their life very easy. Sleep is on the cards, should it be required, and in the process, everybody for the rest of Strix seems to be falling. Anti even lands. Who needs a Rampage when you have it as a secondary cooldown? And that should be about the fight. There goes Crimson. Jimical will delay for an extra 2 seconds, and hey, 65% nothing to scoff at, but it's still Timeless Obsidian winning the second fight.
Yeah, and well, the pattern has shown itself
What a
once again.
sleep!
That's how it's gone through this tournament. I mean, the spam sleep is huge. Not quite sure that the Suzu was needed there. They're gonna not have it as this fight starts out. And Hopeful already with the pick. Look at the ults already. The aggression
that's a miss.
from Timeless Obsidian. I feel like they're done with this at the moment. They seem to want to get this over and done with because they are going all out at the moment.
Yeah, New Junk City was picked into them, and they're like, oh, we have to play the crap map in back-to-back days? I don't want to play it anymore. Let's just win it 3-0.
Yeah, and they're certainly setting themselves up for it. I'm still interested as to see Unread sticking on the Mercy here. They do have the Valk online, but I'm wondering if they'll be staying on it much longer. Nice anti-lands, Prota forced to use the Suzu early, and that's going to be the opener for this fight, along with that Kitsune.
Will the Pulse Bomb come through? That's the question. Suzu has about 4 seconds till it's back online, and in the process, Dynasty dies that same Pulse Bomb back the other way. Everybody pressing Q, and it seems to be working a little bit better for this Timeless Obsidian side. Dropping down Jimical. There's the Rampage. Luca caught in it, but that minefield on the point makes things significantly more difficult for the retake of Strix. Yes, they have captured the point, but the problem is everybody's died in the process. Congratulations, you've capped a second time, but not for long enough. Timeless Obsidian will go up 1-0.
Yeah, up 1-0. Lots of ults invested, though, from both sides. Literally everyone on Timeless Obsidian used their ult and has had to reset from this fight. So Strix, not having invested Jimical's beat, primarily because it has not been built yet, will, at some point in this next objective, have that online, or at least should have that online, before anyone else is able to obtain their ult for Timeless Obsidian.
Who presses Q first? That's the question. It seems like the sound barrier will be the one to hopefully take the point for Strix, but it doesn't seem like they're going to have that sustainability. One person thrown off. Both of them will actually recover somehow? What in the world is that? Proto was able to wall walk, and Jimical does the same thing because he's Lucio. Second one will not be as successful. There's the pile drive in the back line. Finds 2 separate players in the process, and yes, Strix has captured, but it is all for naught. It is an inconsequential capture, and one that only gets them about 12% or so. Timeless Obsidian will cap back in short order.
Yeah, and in the end, like I said, I thought Strix had managed to pull it out. I thought that use of the movement abilities for the supports had pulled them back into the fight, but they didn't deal with anything. They didn't stop Luca from just doing it again, and that's exactly what he did. But now, the swap onto the Sombra from Peace is going to make Luca's life a little bit harder.
What? How's he alive? How is Hopeful alive?
Should not be.
Somehow, the hack effect dissipates, the virus misses, they pick up a heal station, and just back away. Manually now trying to take the fight will win it, finally, Hopeful dispatched of. Nano on towards Luca, they want to stick around. They'll try and pick up the mines in the process, but Jimical needs to be a little bit more cognizant as the Nano effect is still online. It will dissipate, but the mines on the point will not. That contention's still there for Timeless Obsidian. 79, 80% already, and it hasn't even been capped back the other way, and in the process, both Dynasty and Hopeful are coming back into this, and the cap still hasn't gone the direction of Strix. Something to be cognizant of. Riptire's available, so too is the Pulse Bomb. First one lands, second one still available, will do just the same, and the sound barrier just a second too late. Yes, they will capture. Again, they will be on the point and have it accolade in their favor, but how impactful will it be at the end of the day? Prota needs to hit something as they have absolutely no support in the process. This may very well be it, as Timeless Obsidian have the very good shot to go up 2-0.
Yeah, they certainly are looking like they're going to. As soon as Crimson drops in particular, that fight looks like it's over, and it's because of 2 huge DPS ults landing. You don't have to get multiple kills with your ults. A single pick can be fight-defining in this game, and like I said, with Hopeful and Dynasty finding a kill each with their ults, you're then in a 5v3 situation, and for Timeless Obsidian, that's a guaranteed fight win. That second point captured. They're on their way to a 3-0 sweep in this map and a 3-0 sweep in this series.
So So Pulse Bomb used does open things up, but the problem is there's still 10 seconds till this point unlocks, and that does not open up as well as you'd think just for that Pulse Bomb to have an inconsequential effect. And look at Dynasty. They have actually swapped away from the Junkrat. They decide not to hold on to what was 40-50% of the Riptire. Instead, they decide for the Echo as they go onto a more enclosed space. Of all heroes to swap on an enclosed space, I didn't think the Echo would be one of them.
No, of all the points for them to decide to swap it onto as well, it's like I said, one of the few enclosed maps or enclosed points of this map. But they are going to have a huge amount of damage. If those pocketed stickies land on the Crimson, it's going to deny a lot of space. But who needs to land pocketed stickies when Skier can land shots on the armor?
One picked up. There's the EMP. Peace follows up onto Dynasty. And finally, the wings are clipped of that Echo. As soon as they are, though, ironically enough, Winged is unread as the resurrection from the angelic hero picks them right back up and on the board. Skier still with the Nano available. It can go on to either the Echo or Luca, and it would be more than useful. There it goes on towards the Echo. Dynasty trying to go their way in. They still have that focusing beam as they get below half, but being hacked makes their life significantly more difficult. And even while being pocketed by unread, they will still fall. Primal Rage, popped here as Strix, are trying to pick up this point 100-0. They have a prime position to do so. Overtime Wick will start to tick, but the problem starts to develop when there's no sustainability. Crimson gets slept in the process. Pulse Bomb is there. It'll take them out. By no means is this point over, but it still seems to be favoring this Strix side.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard for Timeless Obsidian to retake this. Losing Hopeful as well. The hack coming out. Peace doing really well on this Sombra to deny Dynasty. It seems like every time Dynasty flies in, they're hacking and hitting the virus on them to take them down to low HP, kind of bursting through, as you said, that pocketed healing. And they do end up winning that point, as you said, 100-0. So that's one really nice fight from Strix. But now they need to carry this over into the other points. Timeless Obsidian need to make sure they don't get too ahead of themselves. This match is not over yet.
So a dupe Tracer is two Tracers versus a Tracer and a Sombra. Dynasty fairly close on the Pulse Bomb, could probably build one up in maybe a second if he finds the timing for it. It really does just come down to the timing though and where Dynasty's headed with this duplicated Tracer. Finding the timing will find the Pulse Bomb but will not find the stick, and that's the more important part of it. Manually with a Pulse Bomb of their own, they get hit one time and will immediately recall looking for Skier, will find them as well. 1-for-1 trade though, his protocol's just the same. The off-roll DPS still looking for more, as Manually sticks around in the backline, plays hesitant Overwatch, but finds help with the EMP. It seems like they'll find the point shortly thereafter. I'd be surprised if Timeless Obsidian stick around here. Crimson, somewhat low HP. Luca actually finds 2 in the process. It's a tank 1v2, as Hopeful now comes for support, but the cap doesn't look like it's going to go their way. Pulse Bomb is Suzu'd beforehand. Talk about a pre-fire with a Suzu. And that may very well do it on this point. But the Mines versus that Kitsune Rush. Crimson no longer safe in the process. He'll have to disengage, and Hopeful may go hunting. They will indeed. Point blank range, they'll shut down Crimson. That Kitsune Rush does not end up being the saving grace, and Timeless Obsidian actually capped in the process.
Yeah, that was one hilariously long and drawn out fight that looked at many a time like it was going in Strix's favor, but they just couldn't clean up enough of the kills. Like you said, Luca surviving that entire time on the ball, just being a pure menace. And then they get the cap, they now have the advantage, and ults had been invested by Strix into what's a lost fight. Now they're playing into Timeless Obsidian's hand with ults available.
Again, the Nano, dedicated to the Dynasty. They still have the dupe if they need it. Primal Rage in the backline, but Crimson is slept in the process, and Dynasty can now focus as they need to. This is not a good Primal from Crimson, and they'll be lucky if they actually get out alive in this one. They will not. They accept their fate. They'll fall 80%. Final fight, maybe even just a stagger could do it.
Yeah, this is stagger fight territory, and Luca's going to make it even harder. He's in their spawn. He's harassing the support or the DPS. No one is going to be able to touch here. Gimmickle's going to try, but doesn't get there in time. Gets slept out anyway as well. And while it wasn't quite a 3-0 sweep on the map, it was a 3-0 sweep in the series. Timeless Obsidian still not dropping a single map in this competition so far, and it will be them progressing through this quarterfinals to make a matchup against Gilbert's family in the semis.
At the end of the day, we can't say we're particularly surprised. They were the number 1 seed for a pretty good reason, 3-0 under Kronos, now 3-0 under the number 8 seed of Strix. They will head to play Gilbert's Family, the number 5 seed in the semifinals, but as of right now, it is just Timeless Obsidian, looking like a Timeless Obsidian roster we're basically used to. It is a W that we were kind of premonitioning. I can't say I'm too surprised they won, much less the fact that it was 3-0. This is about what we were expecting. A little bit hesitant to say on the earlier stages of Nepal. They didn't have the earliest of caps on every single point on Nepal, nor on New Junk City. But Dorado, barring a mistake or two, was perfectly fine. They got a little bit of help from this C9. Crimson jumped away with health remaining. Albeit it was like 30% of their health, not 50, but still, come on, man.
It was enough that they should have been able to stay on point, for sure. So yeah, it's like I said, it's Strix making some mistakes and Timeless Obsidian being able to capitalize on them, as well as making big plays, huge DPS ults landing, as we're seeing in all of these highlights. But Strix had some moments of their own. They just weren't able to close out any of the maps, and a lot of it was just not being able to close out a lot of these kills. Things were getting close at times, but they didn't secure enough kills when it was important. And as you see on your screens now, all that resulted in was a clean and quick 3-0 sweep for Timeless Obsidian. They've got to have some of the shortest match times going in this competition so far. They're going to make it into the semi-finals, but have played the least amount of time in this game, it would appear.
When you're not playing the game as much as you don't have to, hey, I think you're doing something right, as long as you're still in the tournament in that same process. Kronos had a fairly quick exit, so a little bit of a clarification required on that one. But Timeless Obsidian, they will head on to play Gilbert's Family. You can take a look at the bracket, see where we are right now with just 3 matches remaining. Crazy 88's on the other side of the bracket will take on Inarizaki, who dropped down the Iliad Artemis squad. And I have to say, Artemis went from the heroes to the fallen heroes. What happened?
Yeah, quite literal heroes to zeros. They went from beating Bonsai Buddies to getting 3-0 swept by Inarizaki. Not exactly how they would want their competition to go, but Inarizaki proving they were the higher seed for the reason, and ultimately proving that the seeding was true, as other than Bonsai Buddies losing earlier on in the tournament, this is all of the highest seeded teams progressing through to the semi-finals. As far as that's concerned, matches are going the way they're expected, but these semi-finals coming up could prove to be different, as all of these matchups are going to be hotly contested by both teams.
So Timeless Obsidian headed to the semifinal, taking on Gilbert's Family. Crazy 88 still await Inarizaki. I believe the times are still to be determined as we figure out who's still available for the first game versus the second game, so keep an eye on Twitter and on this stream. We'll be back in just about 20-25 minutes. Captain Atsuka and Chef Billy will take our spot for the semifinal and subsequent grand final calls. Thank you very much for joining us, and appreciations to the Timeless squad for taking this series in 3-0 fashion, because Strix, it was close in a couple of those rounds, but the maps as a whole just did not look like they could go their way at the end of the day. Shout out to the Iliad for bringing us on as well. Stick around, semifinals coming up.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Day number 3 here of the Iliad Invitational. And my goodness, we are back here again. Captain Axoka joining me here in the casting booth. We are here to bring you the winners, the losers, and the grand final. And some upsets have happened while I was off doing chefy things. We'll take a look at the bracket and see where the heck we are. Oh my word, Captain Axoka. You were keeping an eye on this today. Let us know where we stand right now.
I stand a little heartbroken. I mean, honestly, when you look to see what has happened, look what they did to our teams over here. But no, seriously though, while Chef was off doing chefy teams, I mean, my goodness, these teams were cooking. First of all, Timeless Obsidian, they got to move on 3-0, and those were one of the teams that we kept our eyes on yesterday. So again, no surprise there. But Starburst, what was likely to be a favorite to win it all, was eliminated by Gilbert's family 3-1. And then Shikigami, a team that I personally liked myself. I loved watching them play. They also got 3-0'd by the crazy 88s. My goodness, 3-0. And from what I have witnessed, from what I have discussed with our wonderful production, it was a little one-sided. And it is unfortunate to say that because Shikigami, again, had high hopes for them throughout the tournament. And then now we also got Artemis, who fell 3-0 to Inorizaki. As Inorizaki is going to be going on to play the Crazy 88s and Timeless Obsidian against Gilbert's family. But still, so many great teams that, for lack of better words, they just got dealt with.
I mean, it happens, right? I think the biggest thing that we need to take away from the Starburst result is that there is a player called Muma. Muma is an Overwatch League, ex-Overwatch League pro. So, in the tank department, Infected probably got his butt handed to him, if I'm being quite honest. I didn't get a chance to see it. I know that Muma still plays very actively even to this day. So, the fact that that happens, not necessarily a massive jolt. Also, the Crazy 88s result is nothing to scoff at because they just competed against a whole bunch of PC teams in the console gaming leagues summer tournament or winter tournament, and they got up to 4th place against some of these massively stacked teams. So that's not a surprise to me. Also, the Inarizaki and Shikigami, they actually had a team that was together, and they kind of share a talent pool. So the fact that Shikigami goes out and Narizaki goes on, okay. But we got our first games coming up here, and it is going to be Timeless Obsidian up against aforementioned Gilbert's family. We're going to take a look at Timeless Obsidian's roster here. And you know what? I mean, Luca from Ord 1 had a lot of fun yesterday, Captain. On the ball, Hopeful in Dynasty. I talked about Hopeful being a former CGL player as well, somebody that I have cast for years. Unread may have been the unsung carry for Timeless Obsidian, though, yesterday with their support play. Oh, man. Gilbert's family is going to be a very, very difficult challenge for them as we take a look at their roster. Captain, what point? I mean, I don't know how else to explain it other than Muma is an ex-Overwatch League pro. Apply. It was just to say, I don't think it's the same apply, but there is quite a few applies in the tier 2, tier 3 space that just absolutely own.
Honestly, I think their record speaks for themselves. I mean, let's keep it a $150. I mean, you've already talking about the accolades that come from this team. Of course, Muma being that ex-Overwatch League pro. But just in this tournament alone, the fact that they were able to 3-1 Starburst, I think speaks volumes, because from what we saw yesterday of Starburst, they were phenomenal, truly exceptional. And for them to get 3-1 by Gilbert's family just lets me know that this team is going to be the next. I mean, we were talking about Starburst as if, they had the potential to win the whole thing. Well, now my eyes are on Gilbert's family. I
mean, anybody that takes down Infected and that stunning crew definitely has to be put under the telescope here. So as we get ready to look in, this is for all the marbles now. And as we were talking about yesterday, as I watched some of the footage last night, this is a chance for all these players to kind of peddle their wares out there on the open market for the upcoming OWCS. I mean, they start at the beginning of March, so they have basically this month to get all of their footage, get all their game time in, and then be able to kind of market themselves and get themselves attached to a team before the open qualifiers start at the beginning of March. So, you know what? There's only one way to do that, and that is to play the game. So we're going to take a look at the map set and see how this is going to go down. These are, of course, first to threes. We are still going to be going across the same kind of map set that we had yesterday. Control, then Escort, and then Flashpoint are guaranteed. Anything after that is bonus. We had a map 5 banger yesterday that we started the whole broadcast part of the tournament off with. And I tell you what, I mean, this could be a very fast game. I still say that the talent pool that Timeless has as an organization could be the trump card here.
Well, again, that remains to be seen. Like I said, it doesn't matter who is going to play. That match from yesterday is still going to be one tough act to follow. And don't get me wrong, these are two great teams. But I'm expecting, I would be shocked, honestly, if we saw any 3-0 sweeps here today. I really am not expecting that. I'm expecting the majority of these matches, like these, semifinals going into the finals, to actually go the distance, to go all the way into the last game. That is my expectation. So, I mean, I'm really expecting a great matchup, no matter what. I mean, I can't, again, predict heads or tails whether it's going to be Timeless Obsidian or Gilbert's family, because, again, Lord or whomever forbid I Caster's Curse either of these teams. So I'm going to refrain from making that prediction because the captain's Caster's Curse is very much real. But like I said, I'm still expecting this one to go to distance for sure. All the way to game 5, in my opinion.
I mean, it definitely has the opportunity to do that, and I'm here for it. I mean, I know you're here for it. We love good Overwatch here. I mean, this is one of the best community tournaments as well. And make sure that you guys are following on Twitter, Iliad_OW on the X. I'm going to call it Twitter until it's no longer around. And also, when you put your stuff out there, anything that you see, hashtag Iliad Invitational, and we will read it out on screen. I'll make fun of you if it's funny enough. I'll probably laugh if it's funny. We'll see how it goes from there. But we're waiting for these teams to set their first map up. And, well, we do have a full lobby finally. So that's a good thing as well. We'll see how this goes down. But I would expect that we're going to head to Lijiang. I don't know if there's anywhere else we need to go because we haven't really seen it. I mean, I say this, we haven't seen a lot of Lijiang Tower as the starting control match, which is almost like every single tournament. It's like nothing but a diet of Lijiang followed by Hybrid and then King's Row. So. I mean, I'm glad, but now I'm kind of missing it a little bit. It's like, recency, familiarity, and yes.
You see, everybody hates King's Row until you no longer have it. You know what I mean? Like, come on now. You don't know what you got until it's gone. And you know what? I'm right there with you as well because again, for all the maps and all the game modes, there's some favorites that we really didn't get to see. Again, Lijiang didn't see it at all. At least you and I yesterday, we didn't see it at all. Another one that personally that I enjoy is Ilios. I didn't get to see Ilios at all yesterday. So that at least again, just for you and I's sake, we didn't get to cast Ilios. So again, that's something that I'm hoping that we get to see today. Again, a lot of and again, we're entering the realm of the semifinals. So now things are going to get a little bit more heated. You know what I mean? Things are getting a little bit more tense as the money is on the line. We're playing for the monies now. This is where a lot of teams have a lot on the line, and not only that, but they're setting the tone for the upcoming OWS as well. So the teams that managed to come through and put on a show today are going to set the tone, and they're going to set the pace and the momentum for how they go into the OWS.
Well, just got some word from our lovely person from the Iliad, LA Smurf. It is that apply that played on the Valiant. So you've got 2 ex-Owl players here on Gilbert's family. Timeless Obsidian are going to be up against it. And the fact that now looking back at the Starburst result, that result makes a lot more sense now, Captain Ahsoka, because that is an Owl level DPS and an Owl level tank going up against the best of what Tier 2 had. This could be fun. Also, just a little bit of a note: the rest of Timeless was competing, or at least parts of the other teams were competing in Calling All Heroes today. Timeless Ethereal is in the grand finals, going up against Wisp right now. Timeless, what is the other Timeless? I forget the other Timeless. Yeah, Celestial. Actually lost to Michael Wave in the losers round number 4. So a big result day for Timeless as an org. Now Timeless Obsidian, they're kind of carrying the mantle here in the Iliad tournament, and we'll see how they get it done. But I mean, they've got their work cut out for them for sure.
And again, just to reiterate, all the action that we're going to be, going through today, if you have any highlights whatsoever, don't forget to post onto Twitter, #Iliad Invitational, and let them know what we're doing here, because there's no other tournament going on right now where you're going to get the Bald Head Gang. It doesn't exist. It's only right here at the Iliad Invitational. So be sure to throw down on Twitter and let everybody know what is going on here today. And also, you got to respect the drip. I did my best to try and compete with the drip that Chef is cooking with on a regular basis, and I thought, you know what, I'll bring this purple sleek tie, it's gonna look nice. But no, he comes full drip, purple flowers, and once again I had been had.
I mean, this is standard chef wear for me. This is I like to bring. Okay, look, man, I'm 46 years old. I can bust out the suit and tie. I mean, my Twitter shows that I can dress up in a full vest kit and everything like that. I just like to have fun, and I like tropics because it's cold and rainy right now. So I use this to like buoy my spirits and hopefully not completely wash out on camera, because I am that pale white guy. So I need to bring a lot of color to offset all the whiteness here, but. Looks like we do have our map finally in here to start off our semifinal, and it is going to be Nepal. And, well, Luca from Ord 1 might be having a fun time once again, Captain Osoga. We saw it happen yesterday.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm honestly ready to get into this one. We did have a lot of fun in Nepal, but you know what? I mean, we're not there yet, but in 2 more maps, I want to see if Chef Billy gets to visit Chernobyl Monastery again. Just for some fun, if we could head back to...
Why?
Just because. I mean, I don't know. I thought it was funny yesterday. I think it's going to be funny today. I don't think we're going to go there. I'm just throwing it out there. If we're going to start things off in Nepal, might want to revisit it later. Well, let's get ready to get to this game number 1 underway. And we can already see the types of compositions that are going to be coming out. We got the hamster balls, wrecking ball, my absolute favorite. But at the same time, we got Dynasty coming in on the Pharaoh, which is Chef's absolute favorite, right?
Oh, yeah, favorite in quotation marks, /S at the end of that statement. No, but I mean, Muma was a very good wrecking ball player in the Overwatch League, so this is going to be a challenge here, and I'll quite honestly an honor for Luca. So it's Luca versus Muma in the Hammond duel, and here they are beating on each other.
Yep, starting things off right quick and to the point here. As you can see, Muma now finds themselves having to play a little give and go here. They don't want to give up too much because, like you had mentioned, if they take even one false move or incorrect position against Muma, it could be absolutely devastating. And now we're really just battling for position as, once again, Muma looking for the flank there. Almost got pointed out, and now Skyer coming from the other side, looking to try and find at least maybe a sleep on the Junkrat, but no, they throw out the anti-nade and get eliminated.
Nope, that's exactly what you want to do. Now it's all about avoiding the pal drive and kind of sectioning down this wrecking ball of Luca. Dynasty's got a pretty good character here of their own to be able to deny a lot of space, but apply. Ex-Overwatch League player takes care of the tether for the Pharah.
Yeah, it does. And the one thing that I really like about Pharah is, one, Dynasty is playing them. Dynasty on Pharah is really good. But another thing is that whenever you have those ratty Cathys that are kind of holding up there on main in the corridor, that Pharah splash damage can do so much. And speaking of doing so much, once again, Muma on the hamster ball, going absolutely nuttery buttery and keeping, for the most part, Luca at bay, or at least somewhat occupied.
Well, Dynasty does take a massive priority pick out there. There's the stick. Bye-bye, Grandma. You're gone. Now Apply's going to be looking for more in the back, but I mean, that's a great res that came through from Sky. Why did they not make sure that the tether was taken care of?
And now this is huge. You got the nano boost onto Dynasty here as they continue to rain in on that splash damage, trying to narrow in on Junkrat, and there they go. No more Gurkmeister as they have been dealt with in kind. And now, for the first time, Timeless Obsidian able to get some ticks on the board against Gilbert's family.
I mean, Kirkmeister kind of a non-factor right now, other than taking hits. Only 65% to their Riptire. We've seen almost a full rotation of ultimates from everybody else, and so I mean, Hopeful, was doing the damage, was getting kind of the nuisance factor that you want to see coming in from said players. Oh my God, that's a barrage throw up on high, and Luca actually owning the space here.
I mean, take a look at this. Timeless Obsidian pushing Gilbert's family all the way back to the spawn. Looking really strong here as, again, they have brought the entire squad out. And Farah, Dynasty, going to be going above the spawn, looking for a possible cheeky play. But no, they get picked out immediately. They know that they're there. No surprise, no shock or awe, as now Luca is going to try and hunt down Muma. Muma, again, playing a little bit of the give and go, trying to avoid the danger, trying to avoid the elimination, as Dynasty, again, from up on high, looking for the cheeky plays, looking for the cheeky splash damage. And unfortunately, it doesn't look like any are hitting.
No, I think it's just missed shots right there. You're constantly moving when you're up there on high. But now we're at 70%. That's a massive barrier to get themselves on the point. So Gurkmeister is swapped over to the Sombra. We've also got to fly out onto the Soldier 76, but that's a great pulse bomb, but Pulse Bomb is going to go down in return.
Yeah, that it does. Meanwhile, you do have Skyer from outside just playing some really great Ana right here. You saw they threw out the sleep dart already, but all the while, the thing that's really keeping Luca alive has been the Ana, and now you can see it looks like the Nano Boost is also onto Luca. Again, Skyer coming in with some great support, able to keep Luca not only alive, but to keep them thriving as they are finding these eliminations. And now Dynasty also switched to that Soldier like you had mentioned and are continuing to deliver. And now this first round very well could go the way of Timeless Obsidian, and it will. What a first round coming from Obsidian.
This was the best map for Timeless, based upon what they showed us. But we saw some changes that didn't happen yesterday. There wasn't the stagnation that came out from Obsidian yesterday. Even though they were winning quite handily yesterday, we didn't see the stagnation coming through. And I mean, they just didn't take care of Farah for a long time. They were looking for the front line rather than taking care of that Mercy pocket and being able to go on the back of it, and staying on that Junkrat so long really did kick them in the rear in the end. So now we've got a swap up coming up here from Gilbert's family. We got to apply back onto the Tracer. Gurkmeister's going to stick with the Sombra. I think you're going to have a lot more efficaciousness here with that. Watch for Dynasty to get Manual hacked out as well.
Yeah, and one thing that I'm also looking at from Gilbert's family is that Moira's coming out on Gorilla as well. And, we're looking at TMB coming through with the Lucio. And, that's also a really great composition as well. Just because you do have the Moira who can apply all of that extra damage. And then you have the boot factor coming from TMB. So not only do you have a great healing core, but you're also going to have some, supports that can also hold their own in a firefight as well. Meanwhile, we're getting right back onto the point here. Looks as though it's going the way of Gilbert's family as they manage to clear out Timeless Obsidian, at least for the time being. And still, it is contested, and no one has been able to take control of this point yet.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta maintain. Yeah, you've got to maintain your amp for heals when the team's under duress like that. Oh my God, Luca is just on another level right now.
And speaking of being on another level, how about getting the nano boost on top of that? But meanwhile, you do have Gorilla barely keeping Muma alive. But meanwhile, they do lose their Tracer thanks to the elimination feed. Dynasty now back on the Farah. I am not mad at this pick at all because once again, you have a lot of openings here on the point, and that splash damage can just do so much with that massive opening. And as you can already see, this is going the way of Timeless Obsidian, and they are doing really, really well here against Gilbert's family. Once again, they push back and hold off Muma, force them to go and grab a heal, only for them to try and come back again.
I mean, this is brutal. This is brutal. I mean, you're constantly down the healer right now because of Dynasty and the long-range poke that's going in. They're not able to take these side flanks, and Hopeful is absolutely cleaning house on the side.
And Skyer now has their ultimate at the ready, and I feel like they just used it. I feel like they just had the nano boost, and now they have another one at the ready. Skyer is just playing, once again, fairly well, to say the least. Meanwhile, you do have all their ultimates at the ready. Luca has theirs at the ready, and then you have the Pulse Bomb at the ready as well. But Skyer does get eliminated, and I feel bad for them because we have seen time and time again, even in the highlights, Skyer has just been the target for Gilbert's family.
I mean, EMP comes out and doesn't really get much on the back of it. You do take down Dynasty, you deny the res, and then the Coalescence going to come out. This is their best chance to take the point back over. But Luca's going to have something to say about it.
Oh, absolutely. As they already managed to come through with their ultimate, so that bought them a little bit of time for Timeless Obsidian to get their support back. And look, Skyer already back in the mix, and Luca trying to protect Skyer from being eliminated again. Meanwhile, Dynasty with the nano boost from up on high, able to find at least one elimination from the rocket barrage, but not much else. And now you can see those ticks are going the way of Gilbert's family as they are slowly but surely making a comeback.
They are. I'm looking for... Oh, my God. Muma's in so much trouble right now. Needs to find some kind of health pack. They find the Mega there, and a second Mega will keep them in this fight. But Muma is just getting absolutely diffed out by the pursuit and is not able to really rejoin the family there on the point. So 78% and counting. Pulse Bomb at the ready for Hopeful once again. They have been very, very good on the sticks with these.
Oh, and that's, if anything, it's an understatement. I mean, the way that Hopeful has been playing is just been on another level. Like, don't get me wrong, it's definitely the Hopeful I remember from yesterday, but now it just seems like they are in their zone. They are playing to the best of their abilities. This is peak Hopeful that I think that we're watching right now, and they still have that ultimate at the ready. We are now in the OT, and I think Hopeful is going to be the one to try and clear sight, especially with the Pulse Bomb at the ready, as now you can see Luca does get hacked. They're forced to back off momentarily. And now Gertmeister back on the point with the Sombra and will be eliminated. But still somehow Gilbert's family are just getting a toe touch onto the point and trying to stay alive here. But finally the overtime will be over and Timeless Obsidian will take the win.
What a performance. Now this is just control. Okay, I want to kind of shine the light on that. But they were not able to deal with the pharmacy. They were not able to deal with Hopeful on the tracer. I mean, and that is a damage boosted Soldier 76. That, you know, they were able to deal with everything that came to them. I mean, the Pharaoh was disgusting. The Soldier was, I think, even a little bit better. And this is an ex-console player. I'm looking through my resources to see if he is. So, I mean, he is playing this tournament on console, by the way, Captain Ahsoka. So this is a joystick warrior going up against the best that some of the PC has ever seen and taking them.
Yeah, and you know what's really impressive to me, and you know what, I'm gonna throw it out there. I think Skyer was the unsung hero in that one, for sure. I feel like Skyer may have been the MVP. I would, if it was up to me, I would definitely give it to them because yes, they had a target on their back for sure, and they were getting picked out. They were getting absolutely headhunted by Gilbert's family. But with that being said, nearly every single highlight we just saw was coming off of the nano boost, and you noticed how quickly that Skyer kept getting the nano boost back over and over and over and over and over again. It's because they were putting on for their team, and so many times I saw last second saves coming from the Ana. The anti-nade was hitting, the sleep darts were hitting. That's Skyer was just playing on another level. They were really the backbone for that win for Timeless Obsidian, in my opinion, the unsung hero in game number one.
I think it's also Peel that comes through from Luca and from Hopeful, being able to get back and take care of Skyer there. So, I mean, it's good all-around team play. And it's funny that you said backbone because that's another Overwatch League player that played for the Spitfire. So it kind of makes me giggle that you threw it in there unconsciously, and it just makes me just chortle on the inside. Well, Escort is up, and you have caster cursed us. I will never forgive you for this, Captain Ahsoka. We are headed back to Nepal, so we're just going a little ways up into the mountains. Oh, yippee, yippee.
Yeah, we're going back to where we have constantly been going, at least for Chef and I, and that's going to be Shambhala Monastery as we get ready to load into our next matchup. Going to Escort And again, Chef, you just love the scenery. You know, this is the place to be here for the Iliad Invitational.
Lasai. Okay, now that I've gotten that mirth off my chest, I mean, look, it's going to come down to space taking once again. It's going to come down to the backline disruption, which we are seeing so brilliantly from both teams. I think that Luke is getting the better job over Muma right now. I mean, for their defense, I mean, Timeless Obsidian, they might be feeling that org pride right now, having a couple of top finishers in the championship of the Calling All Heroes initiative. Now, you know, they're all competing today, and now this is the younger squad here competing here, and they're having a wonderful time too. So the knock-on effect might be just what I thought it was, and well, we're going to see what Gilbert's family has coming out the gate here. They're showing us the Junkrat again. Junkrat kind of a non-factor there. They went over to Asombra. Kind of the same story, not exactly up to snuff. So we'll see if Gerkmeister can get a little bit more done here on the attack. They don't have to throw themselves at the point. That's the big difference, is that this is an escort map, so they can have a little bit more in the way of the way they want to take these fights.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm really thinking that it's interesting that they decided to bring out the Echo, and I think that's going to be a counter here to Dynasty's Farah. At least I think that was the thought process. But again, when you have that pocket heal coming from the Mercy, I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference. Again, Dynasty on this Farah has been absolutely exceptional, especially when you're going to get the damage boost from that pocket Mercy as well. Meanwhile, you do have Luca getting right back into the action, and once again, just doing what Luca does best, and that's causing a disruption, clearing out from the payload, so that way they can just slowly continue to move the payload forward.
Yeah, I think they've addressed that Hopeful might be the weak link here, but you know what? There's still a fair in the sky, and there's still a Hopeful that's hopeful of getting a win over this studded team here. Tracking is so good coming from Hopeful there. And people say, oh, the aim assist, oh, the aim assist. It ain't that good, not in a PC lobby. It's basically turned off. So it's not what you think it is. And running Overwatch on the sticks ain't that easy, let me tell you.
So what I'm hearing from the Chef is put some respect on Hopeful. And you know, even if they diagnose Hopeful as the weak link, we can't forget the performance that they put on last match. I mean, they absolutely popped off on Control, and honestly, we're one of those site clears. Were more than just like the pesky mosquito that caused a nuisance. They were literally I even want to call them the assassin, because they were just taking players out, and not only that, but they also kept Muma on the run as well.
I mean, that's what a good tracer does. It is that annoying mosquito. It's the fly in the ointment, as it were. You know, Tyre still is not online unless they've already put one out and it just got put out. So we're going to see a lot more coming out here from them. And God, Luca and team are just swarming Apply every time this star DPS comes out.
Oh yeah, they're playing on another level now, and not only that, but you have Dynasty getting in on this. As you can see, they are taking out, clearing way there of all of those mines from just that last ultimate. And now, if I'm not mistaken, it does look as though, yeah, Muma's going to be coming in on the Diva and trying to change things up, because apparently the Wrecking Ball just wasn't working out.
Not at all. Oh, what a sleep from Skyer. Hello? The pursuit was there, and they saved Hopeful's life. And now you're going to have both your DPS ultimates ready to go. The hack comes through from Gerkmeister again. So now, you know what? I mean, this is game on. The swaps and trades are starting to come through.
Yeah, and now you see this is something that you really needed to do. Granted that, you know, Muma definitely not in the best position right now, as they are nearly about to be eliminated. It looks like they were about to lose their mech. They found the med kit, and they are still holding on. Tac Visor at the ready for Hopeful. But one thing Muma did do, and that was take out the Mercy Unread. But it looks like Unread is already going to be coming right back into the fight. And look at this team kill. It didn't register as a team kill, but it definitely felt like one coming from Timeless Obsidian.
And look at the patience as well from Hopeful. Did not let loose with Attack Visor, especially with the Diva on the field. You got to make sure that mech is gone, because the Matrix will eat everything up. So, I mean, smart play. So, dueling Attack Visors here, ready to go.
And now here comes the Kitsune Rush as the Kiriko does come out from TMB, trying to push forward here. Apply now going to be going with the Soldier 76 as well. And we still have 2 ults at the ready. Muma going to be working their way in, eliminates the Mercy for a second time. That is a huge limb, getting rid of the support core. Luca now looking for the flank here, gets nano boosted, trying to hold down this Sombra and get rid of them in kind. As you can see, they are going to be making their way back to the payload here. The TAC visor comes out as well.
I mean, apply back over to the Widowmaker. There's a hack. That's going to be great there for Gurkmeister. The virus takes him out. And now we're just getting the overtime. Self-destruct is online for Muma, so they're going to be able to reset and possibly get some eliminations on the back, but they just got to be careful.
You're going to have to be more than careful, especially with Dynasty on the rocket barrage. Finds a 3-piece to clear the payload in OT and secure round 1 for Timeless Obsidian.
Okay, Dynasty, I see you. I see you. I'm present with you. I feel you. That is not only a first point hold, mind you. That is a almost first corner hold coming out of Timeless Obsidian. Gilbert's family could not make them budge. And, I mean, it doesn't matter. They don't care if you got 2 ex-Overwatch League players on your team. We're gonna kill you anyways.
As a matter of fact, I think that's the definition of we want all the smoke. Bring a third. Bring a third Overwatch League player. They want it all. You know, they are here to make a statement. They are here to say that they are going to be the top team to look out for in the Iliad Invitational. And right now they are backing it up. However, I don't think it's ever safe to sleep on any team, especially Gilbert's family. We are still early on here. There's still plenty of Overwatch left to play. And again, they have a lot to work with on the side of Gilbert's family. We're getting ready to head now into round number 3, what could be the last, at least for, actually should be the last. I mean, there's no way to sugarcoat it. There's really not that far of a distance to go for Timeless Obsidian. So, as we get ready to head into this next round, let's see if Gilbert's family will be able to put on the standstill that Timeless Obsidian did to them only moments ago.
Well, I mean, this is one of those points that if you can't take it, in kind, you're going to be in massive trouble. I mean, massive anti came out into Skyer, then now the return. Good God, this is turning from bad to worse here for Timeless. Yeah, they need to back up and take a separate look here.
Yeah, you know what? I think they were feeling just a little bit too good. But look at the distance they got the payload already. I mean, we were watching them get eliminated in the feed, but I mean, they're already at the finish line, basically. So there is some method to the madness there. They just jumped right in, looked for all the smoke. They got dealt with. They were eliminated. But throughout that entire crossfire, that payload was just moving further and further forward. And now they are literally just a couple of feet away, or meters, pardon me, from taking this round.
I mean, you just got to watch right now for the pincher movement. They're trying to move it from front to back. They're trying to take as much space as they can. Movement can only do so much up there with that. Oh my God, what a sleep once again! And yeah, the res is out, so that's off the board. This is the chance for them to get a lot of work done.
That it is. Meanwhile, you still have a damage-boosted Dynasty from up on high, just constantly applying the splash damage. There's really no safe place to hide from Dynasty. They will find you, and their objective is to either eliminate you or clear you off a site. Either way, Dynasty is succeeding and now gets hit with the nano boost, looking to clear out the entire team of Gilbert's family, and once again, clearing the payload in the process, and literally gets eliminated as soon as they get the rocket barrage. But now, Luca able to throw out their ult as well, as the explosion comes from the Diva ult, and somehow, someway, Gilbert's family still barely holding on, but I think that'll just about do it.
What a smart minefield that came from Luca there, because they knew that the self-destruct was online. Muma, as they eject out of the mech, lands on a mine. That's 150 health point. Pilot Diva, and you are done. Gurkmeister trying to do the best they can on the Tracer, getting the work done there, but just not enough in the end.
Yeah, unfortunately, but I did like the fact that we actually started to see Gurkmeister try and change things up, because again, you know, as many times as we saw them on the Junkrat, it just wasn't working. Meanwhile, on the side of Timeless Obsidian, I mean, they literally stuck to their guns. I felt like every single pick that they had when they came through was the right pick. And if they did change up, I honestly couldn't even notice. I don't even think they did. I think they kept the same characters throughout, and they just used them to perfection. Dynasty, of course, being one of those players that just absolutely popped off for Timeless Obsidian.
All right. Well, I mean, it's match point now for Timeless Obsidian in a shocker right now for me. This is this is not what I was expecting to see at all. So now it's time for Muma and company to kind of get themselves back into winning ways, right? They've got to take this little bit of a break that we're going to be having here in just a minute to, you know, kind of figure out how they're going to deal with Dynasty in the sky and how they're going to deal with Luca on the ground. While they think about that, we're going to head off to a short little break. Don't go away. We'll be back with you with map number 3 in just a few minutes. All right, welcome back, everybody. Map number 3 upcoming here in the Iliad Invitational semifinal number 1. And Gilbert's family is being rocked by the eternal, timeless Obsidian squad on the back of Destiny and Luca right now. And the unsung hero that we have been singing the praises of all day, Skyer. Definitely up for MVP for me in this match. Oh my goodness, this has been just fantastic play for them. And we're heading to Flashpoint next. I hope that Moomin's company have had a chance to think about what they are doing here and how they are going to try to take down this dual threat from the air and sky of Kat and Ahsoka. I don't know. I mean, they brought out a hit scan, didn't work. They brought out a Sombra, didn't work. What do you think lies in store for them as we head to Australia?
I honestly don't know. This is going to get really heated again because we are going to be going to Flashpoint. It's going to be a little bit quicker of a pace here. So now we have to see Gilbert's family start to match the pace of play of Timeless Obsidian. And I don't know. I mean, we've already seen them try to switch up on the tank, and unfortunately, switching up on the tank didn't, bear fruit. We saw the Diva come out. There wasn't really much happening there. And then, of course, we saw, Gertmeister try, like you had mentioned, went from the Junkrat to the Sombra. Not bad. I mean, also Gertmeister did manage to pull off a play of the game as the Tracer, so maybe Tracer should make a reappearance. Again, it just feels like everything that Gilbert's family is trying just hasn't been working. And if Gilbert's family with ex-Overwatch League players can't find the answer to a Timeless Obsidian, there's no way I can. I mean, I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, I think the Sombra is good. It's just that the focus fire needs to be there on the back end of it to deal with if you're going to be hacking Luca out. First of all, while I normally would say that's the way to go, to make the balls life hell, I think that the big play here is to deal with the backline in Unread and in Skyer, and the fact that you take down Skyer. Unfortunately, Unread playing the Mercy, being the tether to Dynasty, opens up the whole range of, well, now we've got the res. And, all that hard work that we went through to take care of that is now, negated. So, I mean, they've got a 3-pronged sword here that they are facing. And, I mean, sometimes it's just hard to really get the results that you want to get there and be able to problem solve it out. So, that's what's up. That's what Movement Company are facing up against here. We'll see how they do as we get ready to head into New Junk City. We will be starting out in Arena, of course, as the first flashpoint, and then we'll be rotating our way around the map.
Yeah, and you know what? I'll go ahead and bring you a somewhat of a spicy take just as we get ready to go into this one, because like you had mentioned, they're dominating the ground, they're dominating the sky, and I think they need to bring a little bit more accuracy. I'm not going to say bring out a Widowmaker or, a Hanzo or any sniper for that matter, but what I will say is that I think maybe a Sojourn could be a good pickup for Gertmeister or Apply. Apply has been playing great. I don't think they have anywhere necessary for an improvement, but yes, thank you, Apply. I think we're sharing the same mind right now. They are hovering the Sojourn. They haven't committed to it yet, but I still think that'd be a great pickup. One, because if for whatever reason we do see the Pharah come back out, then we already know the Railgun can click heads, okay? That's going to put short work on the Pharah. If the Tracer comes back out, the Sojourn can deal with that as well. And not only that, but also being able to deal with the Mercy. So again, I think Sojourn is the correct way to go, and I'm just happy that Apply also thinks the same.
Well, we've also got a massive comp switch here. So we're going more into a brawly type situation here. Basically ignore the Muma, or basically ignore Luca and go for the rest of the team, the ground-based team. I mean, they do. Gilbert's family already out the gate. That's exactly what you want to see. You've got a lot more sustain and a lot more speed now as well.
I'm about to say, you have yourself quite the reputation when no longer are you playing the character, but the character's playing you. No. That's not Muma on Orisa. That's Orisa on Muma.
Yeah, I mean, well, God, what a turn there from Hopeful and Dynasty, though. The DPS duo getting it work done. They're going to be able to flip this point around in their favor.
Yep, that they are. And like you had said, and honestly, I think both of us have given our flowers to Skyer. They have just been playing so phenomenal. I mean, there's no words that can express just how much work they've been doing on this Ana. And it has somewhat gone unnoticed. I mean, in the highlights and everything else, sure. But, you know, right here from our POV, it's no surprise that Skyer has just been playing so well. Already at 76%. But look at Dynasty on the Junkrat. Nearly having their ult at the ready and hopeful already with the pulse bomb online.
Yeah, I mean, that's some serious work being done by them. Also, well, a little bit earlier, they were asking for a Junkrat mirror. Well, we're getting it now.
Yeah, Gertmeister did want the Junkrat mirror, and you know what? Maybe they should be careful what they wished for, right? Maybe. But you can see both of the DPS do get dealt with by Timeless Obsidian. Their DPSs have to respawn, get back into the fight, as you can see apply on the Soldier 76. Now trying to keep the rest of Timeless at bay. This is a last stand for them. They have got to show out here on New Junk City, or this is just going to go all the way of Timeless Obsidian. And as much as I do love that team, Gilbert's family, never in a million years would I expect them to go out in a 3-0, and I still don't. I do not think Gilbert's family is going to be done here and now, but only time remains to tell. As you can see, Timeless Obsidian are getting ready to take this first flashpoint.
I mean, they've got the point right now. They've also lost their Junkrat. They've got a nano boosted ball running around, but the rest of the team is taking the shots from Gertmeister. They get their mirror, they get the win.
Yeah, not only that, but they get some extra with that as well. I mean, that was a great three-piece, nearly a full team kill coming from Gilbert's family, as now they take back control of the point, and this might just be exactly what they need and give them enough time to actually take this first flashpoint.
Oh my god, apply there. That's the apply we know. Just absolutely murking out. The touch barely comes through at the last second.
And take a look at this. You do have Luca with the mines at the ready. The ult has been called in, but at the same time, you do see the sound barrier has been called as well. Riptire just trying to find a way to get at least one, and they do. They manage to take out the kitty cull, and they manage to find at least one elimination off of that. Meanwhile, Muma in the danger, going to be kept alive by their support core and trying to put an end to Luca, but again, Luca just being ever so pesky as they manage to clear sight, and that first flashpoint does go the way of Gilbert's family, and now we get ready to move on to next.
Well, it's a little bit of a tank difference right now. Luca's not getting the same amount of work done. They're swapping back to this pharmacy combo. Hopeful does have another pulse bomb online, BT dubs. So we've gone back to basically what we started this entire series off with. Now it's going to be about, can they, deny the tac visor and the javelin throw. I mean, so much in the kit here for Gilbert's family.
Well, here we go. It looks as though Gilbert's family might just take the next flashpoint early. As you can see, the tac visor is on the line, and it is working. The anti-nade comes and goes fairly easily, and Gilbert's family, they get the first touch on the next flashpoint.
Well, they're going to go ahead and start building up progress here. I don't know. Yeah, Dynasty swapping over. Great immortality barrier there from Gorilla. Oh my god, that was almost a stick from hell. And now we're looking for Timeless Obsidian. They made some changes here. Dynasty over onto the Echo. This is a great way to kind of chunk down this Orisa.
Well, here we go. Once again, Skyer from the outside in does have a lot to work with here. Just, again, doing a little bit of pesky poke work here. Not able to really do much, but again, they're able to cause a little bit of a disruption as now Luca gets back onto site, is able to get the elimination onto Gertmeister, and they are looking to take control as they do get nano boosted thanks to Skyer, who was literally holding on to that for the right moment, the right time, and the sleep dart lands perfectly onto Muma, and now we have ourselves a standoff on the point, and now the mines also at the ready for Luca, and they are able to clear Gilbert's family off the flashpoint right around the last second at 97%.
That is a crazy turn there, and you might catch him out. Yes, you do. Dynasty with the focus speed takes Gorilla out. So that's a priority pick. Now, can they back it up? Can they hold the space that they've got? Gertmeister coming up on another Riptire. Very, very close to winning this fight out in its entirety.
And look at Luca again being oh so brave, just going right into the face of the opposition and just disrupting the back line. I mean, they tore it completely asunder, and that has a ripple effect, as you can see. Timeless Obsidian now being able to deal a lot of damage as they do put it into Gerkmeister. However, Hopeful again doing what they do best, and that is dealing damage to the tank with the Tracer, and out goes Muma.
Yeah, you take this duplicate here? Yeah, oh my gosh. Okay, that was a save me duplication there. And I mean, it's getting the work done. If they can take this Lucio out, they force the sound barrier out, add another immortality barrier.
I mean, if you are going to duplicate, you know, a support, that was the right way to do it. You know what I mean? And now they're at 99%. They are in OT territory. After all they have to do is clear sight, and they will take the win. And we have a hamster ball on hamster ball 1v1. And you know what? I think Luca is going to win that 1v1. I think they take it, they clear sight, and now they take the flashpoint as well.
Oh, he's going to catch Muma too. The Adaptive Shielding's going to go down. They find a health pack. That's their saving grace. Oh my god. That was like within like 10 HP of them dying. The hamster ball race is on. Nothing. This is the game mode we need in Overwatch right now. We need the hamster ball race for sure.
Oh yeah, this is great. This is fun. This is the distraction that I needed. You know, watching two hamster balls just race around the map. You know, this is great. This should be, honestly, the next like mini game that Overwatch makes is the hamster ball race.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I feel you. I'm 100% on your side here. Who's not on their side right now is the rest of the support core for Gilbert's family going absolutely ape crap. Well, I say that Gerkmeister does get a concussion mine out there. The tire's online.
Yeah, so far, not much doing, though. I mean, the Flashpoint does go the way of Timeless Obsidian. And again, Flashpoint moves at a lot quicker pace than, you know, the other game modes, so they're going to be able to get a lot on the board. Meanwhile, Gilbert's family are making their way back onto the point. They're zeroing in on Skyer, trying to get them eliminated, and finally they do fall to Muma thanks to the elimination feed, and Apply and company able to clear sight out. And now all they have to do is really just take control of this flashpoint, so that way they can start getting their own ticks on the board. As now Dynasty again decides to duplicate the Baptiste.
I mean, it's a smart pick because you get the immortality barrier, you get the burst healing with the regenerative burst. You can heal up as much as you can. So I mean, there's a lot there for them to get done. But I mean, still, it's a smart pick. I would rather see them go for the wrecking ball personally, or the Junkrat and try to get a very fast tire up. I mean, Muma is in lethality mode, in total pursuit.
And now you can see Muma on the receiving end of all of this damage. They ate an anti-nade and all, managing to avoid the danger, but they do have their ult online, and it's the only ult that's currently available. Meanwhile, Apply about to get theirs as well, and Mercy about to get their ult, but I don't think it's going to come in soon enough. As you can see, Dynasty now from up on high falls right into the minefield, trying to get rid of those, and also trying to deal with Muma on the point. They do get the damage boost from Unred, who does have their ult at the ready. And now, once again, Dynasty just doing what they do best, and they are clearing out sight until they are finally eliminated, thanks to Gerkmeister.
I mean, the rally's out right now, so there's extra over armor coming on, but not enough to save Muma. And now they flip the point at 50%. What a swinging boot from Luca, takes Gorilla out the fight.
Yeah, that was definitely a cheeky play. You know, I love the boot potential characters. I love my Lucio, my Pharah, but you also got to give respect to the boot potential that not only comes from the tank that is Winston, but also the boot potential that comes from Hamster Ball, Wrecking Ball, Luca, as they get eliminated. They pushed just a little bit too far forward, but I think that was the plan, just clearing sight as much as they could, so that way they can get as close to that 99 percentile, and it looks like it could very well be just enough, as Gerkmeister now calls in the Riptire, trying to find some eliminations there, and they managed to find Dynasty in the air with the Riptire. Not a bad play at all.
No, I mean, that was the damage, that was the nano boosted Pharah as well, so yeah, absolutely perfect timing on that, perfect placement of this this window as well, the apt healing as well. The big anti comes through though, and there's the kill.
Yep, and it came off of that anti-nade that managed to find its way on point, and now Muma again on the Orisa, trying to hold the site here, but they have to deal with the mines that are on the ground as well, and they will be eliminated by Wrecking Ball, and all of a sudden, Timeless Obsidian take control of the site, they take the flashpoint, and they will move ahead 2-1 over Gilbert's family here on New Junk City.
I mean, this is exactly... I can't believe they flipped that. I mean, there was such a lead there for Gilbert's family, but they waited out. They wait out the old extravaganza that came through from Gilbert's family. I think teammate here on the Brigitte is actually kind of the linchpin of being able to keep them up, keep Muma up in these mid fights. Now, I mean, it's going to come down to Apply landing a massive stick with this pulse bomb. You need to be looking for Unread or Skier in the back. That's who they need to be focusing on. I mean, you can try to land teammate. We'll see how it goes down.
Yep, we shall see. Hopeful now on the sticks, like you had mentioned. And it looked like they were trying to get a flank onto this Brigitte. I like to say Brigitte, you know, Brigitte, but it did not work out in their favor. And speaking of, we're not working out, Skyer will also be eliminated. And now here comes the Rocket Barrage. And it looks like they were eliminated in the crossfire as well by none other than the Brigitte.
I mean, dying to a flail in the middle, I mean, you're basically a sitting duck when you let loose with the barrage. So, I mean, that doesn't surprise me that they go down. But hopefully back onto the, back on the point. They're going to be playing tag here. Well, I say that as both Gorilla and Teammate, the support line takes down the tank and the DPS. Yeah, this is a pull back and regroup moment here for Timeless Obsidian. Dynasty's going to keep trying to pump this damage and try to build up towards another barrage.
Yeah, and then how are you really going to approach, this retake when you're looking at 3 ultimates that are at the ready, and then Muma getting ready to have theirs online as well? I mean, you got 2 ults to 4 at this point, getting ready to go for the retake. As you hear the Rip Tire does come out, Luca trying to avoid the danger as Dynasty gets the elimination onto Gurkmeister and gets Nana boosted at the same time, trying to rain down Terra on the bat. They do get eliminated, and now it looks as though that Brigitte is next on the chopping block as they do get eliminated. And now Timeless Obsidian, they were able to make a quick answer back, but they paid a heavy price.
I mean, it's tank v tank on the point, Terra Surge at the ready. I mean, that'll suck in anybody and basically rip you half of your life off. They've got to touch, and they've got to touch now.
Yep, time ticking away against Timeless Obsidian as they do manage to get the hamster ball onto point and now back into OT territory. They need to get another toe touch, and they do. They manage to stay alive here in OT, just trying to buy as much time as possible. The Orisa ult does come through, forcing Luca temporarily off point, but they're going to continue to try and get the touches on just so that way they can keep alive here in OT. And it looks like that pulse bomb was not on target. They tried to take out Skyer, but no, Skyer is still very much alive.
Oh, a big anti coming in once again from Skyer. They're really putting up a fight for this point. They want to end this here and now.
Oh, and look at this turnaround coming from Dynasty, but they got picked out quickly by Gurkmeister. Gurkmeister finally showing up, I think, here, Chef, as they managed to pick out Dynasty several times throughout this exchange here on New Junk City, and now looking to take out the Mercy as well, and they do exactly that. Gurkmeister has officially showed up to play.
I mean, has been putting it on here in Australia, their home place. Skyer's going to go down here in a heap. This is going to be, a very interesting last flashpoint because it is tied up 2-2. The winner here either is going on to the championship and the other team's going home, or we're going to map number 4. Skyer does have another nano boost ready to go. Probably looking at a nano barrage coming through. So it's going to come down to Apply, Gorilla, and Muma to be watching the skies.
Yeah, and they're going to have to time it perfectly. But right now, I mean, the way that Gurkmeister has really just been, handling up on Dynasty, this is a best time as any. But you can see they do use the Nana Boost, and it looked like, no, they didn't. My apologies. I thought they did for a moment. I was like, okay, that's questionable. But no, they decided to hold on to it. And I think you're right. I think they're going to save and try and go for the Nano Rocket Barrage. We will see if that is the case. Meanwhile, working from the outside in, you do have a Dynasty getting to the thick of things. There goes the Nano Boost. They tried to come with the Rocket Barrage, but they were taken out quick, fast, and in a hurry.
And the fact that they deny the res there as well just stops everything in its tracks. It's still 45% and counting here for Timeless in the interim. They had taken the point. This is all progress going their way. They finally flip it over at 51%. Opal's going to have a pulse bomb. There's going to be 4 ultimates for Gilbert's family to defend the point and take us to a map number 4.
Oh my goodness, Gilbert's family turning things around here on New Junk City. Looking stronger than ever, trying to solidify their win here as they continue to encroach on the lead that Timeless Obsidian managed to gain. And now they do have at least one ultimate online for Hopeful, but the Riptire, the Orisa ult, and the Bap ult all get called in at the same time. And here comes the Riptire, goes down low, manages to find Dynasty. And once again, so, I don't even know if Gurkmeister is intending to, but they always manage to find Dynasty no matter what it is.
I mean, that's just kind of silly positioning coming from the Pharaoh. You shouldn't be caught out by a Junkrat tire of all things. But now Apply has their own pulse bomb ready to go. This is last chance saloon here for Timeless Obsidian. Otherwise, we're going to a map number 4.
Yeah, they got to get on it now. They nearly were able to take it, but then again, they were forced off. And I don't know, there goes the OT as they try and make that last-ditch effort, the Hail Mary play. And right now, Luca not looking too good as they are barely kept alive. A great stick from Apply onto Dynasty to take them out. And Luca now just trying to stay alive as they are nearly eliminated by Apply. And Apply just doing a really good job of keeping everyone from Timeless Obsidian at bay, keeping them off the point. And now Apply and Muma find eliminations, and Chef, that should just about do it. That is going to be the win, going to Gilbert's family, and they have answered back. We have a pulse, we have a sign of life, and there will be no sweep here today.
Nope, I mean, that is great recognition and great swaps. I mean, the picking and counter picking between both these teams was absolutely perfect. Gurkmeister, as you said, showed up big when it counted the most. Their backs against the wall. The Junkrat comes through in the end and gets it done. So, I mean, we're not done yet. We might have at least one more map going on here. Hopeful kind of got diffed out a couple times by Gorilla and by Apply. Definitely try to deal with the fly in the ointment, and they have dealt with it in a beautiful way.
Yeah, and you know what? This series was looking as though it was going to be all Timeless Obsidian, but from the get-go, I just simply could not see Gilbert's family getting 3-0'd. And with all due respect, I couldn't see Timeless Obsidian getting 3-0'd. So with that being said, it is no surprise to me that we are going to be heading to a Game 4 and then even possibly a Game 5. That's exactly what I have come here to see. That's what my expectations are from the Iliad Invitational, and that's my expectation coming from these two teams. And I got to tell you, it was looking dire for Gilbert's family, but now it looks like they have showed up to play as we get ready to head into Game 4.
I mean, game number 4, we didn't get a chance to see except for once yesterday. So, I mean, for us, this is going to be fantastic. Extra Overwatch here. I mean, the best 4 teams are left. Now we're going to see how this is going to go down. I mean, who is going to be able to take this win and really, solidify themselves as a front runner? I mean, it's going to be hybrid up next. I'm kind of expecting us to go to Kings Row. We might see a different map type, though. We might see something different come out from them. I expect the unexpected from this Timeless Obsidian squad.
Absolutely. And, granted that the last map did go to Gilbert's family, look how close it was. It was literally coming down to the wire into several OTs on nearly every single flashpoint. So again, it wasn't like it was a one-sided victory in the favor of Gilbert's family. They definitely had to claw their way for that one. So Timeless Obsidian still very much in the driver's seat here as far as the series is concerned. They're up 2-1, and both of their wins were pretty one-sided in that regard. But now we're getting ready to head to Numbani. If you would like to take a look at your map as we get ready to head into map number 4, again, it is going to be Numbani here for hybrid.
I mean, the Muma Winston goes hard. That's something we need to immediately address right now. Is the Muma Winnie is kind of scary. Was goated back in the day in the Overwatch League. I'm ready for it. This is going to be a bit of a struggle here. If I'm being completely honest, for Timeless, if they cannot play anything other than the ball, I mean, yes, you do have disruption. Yes, you do have everything else going on. But, I mean, a Winston, we saw it in our first series yesterday. Winston reigns supreme here, and we'll see how this goes down. It looks like we're going to have double wrecking balls, though. I mean, still plenty of time here for Gilbert's family to change up their approach here. But, I mean, Timeless Obsidian, they're sticking to what got them here. And I love the dedication to, trusting the process. And, I mean, they have really showed up and showed out so far in this tournament. Okay, we do have a switch here. Make sure that you are following us on Twitter, Iliad_OW, and anytime you want to tweet to us, hashtag Iliad Invitational. Come on, get me some stuff to say.
You know, it's so funny, Chef, because, you know, I'm right there with you. I'm not going to be calling it X until I am contractually obligated to. So, yeah, we're going to keep calling it Twitter for the meanwhile. However, getting back into the action here, you can see already Muma on the move, trying to find a cheeky flank onto Luca, who has switched to the Diva. That is an interesting switch, just because, you know, we have seen Luca just do absolute work on the Wrecking Ball, and to choose now into Game 4 to switch back over to the Diva. Interesting switch there. And like you had said, you know, we were expecting that Winston to come out for Muma, but no, Muma gonna stay on the Wrecking Ball. And everything else just looks just about ship-shape. Everything else looks just right with the world. As you can see, Gerkmeister now coming from that back line, looking to find the damage and find the limbs. As you can see, it looks like Timeless Obsidian are taking the majority of the damage here in the crossfire.
D-Mech right there is huge right now. And if the fly can stay alive with 1 health, nope. Hopeful gets the pick there. But now you're minus your tank. Skill Orb takes out the pilot Diva. So, I mean, yes, there is mobility there, but it's going to take a minute for you to get back there. Also, we're going to be looking forward to the apply duplicate. You have to be picking the Diva out in this duplicate form, getting a fast self-destruct. There's nothing to save Timeless from a self-destruct. So we'll see how this actually goes down. Here is the Winston, as a matter of fact, that I was expecting to see. And this is going to be scary for them now, because Defense Matrix does not block the primary fire out of that Tesla. And I mean, the space-taking ability of a Winston is supreme.
Well, let's see if that reigns true as we are moving forward here. Still trying to get the payload active, not being able to get too many feet on the objective just yet. Apply from up on high, trying to rain down the damage. Does manage to find an limb thanks to the feed, and now Muma as well. Once again, clearing sight with the Winston like you had mentioned, and the Diva ult comes through and isn't able to find anyone on that, and the point will go the way of Gilbert's family.
There's still a tracer. On point, the stick comes through, the kill comes through. Oh, I mean, this is just a matter of time. The nano boost comes through. Oh my god. This could be Muma going down.
My goodness, what a save onto Hopeful. Finally, they get eliminated. But my goodness, when it was all said and done, it looked like Gilbert's family were finally able to take the payload. And who else but Skyer comes through to save the day and keep Gilbert's family at bay.
Junkrat Tech right here on the Riptire, looking for somebody in the back. They try to get the ball, not the priority target you thought it would be.
Nope, just a little bit off the mark there, as now you can see Muma once again trying to get rid of Skyer, who has just been an absolute pain, and they call in the Primal Rage to get rid of Skyer, as now they do manage to take the payload here, able to swat away those pesky flying mosquitoes thanks to the Primal Rage, and there you have it. Gilbert's family finally able to get this payload a-moving.
I mean, that's 4 ultimates to take the point, though. So, I mean, if you're Timeless Obsidian, you're going to take that all day long. Luca back over to the Diva. That tells me that they do not have a Winston in their hero pool. And poor Lionel's stuck out back here, kind of out in no man's land. They're going to be watching for him. So, I mean, that's going to kind of pull the attention. It's not necessarily a bad play, unless they die.
Well, let's see what they can make of it here, as again they continue to move the payload forward, and Hopeful just being ever so pesky, being a nuisance, trying to at least distract Gerkmeister, and it's working, but not for long, as they will be eliminated thanks to Gerk watching the back line and doing a really good job, and Gerkmeister really coming alive here in the late game of the series.
You love to see it. You love to see the turnaround. You love to see, finally, maybe the hands are nice and warm. I'm not sure what happens with these higher level players, but sometimes it just happens like that. And then they find a beat and they get it done.
Oh, well, let's see if they can continue to get it done and continue to push this payload forward as Gerkmeister able to put it into Dynasty on the Echo. And that is no easy feat. I mean, they managed to constantly take it to these flying characters that, would think that Gerkmeister had some difficulty with prior. Again, we were talking about how are they going to find the answer of getting rid of all these flying characters. I mean, they're dominating the skies, they're dominating the ground, and that was an issue that Gerkmeister was having. Now they just found the answer, I suppose.
So, looking at the apply previous duplicate, went to a Mercy, tried to get the res off, tried to give it a little extra healing towards the end of that fight, and man, they just kind of got blown up. And now Dynasty's going to have their ultimate ready to go here. Who do they take here? You look for Imply to get taken out. That's a huge priority pick.
That it is. Dynasty now from up on high, able to lead the charge against Gilbert's family, and now it looks like Timeless Obsidian starting to take a little momentum back in their favor. That was a huge anti-nade in order to take out Gerkmeister, and now Timeless Obsidian with 4 ults at the ready, pushing Gilbert's family once again all the way back to their spawn. We are seeing a resurgence. We're seeing another sign of life coming from Timeless Obsidian as the Diva ult does go out. Once again, not able to connect.
Oh my God! I saw what you were trying to do there, Luca. You just cost your team probably the second map now, as you are getting absolutely pummeled here on the back end. Muma's having fun. Dynasty does get one in return, but the res is there. 20 seconds and counting, and now you got the tire. Now the push is going to start coming through.
And none too soon either. I mean, only 13 seconds left for them to try and get back onto the payload and keep this first round alive. Oh, as the time continuing to run low, you can see Gerkmeister on the back line here, going to be pushing forward, and out comes the rally. We heard it. Here comes TMB trying to clear Echo off of point, and they do, but that was thanks to the rip tire from Gerkmeister. Again, Gerkmeister is now the legitimate answer for Dynasty. Dynasty, I think, has been eliminated by Gerk more than any other player coming from Gilbert's family.
All right, so what elimination, and Apply now has Bob online. So, I mean, this is going to put a lot more pressure on Skyer with these antis, with the sleeps, because once the 6-man comes out, that's going to be a problem, as they're going to have to delegate a lot of resources in there. Luca does bring the Winston out, finally. You know what? You can't block that with a javelin spin, or you'll be able to stand there a little bit longer with the flying. My goodness, Gerkmeister again takes Dynasty out, making us look good here in the casting booth.
Well, I mean, making us look at least a little bit better. I mean, you always look great. Come on, chef. You're always cooking. Making me look a little bit better. As we continue to push forward here, Apply going to be on the payload. They call out the Bob, and they pick out Dynasty right out of the sky. Looking like a game of Duck Hunt, really, as now they just completely clear the payload, and what was once a screeching halt for Gilbert's family on the payload, and now seems like it's an unstoppable force.
And Pulse Bomb is out from Hopeful, and you're going to see Dynasty coming back on the Sombra. So there's a world here where this actually works, and they can stall out into overtime.
And you see Luca trying to switch over to the Orisa, trying to beat Muma at their own game here, but the ult does come out and it goes down as they do get hacked. Oh my goodness. And now trying to clear side again. It's not looking too good for Timeless Obsidian, as that will be Gilbert's family getting all 3 points there, but with only 9.3 seconds remaining.
Great stall coming from Timeless, but I mean, I think better counter picking that came from Gilbert's family. And yeah, I mean, Muma doing Muma things, really getting work done, able to create so much space. I mean, this was a perfect use of the Primal, gets yourself back up to 1,000 HP and just goes ham on the back of it. So yeah, Gerkmeister has some issues with said Dynasty. I don't know what the beef is there, but that's the point right there that you just saw. That's the moment where the whole map went bye-bye for Timeless Obsidian in their defense, trying to get a little bit too cheeky with the pushover self-destruct, and they were just able to really get the work done on the back end of it. Apply with the swap over to the Ashe. I mean, got that ultimate up in one fight. That's the power of this aim that we see from these Overwatch League players. Now, for Timeless, I mean, they're going to have to be hard pressed to see how they get out of this with time in the bank. It just depends on how much of a snowball they're going to have, Captain Ahsoka. So we still have the Junkrat here, so the squishies are going to have to be very careful.
And once again, we do see Luca on the Winston. Let's see if they're going to be able to clear sight with that, as we are well underway now, going into the next round. And we are seeing the Ana come back out from Skyer. No surprise there, along with Unread on the Mercy, Hopeful back on the Tracer, and Dynasty on the Pharah. And it looks like Gilbert's family are going to be keeping about the same composition as well, except for Muma now on the D.Va.
Yep, I mean, that's not a bad play at all. You want to see, be able to take these fights in with a Winston. It's all going to be about Luca managing the cooldowns of when you can go in, when you have bubble ready, see what you can get done on the back end. Apply says, yeah, you're not playing anymore.
Well, there you go. I mean, look at Apply already finding themselves a two-piece early on here, and now raining down damage from up on high, looking to find another elimination. And they do. They manage to get rid of Skyer, and they managed to hold off the aggression from Timeless Obsidian, but Timeless did manage to get at least one tick onto the payload, so not too much love lost there for Timeless.
And you're just waiting for people to respawn right now, get a lot of extra ult charge over to Skyer, getting Luca back up. So, I mean, you're looking for a nano engage here from Luca, really deal with all the presence here. Dynasty finally getting the better of Apply, so that's a great pick for them. Now it's about camping the res and seeing if they can move forward with this 5v4 situation.
Yeah, Gurkmeister getting eliminated is huge. Again, Gurkmeister has been a real nuisance for Timeless Obsidian, and now being able to get rid of them, Luca comes away with a big elimination onto Gorilla as well. Ironic as that may be, you can see Dynasty now from up on high looking for yet another elimination, and they're trying to get this Echo v Echo dub, and they do. Dynasty decides to show up today as they find themselves a beautiful 3K.
That's exactly what they need. I didn't think that last shot was going to hit him, but it did. Might have caught a pixel, but that's all it takes. Muma going more mobile here with the Wrecking Ball. And Gorilla's now out here with this, with the Baptiste. You've got teammate almost with a rally online.
And now out comes the Primal Rage yet again. Luca trying to clear the way for the rest of their team and trying to clear Gilbert's family just off the map. They nearly do. They nearly get the push as a Gorilla will be eliminated thanks to the Primal Rage. Luca still alive here, and the Mercy comes in right at perfect timing in order to keep Luca up and into the fight. And they manage to push back Gilbert's family, and that payload continues to push forward.
Watch for the duplicate coming onto. I'm going to say they're going to take the Winston, trying to get an early primal out of it. And you might, if you work it well enough, you might be able to get two.
Well, the nano boost does go down onto Luca, and they're looking to try and find an avenue here in order to really use it. But the nano boost kind of looked like it went down and by the wayside. Not much doing there for Luca as they continue to try and hold on as that payload is rounding the corner.
Great kill. How does he stick with that? How do you live? Okay. I'm happy with that. Dynasty with two now. This should be the fight turning, but now Apply getting Dynasty out of the fight. That could be the stop here that they need. Gurkmeister's going to have a tire online. He applies on the point and lands the sticky bombs. Bye-bye, Mercy.
Yeah, that was huge. But all the while, I mean, you had the rest of Timeless Obsidian just laying waste to Gilbert's family. Like, granted, that was, again, great stick. Way to get rid of the Mercy. But now, Timeless Obsidian, they do manage to make it to that next checkpoint, and they are rounding the corner to make it to the last. Remember, if they can make it to 3 with time to spare, they're going to get that bonus time, and they have a lot of time to work with. They got 4 minutes on the board, and Gilbert's family only have 9.3 seconds to go into OT with.
Well, I mean, you got Minefield, you got the tire, you got your Ant Matrix, and there's lots of tools here for them to be able to turn this around.
Well, the Rip Tire does come out, and it does connect. Skyer is no more. Poor Skyer, R.I.P. Regardless, the Rip Tires have been hitting for Gurkmeister for the most part, at least here. Is now you can see Muma once again getting right back to the action here, and they do have the ult online, and then right now Gilbert's family are in full control of the payload.
I mean, they win that fight on one ultimate, so yeah, you take that all day long and twice on Sunday, so maybe we'll have another one coming through here. I want to see Luca get really aggressive with this, and I want to see, you know what? Dynasty, show me your Junkrat.
You want another Junkrat v Junkrat? Let's get the Junkrat mirror. I mean, Gurkmeister did call for it. We got it a little bit earlier, but now we need to see it again. Let's see. As you can see now, Luca does activate the Primal Rage again, looking to clear sight, and they managed to clear it out respectfully. But right now, I gotta say, Muma on the Wrecking Ball, doing really well of shutting down Luca for the most part, and not only that, but shutting down the rest of Timeless Obsidian. That elimination feed turned all up red.
Oh, Swap's coming through now. Yeah, the monkey, well, I mean, was good through point 2. A little bit harder to work here in point 3. So yeah, I mean, you got plenty of time to build up a self-destruct. Now you're looking for, you know, can you finish out this map with some decent time?
Well, let's see if they can get the job done once again. Out goes the minefield. Well done to put that one right under the overhang. Should buy them a little bit of time to work with here. And Dynasty going to try and clear the mines out as the payload still in the possession of Gilbert's family. They were pushing it back a little bit, but now Timeless Obsidian once again going to be answering from up on high, coming out of apps as they look to try and find at least one elimination there. But Gorilla on the back line really keeping their team alive here with the Baptiste.
Immortality Barrier is going to be so important here into this next fight. You've got the Nano available. Yeah, you've got the Winston diving on you, and you can't save yourself from that. This is turning bad here for Timeless as they start going down in the heat.
And you know what? I think Muma is just hitting on these counter picks right now. I mean, I was already mentioning how well they were performing on the Wrecking Ball, going up against the Winston, and as soon as the Diva comes out, Muma switches to the Winston and begins shutting down Timeless Obsidian again. And they are doing a really good job of keeping Timeless Obsidian from even getting to the third checkpoint. I mean, they could win it here and now. All they have to do is to continue to apply that pressure for another minute and 10 seconds.
A little bit of over pursuit here coming from Luca. I'd rather see them, you know, contesting the point, making sure they got it going. Kind of a wonky sleep dart there. Got smacked around by Muma, and this fight is all but over. It's going to be a question of if they get this in now. They waste the self-destruct trying to remech themselves. So, I mean, 3 ultimates ready to come into this fight here for Gilbert's family. You're looking at a pulse bomb. You're looking at a full cop swip coming from Timeless Obsidian. They're going meta.
Well, this is going to be the last-ditch effort, the Hail Mary, as they decided to go out with the Remy, the Ramatra, and try and make a play here. And there is Luca, who is going to try and get Muma early on here, as they're going to go right into the Nemesis form, trying to put an end to Gurkmeister, and they manage to do so. There goes the elimination. Skyer also picking up 2, or at least getting the assist there onto Gurkmeister, and now Muma still is a problem. The Primal Rage comes out, hopeful, trying to avoid the danger, trying to avoid Luca, gets backed into a corner, has to time warp out, and they manage to avoid Muma and pick up the elim thanks to Unread. What a play, as now they are rounding the corner to get this 3rd point and force OT, but now they have no time remaining. We are in OT territory.
Rally out as well. That's a huge ultimate that comes out. Muma is now out on the Mauga. What? Okay, they're going to look at them, blow people up here, get them on fire. And yeah, poor Luca has just been going to be taken out there. That's going to do it here for map number 4. Yeah, number 4. We are all tied up here in our first semifinal. Boy, oh boy. Things have changed on their head. And Muma and company definitely figured out what they needed to do to get themselves back square in this series. Now we're going to a final map, and it is all to play for. My goodness. As we take a look at this map, I mean, it was back and forth. These teams, first point, great defenses. Second point, normally it's a snowball, and it just didn't happen that way. And we saw the work getting done from both teams, but I mean, really, Gurkmeister, for me in this map, really came alive. We saw them come alive a little bit, come online during New Junk City, but here in Numbani, absolutely had their way.
Yep, that they did. And you know what? Gilbert's family, I think they just went down 2-0 early. And then after that, they just leaned forward. And that was it. I think they took that personally. So they decided to wake up real big on New Junk City. And now they are just in full form here on Numbani as they managed to send this one all the way into the Game 5. And you know what? I am very happy to say that Captain called it. It was looking dire. It was looking very dire in those first 2 games. But I am so thrilled to be heading to a Game 5. Once again, Chef, you and I, we start things off. It's kicked off in the semifinals, and it goes to a Game 5. Everything is once again right with the world here at the Iliad Invitational.
I mean, it's all good. It's all good. I'm happy for this. We live for days like this. Seeing everybody come online and playing their best. That's what we want to see. So, you know what? Timeless Obsidian, to continue their run, they've got to get back to the drawing board. They got to figure out how they are going to deal with the resurgent Gilbert's family. We're going to find out how they do that after this short little break. Don't go away. We'll be back in just about 5 minutes. number 5. Comeback of epic proportions coming from Gilbert's family down 0-2. The reverse sweep is almost complete. Captain Atsoka. Chef Billy joining you here in the Iliad Invitational. This is the first semifinal. We got another one coming up after this, then the grand finals. But we need to decide who is going to be that first grand finalist. Captain, I mean, you were talking about it. A light switch flipped, and now here we are on the other foot.
Yeah, and you know what? Both times it was just really close games. I don't even know what happened. Whatever happened with Gilbert's family in the first 2 games, I mean, they went down 2-0, then 1-0. And now they just managed to answer back in kind. I mean, my goodness, they have been popping off here in the late game. I'm only assuming that, you know, Gilbert's family just kind of unplugged and plugged back in, because that usually works with everything. So I'm assuming it works the same for Gilbert's family, because it literally seems like it's a different team that's playing right now than what we saw in the first 2 games. And now we're heading into push on New Queen Street for our final map of this series, of our first semifinals. We are going to Chef Billy's home of Canada to settle this between these 2 teams here in the Grands. And you know what? I wouldn't have it any other way.
Well, I mean, for this map, okay, it's going to come down to space taking, if you can claim it. There's lots of room for flankers, so I think that the Tracers are going to be back on full display here. I don't know if Dynasty can run the ferry here, not with how Apply and Gurkmeister have really dealt with them. So we're going to need to see how they adapt here. And this is going to be a real test for Timeless Obsidian. They kind of had their way through this tournament, right, Captain? I mean, they really just, you know, kind of barreled their way through this tournament. And now they're up against an opponent with 2 ex-Overwatch League players, mind you, that finally said, you know what, hold my beer. We're going to go ahead and get in there.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting because, like you said, you know, Dynasty might not be able to come out with the Farah, but don't forget, they also have a really good Soldier 76 as well. Dynasty definitely has some diversity to work with here, even though we have seen them play the Farah more often than not. But I'm also really interested to see where the tanks are going to go, because I didn't think they were going to bring back the hamster ball, but no, we got ourselves a Wrecking Ball v Wrecking Ball to end things out. And then, you know what, Dynasty, again, they are feeling themselves. They decide they're going to stick to the Farah. And, you know, I had mentioned this yesterday during day 1, is to stick with your comfort picks. Dynasty is comfortable on the Farah. And you know where I'm comfortable? Following Iliad on Twitter. Don't forget to follow Iliad on Twitter, and to also use the hashtag Iliad Invitational for all your social media posts. Let's see some highlights. Let's see your thoughts, and maybe even some predictions, because I am not bold enough to make them.
I mean, at this point, yeah, good luck and GG's. I think the other big thing here for Gilbert's family is that Gorilla playing on the Baptiste has really, you know, turned off some of this burst potential. They're able to throw that immortality field up and, you know, kind of deny a lot of the damage that had been getting done by Timeless. So I think the Gorilla might need to be a point of focus here for Timeless Obsidian to really, you know, power through the defense and everything else going on here. Hopeful going down. There is going to be a res available to see if he can get it. Oh my god, the anti-is huge. Shoot him. The heals are good though.
Oh my, you'll love it. Those are like my favorite points in any esport, but none the more in Overwatch, when it's like you're watching a scary movie and you're yelling at someone to do something and it doesn't come to fruition. You'll love to see it. Gurkmeister still standing as they are now pushing the bot forward and have taken the lead here early in this matchup, in the final match of the series. But you know, we got a long way to go.
Gorilla is to Gilbert's family what Skyer is to Timeless Obsidian. And they have not dealt with Gorilla yet. The immortality barrier is out right now, so that is an opportunity for them to get the kills going through. They need to confirm it, though.
Yeah, that they do. And now, Dynasty also, like you had mentioned, having a little bit of a difficult time here on New Queen Street to start things off. Again, Gurkmeister just refuses to die. I don't know what's going on with Gurk. Finally, they go down with literally a decimal of health remaining. Dynasty able to put an end to Gurk, giving them a little taste of their own medicine, getting some revenge. Because if we all remember, back on New Bonnie, it was, Gurkmeister that was just the Achilles heel to Dynasty.
Okay, so I like the swap here from Luca onto the Diva. It's going to deal with all the different angles of attack coming from Gilbert's family. And you got the Baptiste with the triple shot. You've got the nade, or you've got the grenades. You got the concussion mines coming in from the Junkrat. You can possibly eat a pulse bomb that's out and stuck and gone.
And then once again, Skyer is the target, as the legend foretold, and as it needed to be. But meanwhile, look at the res coming through, but not being able to save Luca, unfortunately, as they will be eliminated. And now Gilbert's family trying to take the bot back into their possession here, as it is literally just stuck in the middle of this tug of war. Gorilla still staying alive, managing to keep the back line and keeping it strong, as now the bot does go back the way of Gilbert's family. And like you had mentioned, Gorilla coming in clutch on the back line, keeping their team alive.
Both their support ultimates went out. So, I mean, it really did come down to them holding space as long as they could. Tyre's going to come out as well. Looking for a priority target, probably Unred, who's up in the sky with a Valkyrie. That doesn't matter, because look at how high this Tyre is going. They're looking for a target. They finally find Skyer in the end.
So far, that's the Tracer ult and the Junkrat ult finding Skyer back to back. You got to have some sympathy for Skyer at this point.
I mean, Skyer's playing where they're supposed to be playing. They're supposed to be playing out of LOS. They're making sure that they're providing what they can from range, so they're not under duress. The problem is that there's nobody to defend for Skyer. That's why you run with a Brigitte. Okay, that's why you run with a Lucio. That's why you run with a DPS that can get back and provide the peel that this poor Ana has done. They're leaving their Ana out to dry so bad that it's getting comical at this point.
You call it comical, I call it devastating. My heart goes out to Skyer. And look, they're already getting ready to get flanked again, and they get stuck again. No, it can't happen. Have mercy on Skyer. My goodness, apply. Coming through with a beautiful two-piece there, but they were avenged. As you can see, the eliminations are being traded out here, and the bot just kind of stuck somewhere in no man's land. As once again, Timeless Obsidian really struggling to just get that bot moving forward. A little bit of a, let's say, 26 meters of a difference between the two right now.
I mean, they've got a full head of steam, though. They have nothing to deny this upcoming barrage. Hold on to the barrage. You've already picked up two. Yeah, hold on to it. Just take your fight win here. Get down Muma if you can. Take down Teammate. Take down Apply. Everybody on the back line. You should be able to match up the time bank here. You can even use the barrage here to kind of clear the minefield up, but I guess they decide that's not the way to go. Muma is not taking no for an answer.
No, absolutely not. And again, Muma on this Wrecking Ball has just been phenomenal. And I think it's a great answer for the Diva that's coming out from Luca as well. Because notice that Luca, again, they also started out on the Wrecking Ball. Wasn't the right answer, so they tried to switch to the Diva. And Muma still just refuses to give any headway to Luca at all. And, for, a tank v tank scenario, a Muma has just been putting on for their squad. And now you do have two ults at the ready for each side.
Oh, no.
As Hopeful does get eliminated, and the rocket barrage finally comes out as well.
I mean, that's the only thing that keeps them alive there. And Apply should go down here. This should be them getting to the butt scratch. Unless Muma can get back there and create a little bit more calamity in the back line. Oh my god, Hopeful is just getting shut out right now, unfortunately. They just don't have an answer yet. They're coming into both support ultimates and another pulse bomb on the back. Well, less than 10 meters to touch. There's Muma on the point.
And here they come, looking to put it into Skyer, who still has a gigantic target on their back. Now apply from up on high, trying to find an avenue of entry. Has to try and avoid the danger here. They do see Dynasty over towards the side, and they force their way in. And no, it looks like they were about to get an elimination on the Skyer, but somehow, some way, they stay alive. The stick goes out, but it does not stick. Not able to find an elimination there, but Luca will get one onto Muma, thanks to the feed, as Dynasty, along with Unread, are going to rain down terror from up on high and try and take the bot away from Gilbert's family.
Ha! You lose the 1v1 versus a Baptiste. Oh my word! I mean, that's about as good of a cross section as this map has gone. And Dynasty. I mean, I know they like the Pharah. There's 3 people aiming for you at all times. Go off to a Tracer. Go off to a Genji. Do something that can provide a little bit more value to your team.
Do you think I can get away with calling Dynasty Dynasty? You think I can get away with that?
Yeah, absolutely you can.
All right, let's go. As you can see, Dynasty at 80% for their ultimate, and Skyer does have the Nano Boost at the ready. Wondering if they're going to try and use it on that Pharah again. As you can see, Dynasty does have it online. The Nano Boost does hit, and they have a Rocket Barrage. This could be huge, as they managed to find at least 2 limbs off of the exchange. Now looking to put it into the Junkrat, and there they go. But not without losing their mercy. Unread has been eliminated, and will have to respawn. Dynasty putting on for Timeless Obsidian and getting the bot back into their possession.
Less than 2 minutes left to go here. Map number 5. It's all for all the marbles to book your spot into the grand finals. Otherwise, you're going home. Oh my God, Dynasty on the razor's edge. Pulse bomb out. No joy there. I mean, up next is the Mines, ready here for Gilbert's family. Yeah. I'm scared for you. I'm scared for you. I'm scared for Hopeful, too. And Hopeful goes down in a heap. This is all starting to fall apart here for Obsidian. Now's the time to make a change. If you're going to make a useful change here, now would be the time. You got about 90 seconds.
Yeah, some decisions need to be made here. A call has to be made because they haven't even made it to the butt scratch yet, and they are running out of time. Just over a minute left to go, and Gilbert's family still in the lead here, only by 7 meters, but still a lead nonetheless. And when that clock hits 0, that lead becomes massive. And now the BAP ult does come out, but they can't find a target. It looks like they were aiming for Dynasty, but not much doing there. Meanwhile, they are able to lay down some massive heals thanks to the ult, and they're able to keep their team alive. Again, Gorilla on the back line, just coming in clutch for Gilbert's family, as now you can see another ult at the ready. 2, as a matter of fact, now 3, as the Pulse Bomb did go out. Muma gets eliminated, but they're able to lay down the minefield before they go.
I mean, this is the last fight. This is the last meaningful fight that they're going to have. They're going to have Self-Destruct and the Barrage. I mean, the rally is out. The tire's getting ready to be launched here. Gurkmeister looking for a nice little safe spot to get their ultimate out. If this lands anywhere near as good as Gurkmeister has been landing so far, they are in serious trouble, and Hopeful going down is massive.
And you can hear the Rocket Barrage did get called in from Dynasty, as they were able to find 2. Dynasty off the Rocket Barrage, trying to make a last-ditch effort here, as the bot does go back the way of Timeless Obsidian, but they have got to get it onto the point. It has got to start pushing the objective, as now we head into OT. They're losing the bot until finally they do get a touch onto it, thanks to Luca, as now Skyer is going to be the one to keep Pharah alive in OT.
Shot.
Nearly there, just rounding the corner, could keep this game alive. Skyer has the ult at the ready, and they are not done yet, as Pharah now comes in with the Nano Boost, trying to put it into Gorilla, and they have the entire team waiting for them around the corner.
I mean, we are down to just about 7 meters. That should do it right there. Unless somebody comes up big. Dynasty does take down the pesky Tracer, but yeah, this is it. No more redos. Oh no!
No! Wow!
That
I'm sorry.
is a rage quit. If yeah, Gorilla called it. That's a rage quit right there.
Did I say that out loud?
Oh yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
did anybody else feel the wow sentiment, or was I the only one? Because like I thought it was in my head, and then I just realized I said wow like out loud. My goodness.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's gonna do that. I guess they've come back in. Okay. Yeah. That definitely happened. GG's to Gilbert's family. I mean, what a hell of a series though from both teams. Timeless Oblivion, absolutely fighting tooth and nail to the very end. And yeah, I mean, Dynasty did everything they could. I mean, this was as close as it could be. It was a matter of 7 meters. That was the difference between these two teams. And I mean, if that's our semifinal, then holy cow, the grand finals, whoever Gilbert's family is going to face, this is going to be a hell of an ending to this Iliad.
I mean, honestly, words can't describe about how good this match was. And like you had mentioned, it's just the semifinals. We still got another semi and the grands ready to go. But I gotta tell you, Chef, there's no place I'd rather be than right here on the booth with you, bringing you the action. Because my goodness, we started off on a high note yesterday. I didn't think that match could possibly be outdone, but it has been outdone here today between Timeless Obsidian and Gilbert's family. And you know, everything aside, the jokes, the rage quit, everything else aside, this was still just a phenomenal match between the two. And the biggest of kudos, the biggest accommodations to Gilbert's family for being able to pull off the reverse sweep and take the win.
Absolutely insane plays from both teams. I tell you what, this is going to be so much fun. The next matchup is going to be Crazy 88s versus Inarizaki. Oh my word, this is going to be fun.
I mean, I don't know how it can get much better than this. I mean, we have had so many amazing plays. And then, okay, can we, I mean, clearly we can't, I don't know if I can label one MVP for the entire series, but can I get, like, the most improved award to Gerkmeister? Like, you know when you get, like, the most improved, like, award in school? Like, I gotta give the most improved to Gerkmeister because, again, you had mentioned, like, in the first 2 games, we really didn't see much from Gerkmeister, but in those last 3, Gerkmeister literally had a 180 turnaround. My goodness.
I mean, yeah, absolutely. I would give most improved player there. I dare say I'd give them the MVP because I think on the back of them being able to come in here, I absolutely think that we can give them at least the Gold Star Award here for the first semifinal. But that's going to do it for the first semifinal. We're going to take a quick little break here. Well, we're going to take a look at the maps first. I'm sorry, Mr. Producer. Lovely hippie person. We're going to take a look at the map, see how we got here, and we'll take a look at the bracket. Well, I mean, there's one more match here to decide who's the last person to get into the grand finals with us. Oh, Lord, it just happened on stream as well. The Rage Quit, holy, absolutely. Crazy 88s. Inarizaki coming up next. Don't go away. We'll be back with you in just a few minutes. All right. First semifinal out of the way. Hope everybody got a chance to get some snacks, get some hydration, get your heart rate back down to around 80. Captain Ahsoka, Chef Billy, back with you here for semifinal number 2. Whew, I don't know. I mean, we start off our streams here, you and I, with some bangers. Now it's Crazy 88s versus Inarizaki. Lots of friends on this team for me, for the Crazy 88s, having cast them back in the day. And now, here we are, Iliad Invitational. Make sure that you're following us on Twitter. Make sure that you are tweeting out hashtag Iliad Invitational so we can see them on stream. Calling All Heroes is done. I believe that Timeless just took the win there over Wisp again. I have not checked my Twitter. If somebody can fact check me, please do that. But, Captain, tell you what, I mean, we have not had a chance to see Inarizaki. I have seen Crazy 88s plenty. So, I mean, they both took 3-0 wins in their quarterfinal matches. So tell me what you're looking for here.
Honestly, after the last match, I'm pretty spent. You know, again, I had to woosah for a moment, had to calm, get zen, as it were. But going into this one, I mean, it's hard to tell because at least into the last matchup, I actually kind of we got to see both teams perform. We kind of had a little bit of background knowledge on them. Again, you had two Overwatch players, Overwatch League players, coming from one team, and then we got to see the performance that that one of our teams, Timeless Obsidian, got to put on yesterday. So we had a little bit of an inkling. Now, as far as going into this one, I mean, I am also aware of Crazy 88s, but with that being said, in Narizaki, I don't have all the utmost information going on to that team either. So I could say it could go either way, but again, I'm going to be eyeballing the Crazy 88s because not only do I have a little bit of background knowledge on them, but at the same time, I know they are confident. This is a confident team. They are feeling themselves, and I think that they think they're going to be going to the grand final. So let's get ready to see on the players that are going to be making up our teams today, Chef.
Yeah, I mean, we'll start off with Crazy 88s. Like I said, lots of people here that I know: Melphobia, Dust, Bolting Cake, and Ryan Guy, somebody that I've known for years. So, I mean, this team really did put it to the open division or the open tier in the last multi-tier tournament for CGL. Really progressing quite far in the tournament. The playoffs were absolutely outstanding. So I expect big things from this Crazy 88 squad. But on the other side, in Narizaki, looking at who they've got on their side, and the couple of big names here, Eevee and Saintex. And I think that Saint is one of the most underrated tier 3 supports, flex support or main supports in the game. So, man, I mean, it's going to come down to, I think, Zach versus the DPS line of Crazy 88s, and I think that Melphobia might just have a little bit on them, but just because of recency bias, just because of how I've seen these DPS for this Crazy 88s team compete against some of the best in PC. Yeah, there's a lot to pack here. So we're going to see how this goes down. We'll see what our map set is. Once again, we're going to start out in Control. It's a little bit different than other tournaments because we're going to head to Escort for our second map. And then the third map, guaranteed, will be Flashpoint. So after that, that's when things get a little bit more interesting. And, well, we're going to start out on Busan here for our second semifinal. And Busan, I mean, it's not normally picked as a control map. We haven't seen Lijiang yet, at least you and I. So I'm totally okay with going to Busan. Absolutely love this map.
Honestly, I just like watching the twerking cow for the most part. So as long as we get to see the cow twerk a little bit, I'm happy, and that will make my day. But other than that, you know what else makes my day? A game 5. And I got what I wanted in game number 1 and then some. My cup runneth over from game number 1. Going into game number 2, I expect the same thing. You know why? Because this is the Iliad Invitational. My expectations are high. So again, I'm thinking highly of both of these teams. But like I had mentioned, I know Crazy 88s, they have the talent, they have a lot of confidence backing them as well. So all I know is that Narizaki, they have their work cut out for them regardless. Both teams do. But the fact that Narizaki made it this far and then made it through the quarterfinals in a 3-0 sweep, honestly, it speaks for itself. This is a high quality team. This is a team that can go toe to toe with the best of them. And the fact that they managed to make it here alone, I think, is more than enough to, speak to the talent that this team is bringing.
Well, it depends on what they decide to run here. I think that's the big takeaway for us is we can theory craft all day long, but until I see what these teams are going to bring out here, it's going to depend. And there's your twerking cow, BT Dubs, right out the gate. Soki in Korean, just for everybody that actually cared. I'm learning Korean right now, so yeah, it's fun. For me, I mean, Narizaki showing us the Ramatra variant. We'll see if they actually stick with this. They'll probably swap Ahmadian over to a Widowmaker or a Tracer, depending on how they feel. Maybe try to take somebody out. Jutsu is absolutely gnarly on the hit scans. Melphobia, though. I really want to see what they're going to bring to this. I've not had a chance to see them in quite a few months. They're actually going to swap Ahmadian over to the Reaper, so that's kind of an interesting take here. And, well, Jutsu's actually going to show us the Ash, so you're looking for some high ground control, poke, and usage of the dynamite to really build up towards the bomb.
Well, let's see how this one plays out, as we are going to be starting things off here in only a few seconds. But the teams are already saying a friendly how do you do to one another, as Zach is able to get an elimination onto Melophobia, who switched over to the Tracer. And Zach nearly get eliminated, but is saved by their own Ice Cube. Is now Dust coming out to say hello to the Reaper. And things are well and underway, and things are already looking a wee bit scrappy, as my colleague Cairo Cass would say.
Well, I mean, that's an early pick. I mean, they got some picks, but I mean, the fact that Ryan Guy is not able to stay in the fight, you lose all of your speed. So now it's up to Dust to ferry this team around. But you know what? Jutsu is having fun here on the Ash and is absolutely taking stock of where people are at.
Yeah, and you can see Zach already trying to clear them out from up on high as well, as Anarazaki taking full control here to start things off, getting the first ticks on the board, already nearing 25%. Not a bad start at all, and I gotta tell you, Zach on this main, doing a lot more work than I thought they might have done going up against the composition that's coming from the Crazy 88s, but I gotta tell you, I am impressed as they continue to push forward, and now Dust coming out with the Junker Queen ult, able to put out the ante onto Mini coming from the side of Anarazaki, and Crazy 88s able to take control back as they pretty much get the team kill. I mean, Zach finally goes down.
I mean, that is a pretty convincing fight win, though. I mean, they only used the Rampage, really turned that fight in their favor. They got out the Coalescence. I mean, you're going to be fighting up against a Blizzard here, so that's one worry. Hopefully they have their commanding shout online so they can get the team out.
Well, here comes Bob, the big bad themselves, but they are quickly dealt with. My goodness, that lasted a whole second, two maybe, as now the Kitsune Rush comes out, and also the Blizzard from Zach comes out as well, and Anarazaki looking to take control of the point yet again, as Zach gets eliminated, only Eevee left standing, and that will be another massive team kill coming from the insane Crazy 88s.
The fact that they are able to save the commanding shot to get them outside of the effects of the Blizzard and then turn the fight, I mean, that's amazing for them. But they are going into a sound barrier here. They're also going into an upcoming Blossom. So Ryan is going to have to be very careful here as he worms his way around and sees how he takes care of it. Oh, that's a massive pick from Red Guy, though! Oh, no, Blossom for you.
Yep, and a big sound barrier as well to keep their team alive. Anarazaki having a little bit of a difficulty here, but at least they managed to take out the tank, and now the trades are going underway, and Eevee trying to find another elimination, and they do! Ash from up on top of the ice wall will be eliminated, and possession of the control goes back to Anarazaki as they look to make a comeback here against the Crazy 88s.
A little bit of a panic sound barrier that came out from Brian Guy there. I think if you hold on to it for maybe 2 more seconds, you last a lot longer through the annihilation. The Nemesis form is clocking everybody's faces. And unfortunately, you lose your tank there, but Zach's down. This might be a chance for them to go.
Very well could be. Again, Zach has been, just an absolute bother for the side of the Crazy 88s. And now Bob going on to the point is quickly dealt with by A Maiden, who's able to put it into Bob. And now Anarazaki slowly but surely encroaching on the lead as the Death Blossom comes out, but to no avail. Not able to catch anyone with that one. I saw what they were going for. It just didn't come into fruition. Is now the point starting to go the way of the Crazy 88s.
What a turn! Dust turning them to dust with a freaking miracle Rampage, turns the fight on its head. And now you see comp swap coming out here from Anarazaki. Zach over to the Tracer to get a last second touch. Eevee onto the Reinhardt. Watch the Reinhardt play of this tank player. Absolutely craziness coming out for them.
Well, here we go. They try and use the Chars already, not being able to get anyone on that. They are taking a lot of damage here, nearly being able to be eliminated as Hutch and company begin to fall. And that should just about do it. Crazy 88s managed to clean shop here as OT will expire, and they will take round number 1.
Oh, so good. So good. So good. Oh my god. Okay, that's a lot to unpack. I mean, the fights were back and forth, right? And it's just the fact that Dust seemed to have a Rampage when they really needed it the most, and just completely bamboozled Inarizaki there in their ability to be able to turn and address the fight there. There's another one right there where they just absolutely killed. It got 3 people in the rampage, and the healing resources just don't matter at that point. So now as we head to Mecha Base, looking for a little bit more brawl from them, you're going to put Amadian out on the Symmetra once again to get the early teleport out. And then we'll see him swap back to the Reaper. The Reaper did not get a lot of value, my friend.
It took out Bob. I mean, that's something. You know, I'm the glass half full caster. Okay, I think you're the glass half empty. I'm glass half full. We got a good balance, I think, you and I, Chef, as we get this one underway. And already, it's Narazaki trying to force the issue here, pushing up onto the Crazy 88s. But that ice wall again is going to be melted by the Crazy 88s. No longer, as you can see, Dust now on the Ramatra, trying to go toe to toe with this Lucio. Shouldn't be much of a problem. As you can see, they already lose their tank and the Reaper for the side of Narazaki, and the point should go the way of the Crazy 88s to start things off here on round 2.
I mean, the fact that you lose Zach out there as well, you know what? That's a massive pick there. So, I mean, it's going to come down to pick potential. It's going to come down to Jutsu versus Amadian. I don't like this Reaper pick whatsoever because, I mean, you're looking to, close the gap on Dust, and the healing resources are just too good. You've got a BAP and a Lucio, and the Immortality Barrier that's going to keep Dust up through the massive amount of damage that's coming through from the Reaper.
Yeah, well, the Baptiste ult comes out. You can hear the Moira ult also online as they look to try and force their way in here. Crazy 88s are starting to take some heavy casualties. They were going to lose not 1 but 2 players there. They lose the Maze and they lose the BAP, and now a Maiden starting to pop off as well, getting some eliminations on board. And now Narazaki going to be forcing their way back onto point, and they will take control here as they finally deal with the last Lucio Ryan guy being eliminated. And now finally Narazaki able to get a couple of ticks in their favor.
Yep, I mean, you trade out the Amp Matrix for the Coalescence, and I mean, Coalescence can be built up so quickly just by, the healing and the damage tick that comes through. Oh, that's going to be a huge blizzard.
And it most certainly was, but not
Whoa!
too much coming from it as the Crazy 88s do manage to find an elimination there. Coming from Jutsu and Ryan Guy, and now the Death Blossom comes out as well, but only can confirm on Ryan Guy. And now Dust, on the receiving end of a good bit of damage, manages to stay alive thanks to the BAP coming from a Bolting Cake. And Narazaki slowly but surely encroaching on the lead of the Crazy 88s.
I mean, that was an expensive fight for both teams. I mean, Malphobia is now over onto the Tracer, out to try and take this point.
Yeah, Sound Barrier coming in just to confirm their foothold here on the point, and now the Annihilation does come out from Eevee, but they are taking so much damage here. Still being healed, pocket healed by this Moira, kept them alive, but unfortunately that Annihilation really didn't do much there. Not much value coming from it. It went down and by the wayside, but Narazaki, through all of the trials and tribulations, managed to hold on to the point, and they take the lead.
Watch for Pulse Bomb from Malphobia here. Also, upcoming Amp Matrix. That's going to be able to dump a lot of damage coming through, especially with an overclock online for Jutsu. This is very scary moments here for Narazaki. They've got to play this perfectly.
Watch out for my Sojourn overclock Jutsu. As you can see, Malphobia coming through with the Pulse Bomb onto Saint. That is a huge pick, getting rid of the early support. And now, here comes Dust in the Nemesis form. And Dust now also has Annihilation online, as well as look at Zach trying to get rid of them before they can call it in. It doesn't look like it has been popped yet. And now Zach able to find an elimination as well, looking to put it in to Dust as the Annihilation comes out.
No
and
shot.
They find 1, 2, 3 eliminations. Dust able to come through and completely wipe out a Narazaki.
No, and they regained the control of the point as well. Ryan Guy is leading in the Sound Barrier department. You've got an overclock still online. Jutsu so patient with the ultimate there. I mean, there's nothing online for Narazaki. They dumped everything into that last fight.
Yep, that they did. And now the Crazy 88s looking to steal this game away from Inarizaki as we get back into the fight here up on high above the point, pushing the Crazy 8s back around. But the Crazy 88s at this point are just trying to buy as much time as possible. And now look at this. They have already baited out Eevee into the middle of the crossfire. And Jutsu finally calls in their overclock. Jutsu finds an elimination and finds the win in favor of the Crazy 88s.
A 2-0 win here for the Crazy 88s on Busan. But my word, Dust is a tank I did not recognize. And the play was just too freaking good. This was a turn and a half. This annihilation was everything that they needed to turn this around. As we take a look at how we got to this scoreline. Once again, unexpected is what I want to call Dust here. Just absolutely massive. Just beautiful work. Beautiful work. Ryan Guy securing the kill there with Blossom in hand. I mean, they don't care. I did not like the right Reaper pick. Yes, we started finding a little bit more on Mecha Base just because of the geometry of the map. But damn, just so damn good coming out of Dust. And I think that the rest of the team has to get a lot of kudos for keeping their tank up in the middle of it. Melphobia with the answering Blizzard there, able to turn it on its head as well. I mean, this is one team sharing one hive mind. Absolutely fantastic stuff out of my Council Warriors.
Oh yeah, I honestly wish that I could just give the ultimate kudos to just one player from the Crazy 88s, but this is what separates, the wheat from the chaff, the better from the best, and the champions from the runners up is it's the whole team. It's Crazy 88s as a team. Crazy 88 as a team was the MVP. There's not one single player that I think really just dominated. Granted that, again, Dust was a huge contribution to that. Dust was absolutely insane. And if you didn't know about Dust in the tank role, now you know. That's all I got to say about that. But again, the support core was so good coming from the Crazy 88s because there were times where I'm thinking Dust is done for. There's no way they come out of this. No shot. And then all of a sudden the support core comes in and they save Dust from the brink of death time and time again. Just looks so well organized and just so well synergized coming from the Crazy 88s that when it just seemed as though they were about to lose, no shot. They come back and they take the game away from Inarizaki, and now they get the lead here in the semifinals and are that much closer, that much closer to going to Grands.
Well, we have a substitution coming in as we find out what our next map type is going to be. Well, we'll go to that substitution first. Crazy 88s are going to be bringing in Thunder into the support role. Ryan Guy is taking a break here off the control map, but the rest of the team is going to stay the same. They do have somebody that I really like. The normal tank that I normally see is Smurfy X, is sitting in wait for later maps down the line. But Thunder is somebody that I have seen play quite a few times. Love the play out of this player. So, you know what? It's an even trade. It's just probably familiarity and comfortability on the map type. And speaking of map types, we're heading to Escort next, and that map is going to be Watchpoint Gibraltar. So we'll see if Winnie comes out here or not.
Yeah, this is another map that, at least you and I haven't really gotten to see so far throughout the Iliad Invitational. So again, this is going to be interesting because, Watchpoint Gibraltar definitely in somewhat of a different rhythm than the other maps that we have been watching, at least for Escort. There's a different little niche about it. There's a different nuance. So again, it's going to be interesting to see what type of compositions both of these teams are going to be bringing as we get ready to head into our next map. But with that being said, I'm expecting to see some pretty big plays being made. And again, game number 1 didn't disappoint. I don't expect anyone to disappoint going into game number 2. And like you said, if we get some good Winston play, I'm all here for it.
I mean, why not? I mean, Winston rules here, but I mean, you can also play a Diva here. You can play an Orisa here. You can send your flanking DPS wrestle control from high ground. It just depends on how you want to take it. I mean, there's also obviously a Symmetra strat where you basically teleport from the high ground to the other high ground and just go through the safety of the little air bridge there. So there's lots of ways to deal with Gibby, but Gibraltar, so much fun. I love it. We'll see how it goes down. In Arizaki, though, they just got punched in their mouth. I mean, while the two maps were close, in the end, Crazy 88s has the clutch factor. And also, make yourself clutch by following Iliad Esports on Twitter, Iliad_OW on Twitter, and hashtag Iliad Invitational for anything you want to put out there. I will absolutely read it on broadcast as long as it is safe for work. So keep that in mind if you want to tweet out there. I mean, put your memes out there, put whatever you want out there. Let's make this entertaining for everybody.
Had to throw in the disclaimer, safe for work. Just got to make sure. All right, y'all behave out there. Now, as we get ready to head into this next matchup here, again, Crazy 88's definitely put on a show. And you know, when you calls it, you calls it. We got our Winstons coming out, and we're about to see an absolute boxing match between the two. But also the support core looking like a mirror matchup as well. The only difference is you have a Maiden on the Ashe, and you have Jutsu on the Widowmaker. And by the way, Chef, if you couldn't tell from the first game, you could tell that I am a Naruto fan, because I'm going to be making a lot of Jutsu puns as we continue on here. And we are well and on our way into this map number 2.
Well, it's going to be about how Crazy 88s are able to dislodge Eevee and company from the high ground. That's a good way, is with the punch. And then, yeah, taking down the Brigitte is also a great way to do that. So, I mean, Hutch coming out with the clutch factor with these antis, absolutely getting worked up, but that's a massive pick there for Jutsu.
Yep, well, there you have it. There goes your Widowmaker Jutsu, able to find Zac, and we already know that because, again, Tracer, you know, as good as they are, not the most in the health department. I mean, they were able to get eliminated fairly easy, but we are going to have a tech pause, it looks like, maybe. I'm not sure what was going on there. But let's see if we can get things situated while we get ready to head into this map. And I don't know if it's the same for me with y'all, but I wasn't getting game audio, so maybe that's the reason for the tech pause.
I was not getting game audio as well, so it might be a little bit of a tech issue there, but we'll see what's going on there. Looks like they don't know what's going on either. So we're all kind of just waiting here in the wings, trying to find out what is going on. I'll take a look at our chat while we're waiting here and see what is happening.
Let's see. It looks like we might have gotten things resolved. Yes, I do have game audio, Chef. And it has been unpaused, and we are getting right back into the thick of it here. As you can see, it will be Bolting Cake trying to keep their team alive. Dust now up on high with the Winston, trying to clear out. Eevee right there in tow as well, looking to pave the way for the rest of their team to push forward with the payload, as Eevee does get hit with the anti-nade, but they recover nicely, and now Hutch gets a anti-nade out and was able to keep their teammate alive, even though, Saint X does get eliminated. And again, getting right into the thick of it here to start things off.
I mean, what a rotation that came from Crazy 88s there. Now they're going to go claim space forward. So this is going to be lots of free cart push here for Crazy 88s. I don't think that Inarizaki should try to take a touch on the point here. Yeah, they're going to play the better part of Valor and just let Crazy 88s have this first point. Now it's going to be about how do you dislodge the Winston from top of shuttle here, especially with all this fire coming down their way.
And now the Widowmaker ult is out. As you can see, Jutsu trying to find some cheeky picks there, as Eevee is forced to drop back down from on top of ship as they were taking a lot of damage. Hutch again trying to pocket heal, does call out the nano boost onto Eevee, but they get stuck with the pulse bomb, taking massive damage. Still up, still not eliminated, but now here comes Dust and company, who have 2 ults at the ready. Bolting Cake with the nano boost, still holding on to it. Chooses not to use it, and you know what? I don't blame them. They can save that one for another day, as the sleep dart finds its mark and the anti-nade, as they will put it into Eevee.
Oh, I mean, running for their life was Bolting Cake and says, you know what? Hold my beer. I'm going to go ahead and get down. I'm going to get the sleep on Eevee, and then we're going to anti and just blow them up, and that's exactly what happened. Perfect play, perfect disengage coming from them. I mean, this is all going bad here for Inarizaki.
Yeah, but now Dust comes out with the Primal Rage. They're able to clear out, and little to no one left standing on the side of Inarizaki, and whoever is in the way of Dust, I can only wish you the best of luck, as now you can see the 2-piece coming in from Melophobia and Dust to find the eliminations, and will continue to push the payload further still.
I mean, they've got a rally online, but Thunder's going to be able to answer that here very shortly. Melophobia, though, has been kind of the silent assassin here. Amadian's going to have a bob, so I think that's once they can wait out that bob, then I think they have a real opportunity to take the entire 3 points here. Yeah, I've got a little bit of console bias showing here. I'm okay with that. I love it.
Well, there it is. The bob is now coming out. Dust has to retreat a little bit just to save face as they manage to do so. And now here comes the push from Narazaki, trying to force the issue. Is now Dust getting back into the action, forces Saint X back off the point. And what I do believe, I did hear another ultimate be called in there. Thunder now getting into the action on the Brigade. No, Brigitta? I want to say Brigetta, but it's Brigitta. Regardless, they're able to continue on to the payload, holding that back line there for the Crazy 88s.
I mean, the Nano comes out onto Eevee, and I mean, Eevee is just being battered in the back line. And I mean, the rest of Eevee's poor team has gone bye-bye. This is going to be a massive time bank that comes through here for the Crazy 88s. They have played this perfectly.
Yeah, that they have, and they have definitely made a tall task. But, I mean, we need to know the sleep dart accuracy for Bolty Cake, because I feel like they did not miss with the sleep dart. My goodness. Some of the best highlight plays in that last match came off of the sleep dart from Bolty Cake. I mean, my goodness, they are putting on for the Ana fans out there. Me being one of them, am not disappointed.
No, I mean, it was just a snowball. Once the picks started coming through, they just had nowhere. That sleep right there is one of the plays of the tournament. Clip it, send it to me, please. Tag me on Twitter, Chef Billy __. I would love to see that. I mean, even Bolty Cake, please send that to me in my Discord or send it to me in the CGL server. Holy cow, that's some amazing play.
Yep, that it was. Once again, the Crazy 88s just working like an absolute unit. I mean, just getting in there, and it didn't even seem like the payload really stopped at any point. I mean, there was a little bit of a slowdown there by the, the first turn. But after that, it was just, all gas and no brakes on the payload. And that says a lot, because that hardly ever happens. The payload more often than not will move at a snail's pace. Looks like the payload buffers for the majority of the match. But for Crazy 88s, it was literally just, Sunday driving.
I think that Narazaki would probably agree with you on that one. It just seemed like smooth sailing for this Crazy 88 squad. And, well, we'll see how this goes on. Also, shout out Persona Chilean super DPS in the chat right now. Love to see the World Cup coming to roost here. And we'll see now. Crazy 88s on their defense here. They're going to have to watch the high ground once again. Dust kind of playing a little bit fun on the bottom of another pause. I don't know if this is I don't know what happened here, but yeah, it died.
Well, I often say this in every esport event that I cast and get the luxury of sharing the desk on, is that, if your event doesn't have at least one tech pause or one tech issue, it's not going to be any good. It's just not.
Well, it looks like it was a disconnect for Saint X. So hopefully we will be getting back into the lobby here very shortly. But to recall what Crazy 88 just did there, I mean, they've got a 3:26 time bank with full 3 points. And that's not an easy task to do. The snowball was well and truly alive, as we do see Saint X getting back into the lobby. So we'll be getting out of this pause here very shortly. But I mean, Narazaki, they need to have the same kind of lethality that we just saw from Crazy 88s. And they're going to have to answer the Widowmaker. And we do see Amadian on the Widowmaker to answer. So look for that duel to go down. Watch Zach versus Malphobia as well. Malphobia, very well versed in the arts of the Tracer, and is going to put some pressure on that Widowmaker. Love that.
And time warped right out of the way as well. Dust still on the Winston, still showing us how it's done, but they get slept. Great sleep dart coming from Hutch there, just to buy their team a little bit of time to try and answer against Dust up on high. But they're going to be pocket healed as well. Hutch again coming in clutch for Narazaki. Meanwhile, the Crazy 88 still can't find an answer for Dust. They are up and still very much into the fight as another sleep dart comes out. And again, the sleep dart percentage for Bolting Cake has got to be in the 90s.
I mean, yay, let's go. Looking for, yeah, this needs to be the rotation that they see right here. Thunder's got to protect their Ana right here. Otherwise, they're going down in a heap.
Meanwhile, you have the Brigitte, who is going to go face first into the Primal Rage coming from Eevee. With the anti-nade and all, not going to be able to save them, as there goes the two-piece. Both supports from the Crazy 88s have been dealt with, and this could be a big opening for Narazaki to get much distance down for the payload. But now look at this, Narazaki having a little bit of difficulty here, as well, at least Hutch has been eliminated, and Eevee nearly almost eliminated as well. And finally, they do go down. And I honestly thought that was going to go all the way of a Narazaki, but Crazy 88 still managed to hold on strong.
I mean, Dust put out their primal, and I mean, that's what saves them in that moment, and, you know, they get a two-piece out of it. I thought they were going to go off the map. They it ended up not going off the map, thank goodness. Now, with the sights out, both Zach and Amadian have to be very careful about their positioning.
Yeah, and here we go. Bolting Cake going right back to work here. Doing the best Ana that we could possibly see. Meanwhile, they do have their ult at the ready. The Nano Boost is there. Jutsu also has the Widowmaker ult ready to go. Meanwhile, on the other side for Narazaki, they do have the Pulse Nade from Zach, as it looks as though that the Nano Boost has been used. And now Dust does find not one, but two back-to-back eliminations, as both supports from Narazaki will be eliminated along with their tank. And there you have it. The Crazy 88s come away with a huge play in order to pretty much just put the payload to a screeching halt.
And I mean, it was so expensive for Narazaki as well. I mean, the sights and the pulse bomb going out. I mean, you're looking out. That's a great opening pick, though, for Amadian. They're now 5v4. And Melphobia looking like they're in some serious trouble. They do have the rally at their back, though.
That they do. Meanwhile, you can see Dust getting healed all the way back up. The rally does go out, so the chef foretold. And it is being put to good use here by Saint X, who is trying their best to get rid of Dust. And they do. Dust does get eliminated thanks to Saint X and Ana. And now they are going to be able to push the payload past that next corner. Eevee now getting in on the issue, but will be put to sleepy night thanks to Bolting Cake. But still, that should be more than enough to get that payload into that checkpoint, but it is still being contested right at the checkpoint. But there it goes. Finally, Narazaki managed to get the first checkpoint on the board.
I mean, it cost them a lot once again, though. I mean, it cost them the rally. It cost them the pulse bomb. Fortunately for them, Eevee does hold on to the Primal Rage, so it's going to be Primal versus Primal. Bolting Cake is starting to become the target of all these antis, and it's starting to work wonders.
That it is, and now we got two Winstons indoors, close combat, looking to see a boxing match soon, as Eevee does manage to find some eliminations, at least one onto Thunder. But look at the 3K coming from the Crazy 88s, and now Eevee in the danger as they manage to chase and activate their Primal Rage, and this should buy a little bit of time for their team to get back and into the action to try and continue to push this payload forward. But the Primal Rage is now gone, and that bought enough time for Narazaki to position themselves off the respawn.
Well, I mean, we're looking now. These nades are everything right now. Hutch is just holding their ground firm. Dust with another Primal Rage coming out here. Gets slept in the middle of it. That's huge. Now they need to see if they can close on the back of it.
Oh, Dust now looking a little worse for wear, but they managed to get back in time to get the heals. And not only that, but Nano Boost is at the ready for Bolting Cake as well. Bolting Cake now on the cusp of being eliminated, and down they go thanks to Zach, as Jutsu now gets hit by the anti-nade. Zach going right back into the thick of it, trying to get rid of Jutsu, but they're going to have to avoid the danger, at least for the time being. And this payload rounding the corner now of that second checkpoint.
I mean, I guess they are going to invest. I was going to say you probably should hold this this nano, but I mean, Bolting Cake goes down. That should be it.
And not only that, but they do have the Primal Rage and the Pulse Bomb in their back pocket if they so choose. And the Pulse Bomb does come out to get rid of Bolton Cake thanks to the feed and thanks to Zach. You'll love to see it. And now Eevee cleaning up the rest of what remains of the Crazy 88s here on checkpoint number 2 as they still hold on to that Primal Rage. And the Crazy 88s still holding the line here as finally the Primal Rage does get called out and they get put right back to sleep. Compliments of Bolton Cake.
I mean, the fact that Thunder is now over onto the Kiriko, you're going to be able to cleanse all these all these antis coming through. And yeah, and Arizaki and Clutch have also swapped up. Now we got Speed and the Bash coming through, so this is kind of scary. And we've got a Bastion on the field. Jutsu is tired of this Winston.
Yeah, definitely appears so. And I got to tell you, the switch from the Widowmaker to the Bastion seemed like the right call. I mean, look at that. A 3K all-day team kill is going to put a stop to the payload. And there you have it. The Crazy 88s come out on top.
Dominant. That's about the only word I can say right now. The last second swaps were just too darn good. Widowmaker. I mean, Jutsu. I just said that their hit scan prowess was very well known. Yeah, absolutely beautiful. God, look at that flick. And then just predictive. I mean, just absolutely perfect coming in. Here's how we got to this 2-0 score line. Just aggression and trusting in your teammates. That is what the Crazy 88s have done all tournament long, all series long. And they are absolutely owning on it right now. Dust had a couple of massive primals, but Eevee gets the better of them. Yeah, I'll just tell you what. This is just a masterclass in how to play Winston right here. This is beautiful. Almost goes off the edge and actually gets killed on the end by Zach. But still, this is just good stuff for them.
Yeah, and the Crazy 88s, they have just been operating as a hive mind. They are so synergized, and they work so well. You can clearly tell that they know what each other's are thinking, and then the comms are on point. It has to be. I can only imagine what the comms sound like right now for both sides, but in particular the Crazy 88s, because anytime they even changed up on the composition, the entire team kind of shifted their playstyle to complement that. And then, of course, Jutsu on the Bastion there at the bitter end, just to kind of put the final nail in the coffin. It was literally at a screeching halt. The time had expired. Really nothing left to do for an Arizaki. And Jutsu's like, you know what? Enough is enough. We're ending it now.
And that's exactly what happened. And so, I mean, as we head into halftime, Narizaki needs to have some serious conversations with themselves. How do you deal with Dust? How do you deal with Bolton Cake? Those are the two, main prongs of this Crazy 88's attack right now. Jutsu and Melphobia doing their damnedest as well. And I mean, even with Thunder coming in, in the support role as a substitute, absolutely owning the field. So, folks, go get yourself a snack, get yourself something to drink, use the bathroom. Be back here in about 5 minutes. We'll have map number 3. All right, everybody, welcome back. Captain Ahsoka, Chef Billy bringing you the second semifinal of the Iliad Invitational. Oh, man. This has been a little bit of one-way traffic, but we said the same thing about our last series. So, Captain Ahsoka, you've had a couple of maps now to kind of get the pulse of this match. What are you thinking?
I mean, the Crazy 88s, they're, like I had mentioned earlier, their team synergy is just so good. It honestly looks like they are good enough to know what each other are thinking, and they don't really need comms, even though that's of course ludicrous. It's lunacy, but no. I mean, the communication, the team synergy from the Crazy 88s is phenomenal. Of course, you have some standout plays being made by specific players, but at the same time, their team effort is just so, good that I can't really pick out a single player that is just putting on where another isn't. I mean, the team itself is just so ironclad right now, and I don't know. It's going to be a tough next map. It's just going. I don't know where the answer is for Inarizaki at this moment. But again, we were feeling the same way in game number 1, and looked what happened. So once again, I will refrain from casting, cursing anyone. I'll leave it to Chef Billy.
Well, the only thing I'm going to put out there is we've got a substitute coming in, but we'll take a look at the map. We're going to New Junk City here for our Flashpoint map. Now Crazy 88s. We do have a substitution coming in. We're going to see our familiar friend, the Frog, coming back in. Lucio, specialist, Ryan guy. So we're looking for some mobility here. And I tell you what, you're going to need it getting around the flashpoints of Australia here. So, I mean, for Inarizaki, I think that the only thing they can do is continue to play as a 5-man unit. Look at your personnel, see what you're going up against. Jutsu has put on a hell of a performance. I mean, we're talking about Bolting Cake and the sleep dart accuracy. We're talking about Jutsu and Melophobia in the DPS. And Dust creating so much space. And then, the interchangeable Thunder and Rhine guy. I mean, this is a well-oiled machine. This is a team that has played together for years. So for me, I think that synergy is kind of an X factor for a lot of these teams, whether it's a build a tournament team or you come in with the existing synergy. And right now we're seeing the existing synergy really keeping its head above water. And well, I mean, New Junk City, you have to be coordinated here to be able to get the results. So I'm hoping for Inarizaki. They played together for quite some time together as well. And I think for them, this is where the rubber meets the road. It's make or break it time. No safety net here. Winner moves on to the grand finals to face Gilbert's friends, and or Gilbert's family, and Muma and Apply are licking their chops.
Yeah, honestly, I mean, if I were them right now, I'd be having my eyes glued to the monitor. You have got to be watching this match right now if you are Gilbert's family, just so that way you can know what you're up against going into the grand finals. And with that being said, the Crazy 88s and Inarizaki are getting ready to load on in, and I love the compositions. I hope this is what we stick with right now, just because Eevee coming out on the Roadhog in their home territory of New Junk City. Oh, I got you baited. Come on, Eevee. You had to break my heart live on stream. Oh, devastating.
Well, I think also we need to look at Amadian here for Inarizaki. What they come out on, if they don't come out on a Sojourn, it's going to be difficult for them. And the Reaper, yeesh. Okay, we'll see how this goes down. Bolting Cake show that they can absolutely hold up against the Moira. And, Melophobia and Jutsu definitely took care of Amadian time after time. So as we meet in arena now, it's going to come down to who can get these first opening picks and really claim the space they need.
Well, let's get ready to see how this will go down. Yeah, I mean, off to the races early, wasting no time. Melophobia takes out Zach. My goodness, Melophobia just getting in the faces of Inarizaki and finding eliminations as well. And, I mean, there you have it. I mean, Dust also on the rim, able to find one of their own. Bolting Cake being able to get an elimination onto Eevee, thanks to the Lucio. Again, good support core. You got a good support core when not only are they keeping you alive, but they're teaming up for limbs as well.
Well, I mean, they build their support ultimate faster with the damage that they put out there. So, I mean, it behooves them to get some damage in there and get some eliminations on their own as well. Ryan Guy, 60% to Sound Barrier, but the big one is Melphobia, 77%, 80% towards a Blizzard. This is going to be a disgusting first fight.
And not only that, but you are literally stuck between a rock and a hard place right now. Dust just laying down the haymakers. And there you have it. I mean, Eevee, I hate to say, but didn't look like you were in the best of positions there, as Dust able to find an elimination onto Hutch as well, thanks to the feed. And like you had said, Mellophobia just really coming alive here and is really being the spearhead for Crazy 88s on this Flashpoint.
Well, it's all about the space that you can take, and it's about the denial of the disengage for your tank. So, I mean, that's what they've really shown so well here, is that they've got that in spades. They understand how to play this, and now there's actually going to be probably a confrontation before we ever get to the next Flashpoint.
Well, let's see how this goes. Again, we're in a completely different ball game now. I mean, Flashpoint, the pace of play is, pretty much doubled. If that, it might even be more. But with that being said, we have seen Crazy 88s and their pace of play is extraordinarily fast. They're wasting no time going right into the face of the opposition. As you can see, the Annihilation did get called out from Dust, but unfortunately, they did get knocked down low. Not going to be able to make too much use of it from down there, as Eevee is also going to drop and try and face Dust head on, but they're going to be eliminated by none other than Mellophobia with the help of both the Lucio and the BAP. What a team play.
I mean, that's exactly what you needed. That's exactly what you needed. I mean, they expend the Annihilation early, but I mean, they get the value on the back of it. And now, when you go in with this next Annihilation from Eevee, you've got the Sound Barrier, the Immortality Field that's going to be back up on cooldown, and Melphobia is going to have a Blizzard to slow your butt down once you decide to get aggressive.
Well, here we go. I mean, the ult distribution is just about even. You got 3 on both sides. And then we'll just see how they are used. I mean, let's see how this one goes down. Already, the Blizzard comes out immediately. They're able to catch a couple in there. And as you can already see, Mellophobia does find an limb, and so does Bolting Cake and the rest of the Crazy 88s. My goodness, another phenomenal team play in order to clear out Inarizaki and continue to add on to their already astounding lead.
Looks like somebody is calling for a pause there in the game, so we'll see if they actually get it coming through. So, I mean, as we look at the ultimate economy there for both teams, I mean, this will probably be the second point going over to Crazy 88s. But, I mean, they've got Sound Barrier. They've got the Overclock. They're going to have another Amp Matrix coming up here very shortly, another Annihilation. So, there's a lot here for Inarizaki to be able to kind of blow their way past. And I tell you what, I mean, they've swapped to, mirror what Crazy 88s has on the field. And I mean, this is exactly what Crazy 88s wants. They want you to try and match them at their own game. Solid couple of good shots, though, from Amadian with the charged rail. Didn't even have to pop the Overclock. The kind of the slide and then the jump in the air, and you kind of going Kobe and landing it through. That's some good stuff. So hopefully they can continue on this same vein, get something done with this upcoming Overclock and turn their fortunes around.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, right now it's just looking like it's going all the way of the Crazy 88s. And then, I mean, with Mellophobia playing the way that they are, I don't know. They just seem to be working really, really well along with their tank. I mean, they have literally just been a dynamic duo, Dust and Mellophobia. But at the same time, I mean, it's not like, Bolting Cake or Rhine Guy aren't putting on as well. There's nothing else that can be said. The Crazy 88s, they're just playing on another level.
Well, they're going to get the jump. And they decided to wait. They are going to get the jump on the next Flashpoint, but there's still 30 seconds before it unlocks. So, I mean, there's plenty of time for Crazy 88s to take their time, decide on the rotation that they want to use, and see if they can get a little bit of forward pressure onto it.
Well, let's see if they can. I mean, Crazy 88's are already there. They're rounding the corner, finding their way into this last splash point. And now, 4 ultimates at the ready for the side of Inarizaki. They're going to have to make the most of them if they want to make this comeback. But already the eliminations are going the way of the Crazy 88s, thanks to the feed. As you can see, Bolton Cake and Malephobia able to find an elimination. A Maiden trying to hold themselves onto the point, trying to hold for their team, but they simply cannot. They get overwhelmed by Dust and company, who quickly take the point in the favor of those Crazy 88s.
And do you know why they take that fight, Captain? It's because Jutsu let loose with an aggressive overclock and built space for Dust to be able to claim. And that's exactly why they get on top of them. And that's why you see the kill feed light up red. And now the wall's going to come down. Everything's coming through. Evie needs to pop this in a hurry.
Well, they're still holding on to it. That ultimate is burning a hole into Eevee's pocket. Meanwhile, you do have Bolton Cake from the outside in, is able to call in their ult just to keep Inarizaki at bay. And it seems like Inarizaki, unfortunately, are having difficulty really entering in onto site. As you can see, a Maiden does call in the overclock, is able to find some damage there, but not really able to make the most of it. No eliminations just yet in their favor. Dust does get eliminated, though, and that is huge. As now a Maiden and the rest of Inarizaki do find themselves on point and on the cusp of taking the flashpoint back into their favor. Eevee still holding on to that annihilation.
Well, the annihilation comes out at the last second. I question the usage there. I mean, the fight was already won. You get the 3K there, but I mean, it costs you what, 3 ultimates to claim the point, and now you're running into a blizzard and an annihilation from Crazy 88s. Once that flimsy immortality barrier goes down, it's all she wrote, and it'll be a 3-0 win here to Crazy 88. So clutch factor needs to come through here for Hutch and company. For Inarizaki, they need to get Saintex up to this sound barrier in a hurry. Otherwise, this is going to be very hard to defend.
Well, let's see what the answer will be from the Crazy 88s, because you also have Jutsu, who is going to have that overclock around the corner. As you can see, already the annihilation does come out for Dust, and they are making the most of it, being able to find not 1 but 2 eliminations, looking now for another, and there it is. Dust able to clear sight for the Crazy 88s. That overtime clock dwindling down, still holding on though, as we get another tech pause, and we get another rage quit, feels bad, ripperoni with all the cheese, single tier, as Inarizaki have pretty much accepted defeat here to the Crazy 88s.
Okay, well, that is that'll do it there. 3-0 here in Flashpoint. 3-0 in the series. Crazy 88s will be facing Gilbert's family in the grand finals. My word, Jutsu put on another hell of a performance here for their team. They had a wonderful series here and just got the work done as they needed it. Just absolutely perfection from them. The aim is true. Good Lord, that is good stuff from them. And we'll take a look at how we got to where we're at. Started all on Busan. It was a 2-0 there. It was a lot closer than what the score line lies here. Other than the Flashpoint, this was a very competitive series.
Oh, 100%. I mean, the scoreline doesn't do it justice. It reads up 3-0, but a lot of these matches were really, really close and coming down to the wire, often going into OT. So again, you know, there is a lot to be seen in the details, as it is said. The devil is in the details. But at the end of the day, the Crazy 88s, the teamwork just simply couldn't be denied. Like literally every single pick, every single movement, every play was 100% calculated, and every single player surrounding a particular play just happened to complement, their teammates 100%, and they looked like they were just on another level compared to Inarizaki. Unfortunately, though, but Inarizaki, again, they played a great fight, but at the end of the day, the Crazy 88s just had that little bit extra.
Well, we'll see what's going to happen coming up in our grand finals. I mean, Flashpoint, as we said, was kind of one-way traffic, but my word, I mean, still, mass respect to Inarizaki. They played their hearts out. Just too much for them in the end. So, Here's how we got. There's confirmation of the 3-0 scoreline, 2-0, 3-1, 3-0. All in favor of Crazy 88s. And well, my friends, we are down to one last series. It is the grand finals coming up here very shortly. There's the bracket showing us where we got to, how we got here from the quarterfinals on. Thank you to TTL and Unchained for bringing us earlier action today. But as it stands right now, we have our grand finalists, Gilbert's families, Crazy 88s. And you know what? Make sure that you're following us on Twitter, Iliad_OW, hashtag Iliad Invitational. We will read out anything that's safe for work on here. But we are going to take a little bit of an extended break here, give us about a 10-minute break to let the teams rest their hands, make sure that they're ready to go, make sure that we got our voices, and we'll see you back here in about 10 minutes. Don't go away. All right, everybody, we are back. It is time for the grand finals here at the Iliad Invitational. Chef Billy and the one and only Captain Atsoka bringing you all the action here tonight. Crazy 88s versus Gilbert's family. And, well, we got some fun going on tonight. Make sure you're following us there. Let's see. Both Gilbert's family and Crazy 88s had to win a reverse sweep in the bracket to get here. All right. Well, that's interesting to see because they're both battle tested. They both had a pretty fun time getting here to the grand finals. Of course, Gilbert family had to get a 3-2 win to get their spot here. And then, of course, Crazy 88s in the last series were able to take a 3-0 win over Inarizaki and book their spot here into the grand final. So we will be looking forward to seeing who has the stamina left in the tank there, Captain Atsoka. I want to get your thoughts here as we are now looking at the penultimate match here. And we've got console team versus the PC team with 2 X-Owl players. But I tell you what, Crazy 88s look pretty strong in that last matchup.
Yeah, they definitely were. And, they have gotten 2 clean sweeps, just to make it here. And like we had mentioned earlier, one of the sweeps that they managed to get was a reverse sweep. So got to put some respect on the Crazy 88s for sure. Gilbert's family also getting a reverse sweep on Timeless Obsidian in their match prior. But, before we get into the details of both of these teams, I need to talk about the players that are coming from both of these teams. So let's take a look at the roster coming from Gilbert's family that we got to see a little bit earlier today. Of course, we got Apply, you got Gurkmeister, Muma, okay, I've been calling them TMB this whole time. Teammate and Gorilla. Well, Chef Billy, how'd you let me call them TMB for so long? You should have corrected me.
I don't do that. I don't do that.
My eyes are terrible. That's why I got these glasses on.
I mean, it happens to the best of us. Teammate and Gorilla there, yeah, as you said, filling out that roster. Now we'll take a look at the team that we just saw on our broadcast here. Crazy 88s, Console Warriors, Console Watch, Rise Up, what up, Jitsu, Melophobia, Dust, Bolting Cake, and then the interchangeable Ryan Guy and probably Thunder as well. We may see Smurfy X coming in as well. They are in the lobby at least, and Fox is also a part of that Crazy 88s roster. So they do have some potential to swap out some players there if it's necessary. But I mean, this is going to be a big proving ground here for Crazy 88s. I mean, they've been doing it all tournament long. So yeah, I think, this is going to be one of the biggest wins for a Console Watch team. If it does go down, going up against two ex-Overwatch League players. So we'll see how this goes down. Of course, we will be starting on our normal map set here as we take a look at that. It'll be starting out on Control. We still have not seen Lijiang Tower yet, so I mean, I may be caster cursing that. I haven't gotten it yet, but the other thing is that we're going to have an interview with the MVP of the winning team, and there might just be a little something special for that MVP, but you'll have to stick around and find out during the interview to find out what's happening.
Yeah, and I'm glad we got to take a moment to, take a look at the map set, because like you said, we have not been to Lijiang Tower. But with that being said, if things go awry, and I'm not going to say it this time. I was going to say it, and I was going to make a Monopoly pun. But you know what? For the sake of Chef Billy, I'm not going to say it unless it happens. And if you don't know, you might find out. But regardless, now that we have a moment to talk, I want to get into the nitty-gritty between these two teams, because again, we have gotten to see them both play here at the Iliad Invitational. And one thing that I have to make of note, granted, I was never an Overwatch semi-pro or anything above, but I have been in the professional esports scene as a player in Rocket League with that regard. But with that being said, the point that I'm trying to make is that once you get down all the way to the bottom of the bracket, you had even made the mention yourself that the fatigue, the stamina starts to weigh on you. And that is 100%, I think, one of the biggest factors coming into these esports tournament is the mental fatigue, the wear that happens from playing over and over and over again, because we have seen both of these teams pop off And Gilbert's family, they were looking a little shaky in their last semifinal matchup. So with that being said, it's not only can you play the best to your abilities for one match, you have to do it for 2, 3, 4, 5. You have to keep going at the absolute best of your abilities until you absolutely wear out. And that is what separates the wheat from the chaff, the better from the best, and the champs from the runner-ups. At the end of the day, one of these teams, from the wear and tear, from the stamina, are either going to go numb in the thumbs or they're going to go sick on the sticks. Either or.
I mean, it could go either way. And we'll see how this actually goes down. So, man, well, we got the map pick in. And it is not Lijiang Tower. I can tell you that right now. So we kind of get denied that, but I'm okay with it just because of how much I have cast Lijiang Tower in the past 8-9 months here in the scene. We are headed back to Korea, Busan to be exact, and we saw Dust and Company really put a good show out against Inarizaki. I was also looking through our chat, Captain, and both Muma and Apply were watching the stream, getting intel on Crazy 88s.
As they should. And, that's another thing from a former semi-professional, professional esports player perspective is, one, you got to look at the advantage/disadvantage when you're going into the grand finals. One advantage goes the way of Gilbert's family because they got to take a break and actually watch the Crazy 88s play a match and get that intel, take notes. However, an advantage that goes the way of the Crazy 88s is that they are still warm. They just came off of a semifinals win. They didn't have to take as much of a break as Gilbert's family did, so they're not going to get iced up. So again, both of these teams have an advantage going into these grand finals. It's just, which one do you value more? Do you value being able to relax, take a break, and being able to watch your opponent play before you go up against them? Or do you prefer going into a match right after a win, right after, the action, being warmed up, not having to cool down?
Well, Hachibari in Korean there. That's what that says right there. Thanks to the tweet out there from our goated producer, Hippie. Yeah, Apply and Muma, like I said, they were watching the previous stream. So we'll see how this goes down. Muma versus Dust in the tank department. The Junkrat OTP Gurkmeister had to wake up and really show out to get that 3-2 reverse sweep win. So this is going to be a lot of fun to see.
I love Apply because they're so cheeky. I'm just looking in the chat right now, and we're telling our players to good luck, have fun, please don't rage quit, and Apply instantly said, I'm leaving. I'm leaving, I'm going home before the game even starts. But no, all jokes aside, we're here in the Iliad Invitational Grand Finals to start things out on Busan. And here we are, the Crazy 88s and Gilbert's family had to fight to make it here, and it has all come down to this, Chef.
Well, I mean, an early point presence here from Gilbert's family gets him the first point. Well, Muma is going to go ahead and take out poor Bolting Cake. I mean, the Gurkmeister is definitely warmed up right now. So, yeah, I mean, that'll be the flip coming from Crazy 88s. I think we've got the names wrong there on the wrong sides. But, yeah, Gilbert's family getting now the capture point. They're going to start picking upwards from there. And, I mean, Jutsu needs to be careful because there is a mobile tank that can get up there and deal with you in Muma. And, I mean, they're already scouting out everybody that's up there.
And you know what? I think to your pleasure, we get to see that there is no Reaper. Because I couldn't help but notice when we saw the Reaper in the last match, the instant sigh of disdain for the Reaper pick here on Busan. But meanwhile, I mean, Gilbert's family already off to the races here, finding elimination after elimination, and it's none other than Apply and Muma getting the job done, clearing out the Crazy 88s and getting a pretty solid lead to start things out here on Busan.
All right, so I mean, if you're looking at like mobility and stuff like that and forcing cooldowns, that's exactly what Apply and Muma are doing. They're playing on the same wavelength. And yeah, this will probably, I say that Gorilla actually gets the suck off onto Melphobia, so man, I mean, just clutch plays right now from Gilbert's family, and the minefield is going to deny the entrance onto the point.
And again, that's only going to further the lead here for Gilbert's family because, again, you're literally blocking any type of avenue for the Crazy 88s to get in. And meanwhile, Apply also getting their ultimate back at the ready. Gurkmeister with theirs, Gorilla with theirs. And, you know, I love the composition that is coming from Gilbert's family because it's one of the comps that I thought I was going to see more of, but have seen very little. And it is the support comp that is Moira and Kiriko. You're looking at the other side for the Crazy 88s, and that is what we've been seeing somewhat more of, which is the Kiriko and the Lucio. But this Moira from Gorilla right now is absolutely putting on for Gilbert's family.
I mean, that coalescence is what gets them onto the point at 94%. I mean, it finally took a Bob to come out and secure the sightlines and secure the kills. So now, I mean, it's a chance for Crazy 8s to kind of take stock of where they're at. I mean, they're coming up on 4 ultimates here, but you're looking at a tire. Sound Barrier can hold you up for a while, but I mean, the Kitsune Rush from Teammate might be actually the point where they get themselves onto this objective and then start laying waste to the Crazy 88s. They need to be very careful.
Well, there it is. The Kitsune Rush has been called in, and so has the bomb from Apply, the Tracer ult, and now the Riptire as well coming through. But it looked as though that Melophobia managed to come in with a bomb of their own using their Trickster ult to get rid of the Riptire. I mean, that was a pretty good play, but it wasn't enough. Gilbert's family, once again, take the point, and they will take the win here in round number 1.
I mean, I just think that the composition was wrong there for Crazy 88s. Okay, you weren't able to get any kind of knife pulls to bring people in to the Junker Queen. Muma was left unchecked for basically the entirety of this map. Jutsu was doing what they could. I mean, the aim is there, and the kill potential is there. But you know, I mean, the Bob secures you the line, and then you look at other stuff going through, and yeah, I mean, it was just one-way traffic there for the most part for Gilbert's family. So as we head to Sanctuary. Yeah, here comes some changes right now. Jutsu over to the Soldier 76. That's going to put Gurkmeister and Apply on definite notice.
Yeah, not to mention, you know, we saw the Sombra get teased a little bit, and, you know, I was kind of there for it. I was getting excited, but no, they decided not to go with the Sombra. That might make an appearance later on, but going into this next round, you can see the Doomfist coming out for Dust, and I'm interested to see how this one plays out, because I don't think we've seen Doomfist since yesterday, so it has been a while, but so far, Dust, I gotta tell you, doing pretty well to start things off here in round 2.
I mean, you'd love to have a very versatile tank. I mean, Gurkmeister is not going to be left unchecked in this round. I can guarantee you that. But the backline, the peel has to be there for Bolting Cake. Otherwise, this is going to be a very fast second round.
Well, here you go. You see Ryan Guy, once again, skating literally around Gilbert's family. Although Gilbert's family is going to be able to take the point first, and they're going to get the first points on the board in their favor. Muma, again, going to be laying down the damage, being able to get the Alamo on Ryan Guy thanks to the feed. Apply now. Also going to be with the rest of Gilbert's family to push back the likes of Crazy 88s nearly to their spawn.
I mean, this is good forward pressure. I mean, you're not allowing any kind of avenue onto the point, and that's exactly what, you know, the fact that we have so many disruptive characters here for this squad. I mean, everybody's coming up on their ultimates. Grill is actually going to be the first one. Apply goes down. This is actually an opening here for them to get some point, get the point flip and get some progress.
Well, let's see if they can make it happen already. You do hear Gorilla coming out with their ult, but they are shut down immediately thanks to Dust on the Doomfist. Putting this pick to work and making it look good. I mean, they almost got their ult, the Meteor Strike, almost online as well for Dust, as you can see. Apply now, trying to hold off the rest of Crazy 88 so that way they can continue to build their lead at 50%, but no, they will be eliminated by Jutsu, and the only player left on the point will be Muma, who did get their ult, but they weren't able to call it in.
I mean, probably a blessing in disguise. I mean, I don't think you need to invest it there, especially at 57%. So, I mean, you've got at least 2 fights to win here to capture all the 2 points necessary to win Busan. But, I mean, for Crazy 88s, they've done everything that they've done in the neutral. So, I mean, Melphobia has put out 1 pulse bomb. I'm sorry, this will be their 2nd pulse bomb. But, I mean, you're coming up on a 5-pack. As long as they portion this out, they should be able to hold a lot of space here. The only thing they need to really worry about is this minefield coming up.
Well, you hear the Kitsune Rush gets called in as well, coming from Bolton Cake, but you look at the ult economy, and they're just about even, as a teammate also able to come in with their Kitsune Rush, followed by a Riptire coming from Gurkmeister, looking to get a cheeky limb, and they do. They put an end to Dust, and none too soon. Dust was going on an absolute tear, and really Gilbert's family just had to shut them down.
Lots of criticals there for Gilbert's family, but Ryan is actually going to take the... Yeah, that's actually a great turn from Crazy 88. They're not done fighting just yet. Moving on their own Doomfist now. Oh, we get the Nigerian versus the Nigerian fight. This is something to really be savoring. We'll see now how they deal with the pressure coming in. Berkmeister is going to have to be very careful now because you do have this Pulse Bomb ready to go.
Yeah, and not to pull for one side or the other, but I will say the Saitama skin on the Doomfist is S tier. S tier skin for sure. Regardless, getting back into the action now, and already the Pulse Bomb does land. It is stuck. However, Muma able to survive the damage and get healed right back up. Meanwhile, the lead has now been taken by the Crazy 88s, who managed to answer back in a major fashion, as now the Moira ult comes in off of Gorilla, trying to clear sight for Gilbert's family to answer back as the sound barrier gets called in as well.
I love the call of that sound barrier coming through. Now you're looking for Jutsu and Bolton Cake to be able to deal with stuff, and Belphobia goes down in a heap. This might be the turn that Gilbert's family needs.
It very well could be, and you know what? They're running out of time here. You can see those ticks still going in the favor of Crazy 88s. You got to Ply working from the outside in, who finds in a limb, looking to find another, as they nearly do, but Gurkmeister is there to clean up the rest, and there you go. The final shot landed from Apply to put an end to Jutsu, and the rest of Gilbert's family able to clear out the Crazy 88s right in the nick of time at 99%, as they will begin to climb their way back into this round 2.
I mean, so it was a little bit expensive. You put the Kitsune Rush and the Coalescence out for that fight. Watch for the Kitsune Rush and the Tac Visor combo coming out from Crazy 88s and retake this point. I mean, this could be absolutely lethal. That's a double ready to fire, but if Dust goes down, that's huge.
And not only that, but they did call in the Tac Visor and the Kitsune Rush with no tank there. And look at that. You see Muma just eating all of that damage, able to get the limbs and Apply with their Tac Visor, finds a 3-piece. And that should be a monumental team kill going the way of Gilbert's family. If they can just clear out these last few players, they do. They get the team kill and they get the win.
I mean, Sanctuary a lot closer than downtown, and it's the fact that we're seeing the tank evolution here of Dust. Gurkmeister once again having a fantastic game. They did not need any warm-up in this series as they come out massively for them. I mean, they just take so much space. They get so much done. They understand all the inner workings of this Junkrat. My word. Absolutely stellar play as we take a look at how Gilbert's family took the 2-0 win here on Busan. I mean, Apply and Muma, they are sharing the same wavelength right now.
Oh, absolutely. And then meanwhile, you have Gurkmeister from, working from the outside in that is able to just deliver monumentous amount of damage and get these big eliminations. I mean, for a while there, it looked like Dust was kind of running away with it on Sanctuary for a hot minute. I mean, they were able to get pretty much team eliminations for the Crazy 88s, and then all of a sudden, here comes this big elim with the Riptire to put an end to Dust early. And granted that it wasn't the make-all be-all play, but it had a ripple effect that shifted momentum back in the favor of Gilbert's family.
I mean, fantastic work for them. I mean, you would expect nothing less, but I mean, this is very clean from them. And I think that, the fact that they were able to weather that Tac Visor Kitsune Rush ultimate with the empowered block from Muma and then Apply to say, you know what, I got you. I'm going to go ahead and let loose with mine. Absolutely turns the tables there, and that's why they win Sanctuary. Otherwise, I thought that, there was a chance that Crazy 88 takes us to Mecha Base.
I mean, it was close. Like we had seen, it had gotten to the 99 percentile, and then all of a sudden, Gilbert's family just retake so strongly. And even after investing, 2 ultimates into it, you thought, with the retake coming from Crazy 88s, they would be a little worse for wear because of how expensive the initial take was. But no, they still managed to hold their own. And honestly, when we saw the early elimination onto Dust on that retake. All that was left was the Tac Visor and the Kitsune Rush, but without their tank, and they had no choice but to use it because they didn't have any time left. So that initial pick from Muma, being able to eliminate Dust, that, I don't want to say it was the end-all be-all, but it felt like that was the final nail in the coffin when that play happened. So again, just beautiful display of just teamwork coming through for Gilbert's family in order to secure that win.
Well, Escort will be our next map coming up, and I mean, this is a first of 3 or a best of 5. So, I mean, you know, that's one step closer towards getting themselves the championship here. And I tell you what, this is not the first time that we've seen the Crazy 88s here. This is the second time that they've played in a grand final here in the Iliad Invitational. And, well, also getting a little bit of behind the scenes here. Unchanged has actually let us know, another caster, letting us know that Gurkmeister is actually Swedish and is playing from Sweden. And it is currently 4:30 a.m. there. So, yeah, on ping and doing that. Yay!
Well, I mean, that's just even more of a reason to look out for them, you know, going into the OWS. Make sure that, you know, you have eyes on them. Make sure that they get picked up and make sure you put them to good use. And as we get ready to move forward, we do have our second map ready, so we can get into this second game. As already we have seen, Gilbert's family is off to an early start. We are going to be heading to Dorado for Escort. And Chef, this is a map that you and I at least have not casted on yet.
I love this map. It's one of my favorite Escort maps. There's so much opportunity to have a wide variety of compositions going in here. So, I mean, for Crazy 88s right now, I think they just need to take a breath, take a step back, and find out who they need to be focusing down. First of all, Apply seem to get a lot of the attention, and I think it's a good place to start because I mean, obviously, you know, the Junkrat, you know, if you can take care of one part of the two-headed dog there, you can generally find the Junkrat out and take them down. Even though we've seen a lot of 1v1s won by Gurkmeister all evening long. But the other thing is that I think that they need to be looking at Gorilla and Teammate a lot more, seeing if they can get in the back line and see if they can disrupt all the sustainability here for this Gilbert's family squad, because Gorilla got like, 4 coalescences across the 2 sub-maps, so that's not a bad rate for a Moira. I know it's a pretty quick generating ult. We also saw them kind of, you know, show up in the feed a little bit, you know, using that damage to build up the ultimate a little bit faster, getting that healing resources back up as well. So, I mean, Crazy 88s, we're going to get an Echo duel here, but we're going to see the Cassidy for the first time, at least for us on stream.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, when we look at the title cards, you know, for the rosters, we see Jutsu, if I'm not mistaken, with their title card being the Cassidy. So I was wondering when it was going to come out. And you know what? Here it comes. But with that being said, you know, another thing that I find interesting is the composition for the support. You know, you got the Kiriko and the Mercy coming from Gilbert's family. And then you have the BAP and the Brigitte on the Crazy 88s. So I'm wondering how this one is going to play out. I mean, you have a completely melee-based healer on one side, and then you have a very mobile support core coming from Gilbert's family. So let's see how this plays out.
Well, I mean, I think that for you know, the backline for Crazy 88s, I think that they're looking to make sure that Bolton Cake does have that protection back there when they need it. And then, you know, you're looking for Rally to keep your Diva into a lot of fights. I mean, that's going to be, I think, no, they do not lose their mech. Holy cow. Bolton Cake putting on a show, but yep, there goes Jutsu down. The OTP shows up huge once again.
Yep, that it does. And I mean, ever since Gurkmeister got on New Junk City in the semifinals, I just feel like they haven't stopped. Again, we unplugged Gurkmeister and plugged them back in. That's exactly what happened. Regardless, getting back into the thick of it here, Gorilla does go down, but they respawn very quickly, and now Muma going to be able to find not 1 but 2 eliminations. Apply now looking to find an elimination as they do duplicate the Diva. Pretty good call there as they do get their ult online as well. Apply now able to find an elim onto Dust, and they take out the tank. What a play from Apply.
They're playing so fragmented right now. This is not what I'm used to from a Crazy 88 squad. I think that they're actually being chased around and they're being dislodged from any area that they want to contest. Apply and Gurkmeister and Muma are working so well in concert. You're getting the swift step healing coming in from teammate. This is a very, very dangerous team right now. Crazy 88s need to take a bit of a breather and just kind of breathe for a second.
They're not going to get any time to breathe. I mean, look at this. The Primal Rage has already been activated from Muma, already headhunting for Jutsu on the Cassidy, and they managed just to clear out the entire back line of the Crazy 88s, and that payload just continues to push forward as Muma finds an limb, finds another, thanks to Apply, and Gurkmeister, unfortunately, I think they're going to lose their rip tire on that exchange, but regardless, I mean, the damage has already been done. Look how far the payload has come in just a short amount of time.
Well, we'll see if they're able to stand anything out. I mean, the Deadeye comes out. Oh my God, they get behind LOS just in the nick of time. And now the duplicated Winston coming out from Melphobia. They're looking to build up a quick Primal Rage and stop this steamroll.
Well, let's see if they can get the job done. As you can see, Melphobia still from up on high does get their Primal Rage, but seems like it has been down into the wayside. No good there, unfortunately, for them. However, they still managed to apply the damage, raining in from outside in, and looking to put it into their counterpart, Apply, who is also going to get their ultimate online, and now Apply has a duplicate at the ready, and they're going to use it already. They call in on, I think that's the Winston. Yes, they do duplicate the Winston as they try to further still push this payload into the next checkpoint.
Oh, Gurkmeister, yeah, going to go down here. I think Crazy 88s have finally found their place to stand. And yeah, this should be done and dusted here for the push. That time to breathe, definitely here for them. But look at this. I mean, that's Apply's second duplicate. Got all the value that they needed out of it. And Melphobia is pretty close to their next one. So, you know what, not so bad. Oh my God, Gurkmeister, where the hell did you come from?
Oh, you gotta love it. I mean, it's the cheekiest of plays coming from Gurkmeister lately, and they, again, are definitely making a name for themselves if they hadn't already. Regardless, they're going to continue to push on here. As a matter of fact, they're one of the only players from Gilbert's army, along with Muma, who are on the point, continuing to push it forward. Now trying to find the answer here, but they get flanked by the Tracer, and a little bit of danger there as they continue to exchange, but the trap onto Melphobia will be the end of them. Well played by Gurkmeister and Apply to get rid of that annoying mosquito that is the Tracer.
Unlucky. Deadeye coming out. I mean, I don't know if they're going to be able to find anything. Oh, no, they're not, because Apply just put a bullet between their eyes.
Well, I don't know what to tell you. You walk right into the barrel of Ash, and you know what? You're not going to last. That easy come, easy go. Deadeye is no more. Regardless, it is going to be Gilbert's family to return the favor on that last team kill and absolutely take control of the payload, pushing it forward. And this is going to be enough to get that next checkpoint and the forward spawn. And now we get to the last stretch here for Gilbert's army, and they got just about 2 minutes and 30 to try and get the job done.
I mean, look at the swaps now. Jutsu going over to the Widowmaker. We've got Dust coming out on the Sigma. Okay, and Muma bringing out the Mauga. So the Mumalga, is that a thing? I don't
Confirmed,
know.
Yes,
Teammate,
it is now.
Teammate has brought out the Baptiste. Almost has an app matrix online. So, I mean, the swaps have definitely come through for both teams.
Yep, that they have. And you know what? I was wondering when Bolting Cake was actually going to switch to the Ana, just because that sleep dart was so pivotal for them in the semifinals, that I'm surprised they didn't try to go with it here, especially with the anti-nade as well, considering that they, on the side of Gilbert's family, are no longer using that Kiriko, so the anti-nade could make a huge difference for Bolting Cake. But now you can see that Dust on the Sigma is trying to take on Muma. Meanwhile, Jutsu also in a little bit of a worse for wear. They take a lot of damage there after being able to get an elimination on Gorilla. A huge pick for Jutsu, as now it looks like things are starting to slow down on the payload.
It's because of the Sigma. It's because of Jutsu finding the range with the rifle there. Now we need to see, how are they going to be able to push into this fight? I mean, you're coming up on a Gravitic Flux. That's a massive nade that comes through, and Muma goes down.
Exactly, and that's what I love to see from Bolton Cake. We know what they can do. We know they can perform on the Ana, and again, that anti-nade, along with the sleep dart, is going to be the answer to Muma on the Mumauga, if you were. That's going to be your answer there. And now Muma, once again, looking a little worse for wear here against this Sigma. They are able to eat up that shield entirely as they continue to lay down the damage. But now, look, Bolton Cake has their ult at the ready. And all they need is a good, clean line of sight and the opportunity to use it. But it looks like they're going to hold it at least for a moment longer, using their nade. And they finally call it in on the Sojourn. And they're going to be coming in with the overclock and the nano boost. What a combo, and Jutsu cleans up with a 3K play. Crazy 88's not done here yet.
Not yet, and I mean, we're sub 20 seconds now. You're going to have Bob and a bomb, and I mean, Muba has not generated the cage fight yet. So, I mean, there's this shot here where Crazy Eddie's, if they can land asleep onto Muma, you know, especially while they're doing their cardiac charge, they might be able to just stymie this entire push altogether.
They very well could. At the same time, Bob is now going to be called in on to the point. Payload continuing to push forward. Gurkmeister with a huge elim and now calls in the rip and finds Dust on it with the rip tire. Muma still pushing forward with the payload and laying waste to the rest of the Crazy 88s, and that's just gonna about do it. Gilbert's family come through in the last, 9 seconds to confirm the win and get their full 3-point round.
Let us talk about Gurk there. Gurk just took Dust out of Gravitic Flux. That is a ultimate that pulls the team off of the payload. And I mean, they got everything that they needed out of that tire. I mean, just the wherewithal to know where the target needs to be. My goodness. Crazy 88s are going to be up against it here as they enter into their attack phase. Bolton Cake needs to be on the sauna for sure.
And you know what's crazy is that I thought I saw Sigma go for the ult, but I wasn't entirely sure because the rip tire just came in so quickly on it. But I'm glad you were able to confirm it because it makes that play just all that more impressive. Just being able to take Sigma out of the sky with it and then shut down an ult that inevitably would have cost your team the victory. Again, just showing Gurkmeister's value to this Gilbert's family squad.
Nope. I mean, it's all up to Crazy 88s here to decide how they're going to be able to take this point. And they're going to have to dislodge Gurkmeister. Gurkmeister is going to be a slippery fellow, to say the least. Because we have seen it time and time again apply great positioning as always. Gurkmeister is not even going to hide out there. Just going to say, take me if you can.
Well, let's see if Jutsu might be able to take them out, because remember, you know, they're not exactly the toughest tool in the shed. You know, Jutsu should be able to take out Gurkmeister with a nice head click if they can land it, that is. So let's see if they can get the job done. If anybody can, it is Jutsu. Jutsu has been impressive with their hit percentage all day. Their shots are on point for the majority of the time, and now they just have to find their shots here if they want to continue on here on map number 2.
Well, it's going to be how do you dislodge, apply, and gorilla from this high ground. I mean, especially with the Baptiste up there, you're going to have the immortality field if apply does get low. What a shot! Coming through.
See, I told you, Jutsu on that Widowmaker is going to be an absolute problem for Gilbert's family. And they, like we had said, they managed to dislodge the Soldier 76 from up on high. And now that payload continues to move forward as now Dust on the Diva, able to, again, clear away for the rest of their team. And it looks as though Muma could be eliminated, but no, they managed to avoid the danger and avoid Dust and find their healers right in the nick of time here. Is now Jutsu, again, from in the mid. It looks like they were nearly eliminated by Gurkmeister, who manages to find Bolting Cage thanks to the elimination feed. And now it's all going the way of Gilbert's army. Apply, along with Muma, able to clear out the foothold, and now the Crazy 88s looking a little worse for wear.
Well, I mean, we're approaching the 2-minute warning here, and we've just got the one ultimate online for Crazy 88s. And I mean, the fact that we're running into a Baptiste, they have to somehow draw that immortality barrier out before they can get the maximum value possibly out of it.
Well, let's see what they can make of it. Apply also nearly getting their ultimate, and Gorilla right around the corner as well. And the push now coming through from the Crazy 88s as you got Muma from up on high, able to avoid the danger, causing a big disruption, and now finding their way back in towards their healers, and they're going to get healed up very nicely, and they're prepared for the next fight.
Yeah, great disengage there from Muma, being able to get the cooldowns back online as well. And now you've got 3 ultimates coming up here, almost 4 for Crazy 88s. Now's the go time. The pulse bomb eaten by dust.
Yep, and they most certainly did eat that just now. But here comes the ultimate. The minefield is out and on the payload coming from Muma as Dust now finds a 2-piece off of the damage inflicted by Widowmaker. Again, Jutsu on the Widowmaker is a monumental thorn in the side of Gilbert's family. And finally, it looks as though they managed to put Jutsu out of their perch and dislodge them from that high ground. And that was huge. As you can see, the Diva ult not able to find any eliminations on that turn as Muma continues to hold the line here for Gilbert's family.
I mean, it's all about how you Crazy 88s bust this hold. The tire coming through. Unusual tech from Gurkmeister once again.
But if there's anything we learned is that their unusual tech usually pays off. Nearly did. Unfortunately, they weren't able to get through the shield from Rhine Guy, but at least it was a deterrent to push them off of the payload and create space and opportunities for the rest of Gilbert's family to find openings for eliminations. I mean, look at Gorilla. They find an elimination of their own, and they continue to apply the damage. And now, just like that, you can see the Crazy 88s are forced all the way back nearly to their spawn.
I mean, 10 seconds left on the clock, and Jutsu back out on the Cassidy. This is the last chance to get on there. They take Apply out, they have a chance.
That they do. I mean, Apply is gone. They do have an ult online, though, so if they happen to make it back, it's going to be disastrous for the Crazy 88s. As now you can see Gurkmeister, again, working very closely next to their tank, trying to clear sight here as they get behind the Brigitte and now have to put their backs up against the wall where they are eliminated. And that ultimate from the BAP came right at the perfect time for Jutsu to find these eliminations, as now Muma once again on the Malgo. Mumalgo once again makes an appearance.
I mean, there's a rally coming out from Gilshan with Deadeye online. They're looking for a kill. They're looking for a confirmation of the skull. They're not going to find it.
Yep, no good there. And now they're just going to get picked off. Yeah, there they go. Jutsu does get eliminated. It is all but over here for the Crazy 88s. A great last stand coming from Gilbert's family right at the checkpoint to deny any push coming from the Crazy 88s. And there you have it. They put themselves onto match, series, and tournament point in the favor of Gilbert's family.
Oh, I mean, the action has been good. I mean, we can't complain about that. I'm just telling you, Gurkmeister has single-handedly turned what was almost a 3-0 loss in the semifinals. I mean, this is, what, 5 straight maps now that they've won when Gurkmeister's been on? So, I mean, they are sitting on the precipice of taking this Iliad Invitational Tournament win. And, I mean, there just hasn't been an answer. I see what the people are saying. And, yeah, I mean, can you mirror Gurkmeister's Junkrat? I don't think so right now. I think they're playing on a different level right now.
You know, earlier on in the semifinals, maybe. In those first 2 games, sure. Now, absolutely not. No shot. No shot. Because the way that they've been playing is, again, just been not only good, but also insanely tactful. I mean, they're not only getting eliminations, but they're also playing zone really well. And that's what I love about the Rip Tire on Junkrat. When used properly, it's not just a way to get some great quick eliminations and turn the tide back into your favor, but it's also a good zoning ability as well, because people don't want to get hit by the Rip Tire. So what do? They flee the objective, and it clears the way for the rest of your team. So not only is it good to make yourself look good, makes your KD look great, but it also gives an opportunity to help your teammates as well, and also to help the objective. So again, that's why, you know, Gurkmeister on this Junkrat just simply can't be mirrored. It can't be duplicated, at least not right now. And if I was the Crazy 88s, I wouldn't even attempt to. You don't have to mirror that Junkrat. You have to counter it.
Well, we'll see how the Crazy 88s are going to be able to try and counter that. In map number 3, it'll be Flashpoint. When we come back from this short little break, don't go away. The continuation will be up next. possibly the final map here of this iteration of the Iliad Invitational. Captain Natsoka, Chef Billy, bringing you all the action here. I tell you what, Gilbert's family right now, they are putting on a show. Crazy 88's made a hell of a run to get here, but it looks like they may have run into a brick wall.
I'm not saying nothing. I learned my lesson from the first game of the day. I didn't call it then, though, but I was thinking it very loudly. So, again, I'm not going to be saying anything, because if I learned anything from the first semifinal matchup is that it can go either way. I mean, we've already seen Gilbert's family come through with a massive reverse sweep. Crazy 88s have already reverse swept in this bracket once already. They can very much do it again, especially making it to the halfway point, making it to Flashpoint. Flashpoint is where the turnaround happens, baby. So don't sleep on the Crazy 88s yet, because it's still not over. So let's get ready to see how this one plays out as we get ready to head into our next map, Chef.
I mean, I'm not counting anybody out. I'm especially not counting my council brethren out here in the Crazy 88s. But sometimes you have to acknowledge greatness for what it is. And honestly, that's what has been so great, is that we've had everybody from both teams showing up at individual times. I just think that the majority of the fine moments have come from Gilbert's family. It might be fatigue. We talked about it at the opening of this grand final. Maybe it's just been a long couple of days. Maybe we've just run out of creative juices. I don't know. But what I do know is that Suravasa here in India is going to be where we're at. And it could be the last map.
It very well could be. And again, this is where we're going to see the pace of play pick up a little bit. And I mean, not just the game mode. I'm talking about compositions. I'm talking about play style. Again, for the semifinals, for the most part, no, that's cap as well. Cap to be capping. Let's talk about yesterday. When we were playing yesterday in the elimination rounds, we got to see like a lot of Junkrats and Lucios get paired up coming into this one, and I find it really interesting. And you know what else I find interesting is Iliad_OW on Twitter. Make sure you go follow them for more interesting Overwatch, and also use hashtag Iliad Invitational if you happen to post anything interesting. But regardless, moving back forward into this what could be last matchup between Gilbert's family and Crazy 88s, I thought it was interesting that Muma was hovering on the Rhine for Flashpoint, because again, not the most mobile tank, but them switching over back to the Wrecking Ball, that makes sense, as Dust once again will bring out their notorious Doomfist.
Well, it's all about managing cooldowns for Dust right now. And they've got to be able to find a way to stop Muma and the distraction and the disruption in the back, and that's exactly what happened. I think bringing Bolton Cake out here onto this Kiriko is going to give them a little bit more escapability. That's going to give them a little bit more value as well. I mean the consumer rush being what it is needs to be huge, but I mean, Jutsu is not going down without a freaking fight, I can tell you that.
And you know what, Gorilla again on the Moira, I think it's just going to be so dangerous here on Flashpoint, just because, we have seen them earlier operate with the Moira, and they were more than capable, to say the least. So again, I think Gilbert's family is ready to end things here and now. I don't think they are going to want to risk a possible reverse sweep by allowing anything as already apply in Muma. Once again, the dynamic duo able to find some eliminations early here in in map number 3.
Yep, I mean, the point is still under contention. Let's be very clear about that. Suzu already out from teammate. That's a dangerous position, and they're gone. Melphobia showing up big.
Yep, that they are. Melophobia, again, has been one of the standout players for the Crazy 88s, and there's no time better than now to stand out again, as control of the first Flashpoint does go the way of the Crazy 88s.
And Gurkmeister, a non-factor there in this first opening fight. Ply, once again, playing in concert with Muma. That's a sweet money spot for them right now. But 3 ultimates ready to go for Crazy 88s as they make their approach.
And that they do, and here comes one of those ultimates already. The minefield goes out. Apply, able to throw out the bomb as well. Not able to make much of it. They don't get the elim. As a matter of fact, Apply will be eliminated, and so does Muma, thanks to Jutsu, who is looking for the 3K all day, and there it is. They find another, and the tack visor is online. Hold up, Crazy 88s. They have a pulse and a sign of life here on map 3.
Well, I mean, this is their map pick, so this is exactly where they need to go, and they know exactly what they want to do here. I think for Gilbert's family, yep, the swap over to Muma onto the Orisa. That's going to deny a lot of the value that Dust is getting in with these power engages.
Yeah, so the question is, if you're Dust, do you try and counterpick the Orisa, or do you stay on the Doomfist? Only time will tell. As you can see, Gorilla already coming out with their ultimate on the Moira, finding an elimination onto Dust thanks to Muma as well. And now control of the point looks like it could be going the other way, right at 99%. As you can see, the Kitsune Rush coming from the Crazy 88s has gone out. They still have a sound barrier at the ready as well, but Gilbert's family has a Kitsune Rush on teammate, still waiting as a Gorilla and company continue to mow down the Crazy 88s. And Chef, I think you were 100% right. The Orisa coming through on Muma was the best move.
Now they've got the tire. Now they're going to have this Kitsune Rush as well, which is going to reduce the time on your cooldowns. Apply could build up Attack Visor very quickly into this. So, I mean, as long as Gilbert's family plays this slow, plays it patiently, and doesn't let people go down in a heap, they should be able to at least get this to 99.99.
Well, here we go. The Kitsune Rush has come through, as well as Rhine Guy's sound barrier. Keep in mind, the Riptire still at the ready, and you do have the bomb for Trickster at the ready as well, as the percentages keep ticking into the favor of Gilbert's family. Applying Gorilla thanks to the feed, able to find a two-piece, and now Gurkmeister going to be getting in on the action without using the Riptire just yet. They're still gonna hold on to it, and they don't need it. Gilbert's family managed to clear out the Crazy 88s as Apply finds another 3K.
I mean, last second contest here from Grind Guy. They try to use the Pulse Bomb to get themselves the point, and that's going to be for naught. So now they're going to be down ultimates. There's the swap. Told you it was going to happen. Dust now over to the Junker Queen, and I don't necessarily like this matchup. We'll see how Muma does.
Well, I mean, already you can see Apply does get eliminated, but at what cost? Both Dust and Jutsu were eliminated in kind. And right now, Gilbert's family are sitting at 3 ultimates at the ready as we get ready to move on to the next flashpoint. It is nearly activated, and Gilbert's family continue to bolster themselves into a winning position.
I mean, they win that fight just on the back of the splash damage that comes out from the tire, and then they got the focus fire that goes in behind it. Now you're looking at no sound barrier for this upcoming Terra Surge from Muma, and then you've got Apply that's going to look for the flank. Well, I say that Jutsu says, "Yeah, get out of my way."
Well, here we go. Jutsu now activating the tactical visor, trying to find any type of value from it, but are having a little bit of a difficult time. Not much doing there as Gilbert's family literally headhunting poor Jutsu at this point. Yeah, said, what tac visor? Get out of here. My goodness. Teammate finds a 2K. Thanks to their push there. And now Jutsu is out of the question for at least a few seconds now, and the Kitsune Rush does come in. Teammate has their Kitsune Rush at the ready as well. Apply still dealing massive damage from the outside in. And once again, Gilbert's family just keeping the Crazy 88s at bay as they will take the lead.
They take the lead. They take the point back. Now you're looking at, this Kitsune Rush, like you said. But, I mean, Dust coming up to their rampage. So, I mean, it could be all for naught because you do have a Kiriko on the field.
Well, right now they are making the most out of that Kitsune Rush, managing to find at least 2 off of that last fight, looking for a third. But right now the Crazy 88s are just going to use this opportunity to back off and regroup, possibly with a Hail Mary play, but I don't think they have enough time. Only 10 ticks, less than 10 ticks to go. And I think that should be all she wrote here. Second flashpoint going to go the way of Gilbert's family.
Well, I mean, could be potentially the last flashpoint of this Iliad Invitational. Dust needs to have a massive rampage that comes up. They need a time and wait out the Suzu from teammate. Otherwise, this is game over.
Well, let's see if they can make it happen. As you can see, Melophobia doing a little give and go here. Dance with the Moira Gorilla. Not much doing there, just a little exchange, a little how do you do's, if you will, some pleasantries. As now the entry from Gilbert's family will be coming through. 5 seconds now. until the next flashpoint is activated. Gorilla does get eliminated, and a huge elimination coming from Bolton Cake there on the kitty call to get rid of the Moira a little early, as the push now does come through for Gilbert's family, and Melophobia does have their ult online.
I mean, this could be massive now with the Rampage and then sticking that out like that. Bye-bye apply.
Yeah, bye-bye apply and Muma for that matter. I mean, the splash damage there definitely got around, as now they were able to take out Gurkmeister as well, and the point goes the way of the Crazy 88s, and they should be able to amass quite the decent lead here on this flashpoint. And if they can just hold off one more push, they might be able to take it.
Oh, they're looking forward here, and I think the Gilbert's family, you know, if you want to be cheeky and try to take point, cool. It's not necessary. If you get the old economy in your favor, I think this works in your favor.
That was a huge limb there onto Muma, and honestly, I'm surprised Gorilla is still standing as well. As you can see, Dust gets eliminated once again. Gurkmeister on the Riptire, able to come in clutch to get rid of the tank, and also find another on the kitty call. Gurkmeister comes through to save the day there, as we saw Muma got eliminated, and it looked like the Crazy 88s were about to team wipe, but then Dust just got absolutely shut down thanks to the Riptire.
I mean, it's the Gorilla Coalescence that keeps him up through it, even though, you know, Muma does go down. You see the rest of the team be able to survive. Now you're looking at Packvisor and the Kitsune Rush once again.
Yep, such a phenomenal combo here as Apply once again looking to get the team wipe, as they manage to get a 3K all day thanks to the help from Teammate, being the best teammate they can be with that Kitsune Rush. And Gilbert's family could be taking this flashpoint and the tournament here and now.
Muma, sneaky horse, looking for the Terra Surge. Oh yes, do it. No, they're not going to do it. They get the Terra Surge out and then forces the sound barrier out. This actually could go in the favor of Gilbert's family. They pulled so much out of them.
And you also saw that the overclock came online for Jutsu there, and they were able to rain in a lot of damage, but Gilbert's family still holding on, even though they are looking a little worse for wear in the player count. They just lost Gurkmeister, but hold on, Apply with a massive 2K, able to clear the way and clear the site in the favor of Gilbert's family. And there you have it. Gilbert's family will be your Iliad Invitational champions.
I mean, wow. The last fight. I mean, a 3K off the pull or off the tack visor. Going into the next fight, the Terra Surge to pull everything out of Crazy 88s and then Apply with the natural 2K. Getting it done on the back end. Here's a look at how we got to where we are at. Your champions. Gilbert's family with a 3-0 victory over Crazy 88s in one hell of a tournament. This was back and forth action all day long. Just a little bit too much in the tank coming from Gilbert's family. They are your champions. And you know what? It's just about time to crown ourselves an MVP.
Oh, and that's tough too. I mean, because there were so many great plays, and you know, man, Chef, I don't know if we're just gonna have a sit down. We're gonna have to have a discussion. I don't know how this is gonna be decided, because again, every single player from Gilbert's family, I mean, they just put on a clinic. After that, you know, after the second round of the semifinals, there was no stopping them.
Well, we will see what we got to see there as I take a look now. You know, across the board, I had already come up with two for my MVP votes, and I tell you what, I mean, you could pick anybody from both teams. Put it out there. I think that for me, it comes down to who had made the biggest impressions. When it mattered the most, and who came out with just crazy kills and kind of turned it on when you least expected it, and you know, changed my complete opinion. And well, I tell you what, I have it in mind, but I'll save it for you. We'll have an interview with that person coming up here in just a few moments. So folks, don't go away. We will have a special guest with us on in just a minute, and a surprise at the end of it. Don't go away. We'll be back with you in just a few minutes.
Well, hello and welcome back once again to the Iliad Invitational. I am Captain Etsoka, joined on the desk by none other than Chef Billy. We have just wrapped up our grand finals, and your champions are none other than Gilbert's family. And with that being said, we have ourselves a very special guest on the desk, and your MVP. It is Gerkmeister. Gerkmeister, thank you so much for joining us on the desk.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me.
Okay, well, just, off the rip, you guys are champions. You've made it all the way to the end, and you have won, especially off of that gnarly reverse sweep in the semifinals. I gotta ask you, how does it feel?
It felt like really hard during the first two maps on the versus the timeless team, but we pulled through in the end.
All right, so I mean, obviously, I've been watching the chat. You are a Junkrat OTP. Why have you not been signed to an OWCS team yet?
Unsure. I don't know. I just like playing ranked.
You just like playing ranked. All right.
Yeah, and I got to tell you, after that second round in that first game, you were unstoppable. So I mean, I got to ask you, where did the second surge, the second wind come from for you? Because again, once you made it, past that second round in the semifinals, you were just simply unmatched. Like, how did you get into your zone?
When they picked Junkrat, I knew what I had to do.
Yeah, okay, well, I go ahead.
No, nothing.
All right, I got one more question to ask you. Then I got a
Yep.
little bit of a surprise for you.
Sure.
Playing with two ex-Overwatch League players, how was it?
I mean, they were like very good at coming and everything, and they were good at ult tracking. So it was really helpful to have them on the team.
All right, all right. Well, now comes the surprise. Just because we like you so much, Kirkmeister, and because you are our MVP, you have just won $75 on top of whatever else you got for the tournament for being our MVP. Congratulations, my friend.
Thank you so much.
All right. Any shout outs that you want to give before we let you go and get to bed? I know it's really late there in Sweden.
I got a shout out to Gilbert, aka Gorilla, our support player, and and our entire team. They all played well. Especially Apply played well every game. So yeah.
It's funny you say that because I was even during the discussion of MVP, it came between you and Apply. Like the DPS for both of you was just insane.
Yeah, Apply was like playing great every game. I had my like good games and bad games, but he was very consistent during the entire tournament.
All right, well, my friend, that is going to do it for us here. Thank you for so much for joining us here in the interview booth. Have a good night, get some rest, and enjoy the $75 prize.
Yeah, good night.
All right, everybody, that was Girkmeister joining us here in the booth, giving us a little bit of insight about how they got to where they were, winning the entirety of this Iliad Invitational. And Captain Ahsoka, it's finally time for us to say goodbye to everybody.
It's bittersweet. It really is, because I got to tell you, this had to be like one of the most fun Overwatch events that I got to be a part of. I'm glad I got to be a part of it. Thank you so much just for having me on. You know, everybody at Iliad, it's been an absolute treat. And again, big shout out to all the teams and all the players that came out today for putting on one heck of a show. I got to tell you, these games have been absolutely insane. And of course, big congratulations to Gilbert's family for being able to come away with the win and being your champions. Again, every single team just put on an absolute clinic from start to finish. This was truly a pretty much I think a glimpse into the future of what Overwatch esports is going to be, and I couldn't be more excited.
I mean, it always should have been a grassroots thing and built up organically from there. But you know what? I mean, it is what it is. And you know what? Now we get to enjoy Overwatch for what it can be. So, I mean, you know, big thanks to everybody at Iliad, especially LA Smurf for bringing us on here again. Thanks to Hippie and Unfeatured and everybody behind the scenes that does everything that they do. Foxnard as well. Holy cow, you guys put on one hell of an event. But that's going to do it for us. That's the end of the Iliad Invitational. Thank you so much for watching. Keep a look on Twitter, Iliad_OW. For the next Invitational coming up. You'll see something about it maybe in the near future. But for myself, Captain Ahsoka, and everybody here in the booth, we'll bid you a good night. Take care of each other. We'll see you soon.